Who are the experts in healthcare construction today? First of all, I hate that. There are none. Zero, there's none. I feel like people say, oh, I'm a hospital construction expert. I don't believe such a thing exists. I don't. It's changing, it's dynamic, it's fluid. I will say that the two people that I think come as close as anybody I've ever seen are Chris Tokas and Richard Tannehill. They've been at this for a long time. They've been at it from both sides. I'm going to introduce both of those gentlemen in a moment. They're exceptional people. In fact, we had a field staff meeting last week in Southern California, and a group of the field staff guys were standing around, like maybe 6 or 8 of them, and I was kind of walking through the room, and they said, hey, Joe, come here. I said, we heard a rumor. I said, okay, what is that? We heard you invented shake table testing and that you have a patent on it. I said, well, first of all, wrong. I don't. I wish I did. I wish there was such a thing, and I wish I was the guy that got it, but I don't. But you know, here's the thing. Most everything I learned about shake table testing, because I did have a shake table lab, I did do that for a while in my business before my previous life. Most of it I learned from one person, Chris Tokas. The man knows his stuff. So if ever there was a guy as close to being expert, Chris Tokas is it. In fact, I want you to do me a favor today, will you? We're going to hear from these two Top Gun instructors today. And today I want you to call Chris Tokas, just for today, Iceman. And I want you to call Richard Tannehill Maverick, just for today. All right? Let me introduce these two gentlemen to you, and then we'll get things going. I think everybody's in the room, right? So Chris Tokas, Deputy Director of the Office of Statewide Health Hospital Planning and Development, right? His experience is for 40 years of experience in structural engineering, emergency planning, emergency programs, Senate Bill 1953 related things with special emphasis on evaluations, analysis, retrofits, things like that. He is designed and managed seismic upgrades in the public, private, institutional clients, and has a wealth of knowledge and experience. He is our boss. He's our top dog, Deputy Director. No, you're not? You're not that guy? Please give applause for Chris Tokas. Or Iceman. Richard Tannehill is a Deputy Division Chief in Northern California for HCI. He's an architect with 30 years of experience in architecture, mostly in healthcare. He is a great resource, as many of you already know, for all things hospitals related. So join me in welcoming both of these gentlemen to the front. Maverick, Richard Tannehill, and Iceman. It's all you guys. Thank you.
Good morning. Very kind of you, Joe, but a little too much AI, I guess so. Well, thank you very much for being here. You gave up your day to be here with us so that we can discuss what a lot of people talk, the secret recipe of how to deliver a successful hospital project. And that's what we're going to do today. There's nothing secret about it. Truly, there's nothing secret about it. And you're going to hear in the course of the discussion, again, things that they're pretty obvious, but they're not practiced, but what really makes a hospital building, when it comes down to constructing it or any project successful, it's a very simple recipe. So we have a full program so that we can discuss what it takes to deliver that successful project. But if you ask me to give you the recipe in a few minutes or during our elevator ride or guess where we're going up, the best way to present what it takes is a success story of such a project. We have quite a few, but this was exceptional and you will see why. So let's start first with what I would call, I guess, so in this case, the motivational force that drives us from the individual to the team so that we can materialize such a project. In 1991, Steve Jobs stated what you have in front of you. If you are working on something exciting that you really care about, you do not have to be pushed. The vision pulls you. And that's the recipe. And I will show you why that's the recipe. In 2019, right before the pandemic, Kaiser Permanente came up with a dream to build a brand new greenfield hospital, San Marcos. That was their dream. 433,000 square feet, 260 beds, not too big, good-sized hospital. This is their project delivery schedule. So March 2019, what happened in March 2019? Everybody basically went home. Everything was locked up. We started collaborative review, over-the-shoulders review, us and the entire team. And the approval from the day that the project, remember, we started laying lead, I forgot, we don't lay lead any longer on paper, but we started design and we were along the way with them. And they got approval, basically, I guess so, in 21 months. They broke ground October 10th, I guess so, of 2020. And the project was ready to open their doors on April 2023. 28 months during construction. So let me show you some snapshots, I guess so. January 2021. It's truly a greenfield. They have not really, I guess so, broke ground for foundations. February 2021, preparation for foundation. March 2021, the first footings, I guess so, they are starting, I guess so, to be poured. May 2021, steel is delivered on site and steel erection starts. July 2021, topping off of steel and all the decks in place. October 2021, the entire cladding system is in place and the building is waterproof 100%. So decided to take the director there, I guess, because it was, to me, it was monumental. Within 10 months, earthwork to envelope, within 10 months, the building was ready to start work in the interior of the building. So we're here 8 months later, June 23, and they're pretty much done, I guess, with a lot of work that basically, okay, so it's the most difficult part, okay, so in the interior of the building, in order to bring it to a state to be functional. But I'm going to go back, okay, so to this picture, okay, so because I guess again, what I want you to see is take a look at the lower picture. If you take a look at the lower picture, okay, so that's 8 months later, okay, so from the minute that they basically enclosed the building. What do you see? Look, okay, so at the amount of work that is taking place. Look at all the cars. Look at again, okay, so the fever that is basically, okay, so is taking over, okay, so as far as all the work. You walked in and you could not basically move around, okay, so from area to area because of the density of workers. And sometimes you walk in other projects and if you see one worker or two, okay, so that's pure miracle. And then, okay, so March 22 of 2023, I'm standing there with the executive team from Kaiser, and we're holding a card in our hands, okay, so, and as you can see, the building is ready to see first patient. Now, the card that we're holding, that's a pride and joy, okay, so of one of their executive directors, okay, so, and then at the top, okay, so it has communication and it has trust, primarily core values for everything at any successful organization basically practices. Did they have challenges? Well, really? It was in the middle of the pandemic, okay, so challenges from the pandemic, okay, so itself, challenges from, again, supply chain, okay, so where can you find, okay, so again, cement? Where can you basically, okay, so find steel? Where can you find, okay, so again, your equipment and so on? Escalation of prices? Well, I don't need to tell you that. You are, okay, so in the construction industry, you know all these things. So we're talking about, okay, so again, obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. But obstacles do not block the path. They are the path, if we want to, if we want to make the project successful, and if our heart is in place, and if we basically aspire to meet the mission, okay, so in this case. Colin Powell said the following: a dream does not become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. That's the only way for a dream to materialize. And if you attack everything every day from that point of view, trust me, it will become, again, successful. Now, great things, okay, so in business are never done by one person. They are done by a team of people. And again, okay, so Steve Jobs, some might like him, okay, some might not, okay, so, but what he stated, okay, so again, that's why I made Apple what Apple is today. So now, if you take a look, okay, so again, okay, so what are the ingredients for a successful relationship in order to basically make a team, okay, so work, okay, so in tandem? There are two elements in there: communication and trust. Those are the main ingredients, and that's what it was in that card that basically we were holding. And that's what, okay, so again, Kaiser practiced on a daily basis, and that's what made the project successful. Now, Joe mentioned earlier, building a hostel building or doing any hostel project, it's not a small task. It does not get more complicated than that. Take a look here. This is, again, a figure that Joe came up with, okay, so 10 years ago. But take a look at all the entities that they are involved in a hospital project. Not one or two teams. It's an army of teams that they basically participate. And those components, those team members, they have to work in tandem. If they don't work, okay, so again, as one team, rowing in the same direction, it's not going to happen. So let's take, again, a separate look. Okay, so you have the Kaiser Permanente team, you have the construction team, you have the design professional of record, and then you do have the OSHPA team. And if those three major teams don't work, okay, so well coordinated, nothing's going to happen. But what makes a project successful, and I'm going to repeat this again and again, it's owner engagement. That's what makes a project successful. When we do postmortems, I forgot. When we do plus delta after a project, okay, so in this case, what do we find? Successful projects have a fully engaged owner. Projects that are not successful, they have a hands-off owner. Is it a surprise? Absolutely not. If the owner, okay, so is not fully engaged, if they're not the driver, nothing's going to happen, okay, so everybody's going to take their sweet time. When we did, again, okay, so the plus delta evaluation at the end, and this is not mine, this is from the owner's perspective, this is what the owner found that really worked. And I'll read: all team members together from the start. All team members together from the start. When the owner was driving that unity. Study the approved documents and do not deviate. What a concept. Here again and again and again, okay, so change orders, change orders. We'll discuss change orders. You're all in the architectural engineering fields, construction and so on. What is the major disruptor in everything we do? Ego. So the owner had, okay, so again, a big sign, okay, so when you walked into the building, check your ego at the door. It worked. Kaiser Permanente utilized a lot of templates. Why? Efficiency. Why? Effectiveness. We don't build hospitals okay, the last 5 years. We've been building hospitals forever. So if by now we don't know okay, what we can templatize and where we can get efficiencies, we have a problem. We don't need to reinvent the wheel again and again. Understanding the goals by all. Can we do it? And if we can we re-engineer it as a team? Relationships. Know your team. Know the competencies and capabilities of each individual member of the team. If involvement is continuous by all, including the owner, including the contractor, including okay, so every member, including the design professional of record, through all stages, through the final construction stages. In a single statement, all rowing in one direction. If people do not row in one direction, have you seen okay, so a crew team, okay, so how it works? If one member is out of sync, the boat is going to start spinning. And they all take direction by one individual, okay, so the coxswain, and they all move in one direction. Otherwise, okay, so they would not cross the finishing line. So anyway, this is basically a simple recipe of what it takes in order to have a project successful in a very, very concise, okay, so presentation, okay, so again, all the ingredients that need to be in place. So Joe introduced the team, so I'm not going to spend time on that. And yes, okay, so these are the agenda items. We'll talk a little bit about the history of the guide because it's important, of who we are. What is our why as OSHPD? Why do we do what we do? Oh, people have state, oh, you're a state organization, so on, okay, so that's not who we are. We'll talk about it. Our 7 areas of responsibility, day to day. Again, okay, so one of the most important conduits that we're going to hear from you, how do we do? It's extremely important, okay, so which is our quality of service survey. I'll talk a little bit about an appeals process that's available to all of you on a daily basis because people have misunderstandings, disagreements, and so on. So that's why, okay, so again, this tool is put in place. And then, okay, so about services, okay, so old services as well as new services, a little bit about, if we get there, a little bit about electronic services portal and so on. Now, you have the guide in front of you. You have the manual in front of you. We're not going to go line by line, okay, so you can do that by yourself. But what we're going to do is we're going to basically tell you in this case, okay, so major passages of what really are the important ingredients, okay, so in this recipe. It's not secret, in this recipe in order to make a project successful. Now, a little bit about the history of the guide because it's very important. In 2003, within the Hostel Building Safety Board, there was a discussion because projects were really going sideways. And the question was, what's the problem? Okay, so what really takes, okay, so in order to make a project successful? In 2003, we started discussions. Okay, so should we put a manual out in order, again, to, in plain English, put together what it takes to make a project successful? So the discussion started, okay, so in 2003. But CHA, California Healthcare Association, okay, so stepped in and they said, we will help. This is extremely important. So what really happened, okay, so we came up with a title, and the title was Best Practices for Project Management, Design and Construction of Buildings Under OSHPD Jurisdiction, which later on, okay, so was commonly referred to as Best Practices. And it was put together, okay, so with extreme collaboration. When I say extreme, I really mean it, collaboration between California Society of Hospital Engineers, and then the CHA, as I mentioned earlier, and again, us, okay, so OSHPD, okay, so as well, okay, so as various task members that they were either members of the Hostel Building Safety Board or members of the industry. So the guide was brought together, and it became the gold standard, okay, so for hostel design, inspection, and construction, and it served as a model for avoiding costly delays, which sometimes are associated with large projects. Having said that, they're also associated with very small projects because some of the remodels are extremely problematic. Why? Because the recipe is not followed. So again, okay, so what I stated here, okay, so is captured, okay, so in this slide. So finally, okay, so the manual was produced, okay, so on January 15, 2006. Remember, it's a general guideline and a reference tool. It does not, okay, so constitute, okay, what we call, okay, so again, the building code. So a few years later, the foundation decided, okay, so they're going to turn the manual, okay, so to OSHPD, and from that point on, okay, so it has become our book, our manual. With the same spirit, with the same, okay, so again, intent. And then the guide was renamed, as you can see there, okay, it was renamed as Guide for Working on Projects Under OSHPD Jurisdiction. Tips from the experts. And Joe discussed, okay, so experts. If you want to be an expert, basically your heart has to be, okay, so in it. You have to have, okay, so in this case, okay, all the skills and competencies in order to deliver a successful project. And it doesn't come, okay, so without a cost. You have to dedicate the time. You want to learn. You want to see how things are coming together. So the best practices manual reflects many years of experience. Since we're short in time, one of the things that I want to discuss, okay, so is it does not constitute the California Building Code. California Building Code, the regulations and everything else that we have in place, they still stand. That's what it takes to deliver, okay, so a code-compliant project. They're the minimum requirements. but it states in plain English of what are the ingredients for us, okay, so to have, in the end, another San Marcos, in the end, another successful project, in the end, a project that we are proud of. So it has a lot of tips from the experts. Okay, so tips basically, okay, so in this case, okay, so I refer to them as tools. Why? Okay, so because tools basically eliminate, okay, so in this case, the difficult work and make things come together, okay, so you have leverage. And they are proven methods, okay, so the methods that they're incorporated in the guide. And as Paul Coleman said once, okay, so from the experts, okay, so his definition was, okay, so someone who has performed the task or job successfully at least once. So again, I miss Paul a lot of times, okay, so, but, you know, basically, okay, so Joe explained what it takes, okay, so in order to truly show expertise. Now, who we are, and a lot of people believe, okay, so that we are a building department. That's one of our functions. So we're not just a building department. If you take a look of our why we exist, what we do, our mission, our purpose, and I'm going to read it for you. We are here to advance a partnership, and I really mean it, and you're going to hear this one today through the course of our discussion with healthcare design professionals and providers to build safe, sustainable, and resilient facilities for all Californians that remain functional through all disasters. It does not say remain continuously operational. It says functional. There is a big difference. Why there is a big difference? Things are going to happen. Take, for example, earthquakes. The building is going to move. And, okay, so again, the G-board is going to crack. So what's the big deal? As long, okay, so we do not have collapse, as long as we can sweep the dust and continue, okay, so again, okay, so operations, we have fulfilled the statutory mandate. We have fulfilled the expectations of the people of California to use that facility. And that's the idea. A lot of times, okay, so I hear statements in the media or from certain entities that they say, oh, they have to be functional. Nobody said functional. Pardon me, okay, so fully operational. Nobody said that. It's not going to work. There's always a risk. There's always damage. And in the field of earthquake engineering, damage is good. No, I didn't have anything to drink this morning. Why damage is good? Okay, so because it induces dumping in the building, slows down the building, protects the building, and thereby, okay, so the building continues to work as designed. But it has to be designed in order to accommodate that damage. Now, this is not a class in earthquake engineering, but I'm just giving you some, again, okay, so tidbits there so you can understand how things really work. So, our jurisdiction, okay, so is comprised by 1,600 healthcare facilities, skilled nursing facilities, and hospitals. About 1,200 skilled nursing facilities, okay, so, and again, the rest are hospitals, 430. Now, that is 5,200 buildings, which comprise, in this case, 200,000 beds, 200 licensed beds throughout California. We're self-sufficient, self-sustained, okay, so basically, we're fee-for-service. Project comes in, they pay the fee, we don't draw money from the general fund. So that's why, okay, so in this case, our annual budget has to be very carefully managed year after year. So we have two offices, we operate through two locations, physical locations, Sacramento and Los Angeles, but we're throughout the whole state. We do have a mobile team, our field team is throughout the whole state. So again, okay, so we are where the projects are. The physical presence for us is extremely important. And when I say we have two offices, yes, we are in the office. Yes, okay, we have our door opens. No, we do not work from home. You can work through the front door, and we're going to be there. You can call, and we're going to answer our phone. As simple as that. Why? Because we are public servants, and public servants are there for you. That's our job. The office is separated into 6 geographic areas. Okay, so Sacramento, okay, so Los Angeles. This map basically tells you what's going on. Now, I know, okay, so Joe is going to freak out, okay, so because I'm taking time on this one, okay, so, but why OSHPD? So basically, why OSHPD? Okay, so we started back in 1971, okay, so not we, okay, so the people of the state of California saw the devastation and the lack of healthcare. The 1971 earthquake was first, okay, so in the series, okay, so in the late 20th centuries, that reminded Californians the risk to access to care. How many hospital buildings were vulnerable? Anyway, a lot of you know the story, okay, so in this particular situation. But I'm going to read you a passage, okay, so from the statute itself. So the legislature finds and declares that Californians will rely on their community hospitals to provide care to those who are injured, to continue to care for those already within the hospital, and to respond to the emerging needs of new patients. All hospital buildings providing acute care services in California are required to be fully functional to provide care following an earthquake as of 2030. That's a passage right out of the statute. So basically, that's who we are. That's what we do. How do we do it? Well, based on lessons learned, okay, so the earthquake pointed out, okay, so two major areas, okay, so of deficiencies. Number one, inadequate building codes. They were the same building codes for garden variety buildings. You cannot build a hospital to the same building standards, okay, so that a hotel or a restaurant is built. And then, okay, so lack of enforcement. And when we talk about lack of enforcement, we don't talk about lack of enforcement only, okay, so again, in code compliance. Okay, so as far as the paper documents or the electronic documents, we talk the most important part, quality control during construction. That's the most important part. And I'll discuss that a little later. California is a high seismic region. If we like it or not, it's a high seismic region in this case. And then all areas are at risk. It doesn't matter if you're a Central Valley, it doesn't matter if you're in the coast. So unfortunately, 75% of our population, 75% of our built environment is at the high seismicity areas. So thereby, our buildings have to be different. Our buildings have to be designed in order to basically get there. Now, earthquakes are not necessarily bad. They're pointing out, okay, so our weaknesses. They're pointing out, okay, so where we need to improve. So if you go through the history of earthquakes in California, those are milestones of where we changed the code to be where we are today. And where we are today, it's really good. We're going to produce those buildings based on the changes that we have in the building codes and standards so that we can attain what I call, okay, so in this case, the performance level dictated by the statute. But forget the statute. What the people expect is what the user expects. However, the statute itself left behind, okay, so a lot of buildings. If you take a look at this particular graphic, there were a lot of buildings that were built, okay, so in the 40s and 50s because of the Hill-Burton Act. And those buildings were not brought, okay, so into the Act. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go back in the statute where it says the legislature finds and declares that, again, the Act focused only on new hospital construction, which was based on the understanding that the useful life of hospital buildings was 20 to 30 years, and that most existing hospital buildings would be replaced by the mid-1990s. That was back in 1972. And you can see, okay, so the plethora of buildings that were built prior to 1972. Well, earthquakes are here to basically point out our vulnerabilities, what we haven't done right. This is a report card from the Northridge earthquake in 1994. The middle column shows the performance of the pre-act buildings, and okay, so all the way to the right column shows the performance of the post-act buildings. We did not have any red tags, okay, so in post-act buildings. The act did its job. But, okay, so what happened in the pre-act buildings, it was devastating. We had to evacuate 9 hospitals. And I'll discuss evacuation later on, okay, so in this case. So we have a problem. We do have an aging hospital building population in the state of California. So, but why, okay, so hospital safety is important? Well, the most important thing is safety of patient and staff. I cannot articulate better than that. Yes, it's a lot of times you hear the discussion, oh, we can evacuate. Really? You know how many patients we've lost by unhooking them, okay, so from the hospital building, because the hospital building is an artificial organism that we hook patient lives, okay, so in order to sustain them. So, and it cannot happen within an hour, and I'll show you facts for that. Patients, okay, so basically may be exposed to additional risks, like I said a minute. Hospitals basically are needed to provide medical assistance to what we call, okay, so disaster victims. They gotta be there because they are beacon for life. People are going to rush to the hospital building regardless what. Regardless if they're injured, or they want to charge their phone, or because they want water and so on. And we've seen that in disaster after disaster. Now, it is important, okay, so to our investment, your investment and our investment, it's important to the taxpayer, the community. what happens, okay, so in order to replace a hospital building, it takes minimum 10 years, and we do have the numbers in order to show you that. You cannot just basically, okay, so repair a building and bring it back, okay, so to full functionality. Now, again, remember that a hospital building is not just a healthcare institution. It supports, okay, so the economy of a community in more ways than one. So have you thought about that? Okay, so how much employment that the hospital building really provides for the area, and so on. So the first area of our responsibility is basically develop building codes and standards. I'm going to have, okay, so Richard Tannehill, okay, so in order, since, okay, so again, the development of building codes and standards is under, okay, so his responsibilities to talk about that. Building codes and standards are not new. They are prehistoric, okay, so they started a long time ago for obvious reasons, because buildings were failing, people were getting killed and so on, okay, so and the first documented building code that in existence is the Code of Hammurabi. And you all know, okay, so what it says in there. It was a performance standard. It was not a prescriptive standard, okay, so, but specifically, okay, so again, it tells you, okay, so what are the consequences? Richard, you want to take it from here?
Thank you, Chris. I guess I'm the wingman today. Actually, I'll be speaking just short little bits throughout the day, but I'll be available to answer questions throughout the day as we go through this. One of the things we want to say, if you have questions, there's little cards on your table here. Please write the questions down, and they'll be collecting them after each session. We have 4 sessions today, and we'll go through the cards and do the questions that way. So if you have questions, please write it down. On the building codes, what this is, thank you, showing is that we have a lot of volumes to do what even a few years ago was in a single volume. So there's a lot of issues that we're looking at especially for hospital construction. So those that are in the know with the code, there's a lot to be known, not for just standard construction, for healthcare as well. So the current codes contain both prescriptive and performance criteria. One of the common misconceptions here is, okay, building codes, when you do a project, it locks into that code cycle. When you submit it under the 2019 code, that project is locked into the code, the 2019 code. The administration code is different. It does not lock into a code cycle. It goes into effect 30 days after it's approved. And the reason that is, the administration code, by its name, is that's how we administer projects and how we run, how we operate. So it's process driven. So if there is a change in the administrative code, it takes effect 30 days after it gets approved. So if there's a change in the processes, you're not locked into the 2016 process. It takes place immediately. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later on. Also, just want to kind of explain, you might have heard the terms CANs and PINs. A CAN is a code application notice. That is a formal interpretation of the building code. It is enforceable, okay? That's basically our interpretation of what the code says, providing additional guidance and guidelines around that subject matter. A PIN is our policy intent notice. That is basically used in different ways. Primarily, if a code change is coming up, or we're proposing one that we want to implement now, we can do a PIN to put it into place. An example, that would be automated guided vehicles. There's nothing in the code for that now, but we have a PIN that tells you how to do that. Eventually, that may make it into the code when we see them more common. But also, they are different policies, like what to do with temporary equipment, things like that, that we can use just to provide some additional guidance. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Chris. I'll be back in a little bit, but again, remember, please write your questions down.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So if you take a look at the core objective of the hospital applicable building standards, they are there, okay, so in order to protect human life. They start, okay, so with the health philosophy in the center, meaning, okay, so that we have to provide a physical environment that does not facilitate the spread of contagious diseases. Basically, the ventilation systems must provide comfortable healing. That's what the hospital is. Okay, so bring a patient in there, okay, so and create an environment for them to heal. And of course, okay, so the system as a whole, the building as a whole, does not adversely affect, okay, so the immune suppressed system, okay, so the patient. That's what the code is based on, okay, so in this case, as far as the hospital applicable requirements. Now, commercial buildings, they will be damaged. Damage is good, as I said earlier. We cannot afford that in hospital buildings. Hospitals shall remain functional, as I mentioned earlier, regardless of what the event is. So let's take a look at the earthquake philosophy. If we take the earthquake philosophy, basically the statute itself, it says hospital buildings shall remain capable of providing services to the public. Shall remain, but there's another word in the statute, insofar as practical. So, and that's very important. What the statute says, okay, so it says damage is going to happen, but, okay, so we have to maintain functionality. So, I don't need to repeat that, okay, so, but again, there are critical equipment and systems that their job is, okay, so to support life. And that's where, okay, so again, we're very different from anybody else. When we look at the building as a whole, we look, okay, so not only the skeleton, not only the cladding, okay, so, but we look, okay, so at the organs that make the building function, all, okay, so the components that make the building function. Now, on the far side of the equation, what we have, okay, so in this case, we have something that no other buildings have. You cannot just unhook a patient and just get them out there. So, again, the philosophy is very different, defend in place. Hospital buildings are compartmentalized. Fundamentally different than any other building then in this case. So now those are what I would call the axioms that the building code is based on. And that's why you are seeing, okay, so again, okay, so why we design buildings. Don't worry, you're going to get the notes. You're going to get the slides. We're going to make the slides available to you. I said earlier, okay, so that it's not easy to evacuate a hospital building. And this is, okay, so again, a table of all the evacuated hospital buildings in the Northridge earthquake. The ones, okay, so that they had structural and non-structural damage are marked with the asterisks. The rest of them are non-structural. But take a look, 19 hours to evacuate a building. So again, but there is one that says, okay, so it only took 1 hour. Yeah, because you only had 2 patients there. So what I'm saying, okay, so in this case, and where are you going to take these people? The entire area is devastated. You're going to air vac all these people? So again, hospitals are there to remain functional. So what supports, okay, so again, the sustained operation philosophy? Well, adequate sanitation, adequate lighting, emergency power systems, medical gas systems. Again, how do you achieve this high performance that we are targeting? Number one, you have to have comprehensive building codes. Number two, you have to have compliance with those codes. I'm rendering a recipe. So basically, okay, so anybody can pick up a code and anybody can design a building. Have they followed the building code requirements? What Joe mentioned earlier, you can have entry-level people, nothing wrong with that, okay, so you can have experts, okay, so in this case. The fundamental question is, do you really know what it takes? So that's why plan review, in order to force, okay, so in this case, and I'm using a very strong word, compliance, okay, so it's needed. But plan review has to be done not by plan examiners, by experts. It's not a checklist, it is understanding the design. It's understanding, okay, so what, again, needs to be in place. And that's why OSHPAD is different. That's why we do not hire, again, technicians. That's why we do not hire plan examiners. We hire people with the expertise to really help you and be there and provide code compliance. And the most important part, and I will stress this again and again, you can have the best building codes in the world, you can have, okay, so thorough plan review, now you have a very nice set of cartoons, it's on paper, that's a compliant building, but it has to be implemented. Somebody has to build it, and it has to be built in accordance with those approved documents. So you need, okay, so continuous construction inspection and quality assurance to achieve that performance level. Joe mentioned earlier, okay, hospital buildings are very, very complex buildings. And here we have a comparison, okay, so nuclear facilities versus a hospital building, okay, so I worked on both. And I can tell you, by experience, that yes, different risks, but hospital buildings are very complex, so guess what, when it comes down to nuclear facilities. Nuclear facilities are not complex. They have different requirements, so guess what. But hospitals, again, remember, you're taking human life 24/7, and It's connected there, and basically, okay, so what you're doing, you're sustaining it. That's why I call a hospital not just a building, okay, so in this case. Basically, it's there to sustain life. You're connecting that patient to the system as a whole. So here's the recipe that I rendered a minute ago. What you need, the ingredients is codes and standards. Again, detailed plan review. Okay, so, and the most important thing, QA/QC, okay, so testing and inspection. If you don't have testing and inspection, you're gonna have issues. So, now, our other area of responsibility, okay, so as you all know, is basically plan review. Where are we today? How much work is going through the office? Well, we are $20 billion of work today, which $8 billion are out there in the field. They're constructed right now. Another $8 billion is in plan review. And there's another, okay, so $2 billion waiting. They had approval, waiting to go into construction. There's a lot of work. And that work, okay, has to be administered in the best possible way so that we can create physical environments for the people of the state of California to get the best healthcare. It's that simple. How do we deliver it as quick as possible? So in order for us to do the function of plan review, we have an astute team comprised, okay, so again, by experts. Architects, structural engineers, fire life safety officers, mechanicals, and so on. Okay, so, and of course, we do use the expertise of CGS, okay, so when it comes down to geotechnical geohazards, and also, okay, so in order to relieve the peaks, okay, so as far as workload, okay, so we have authority, statutory authority, in order to contract plan reviews out. We have a lot of processes in order to process our workload. And I'm not gonna go through one by one, okay, so we can start from preliminary review, expedited review, okay, so over-the-counter reviews. What quantifies one versus the other? Types of projects. Project comes in, gets triaged, okay, so does it qualify for basically, okay, so expedited review? Does it qualify, okay, so for an over-the-counter review? Does it qualify, okay, so for the other processes? Our job is to work with you so that we can get the project out approved. And then, of course, okay, so on the construction side, constructed. But as you see there, there's a preliminary review. One of the tips, okay, so is talk to us. When you start at schematics, schedule a preliminary review. Start on the right foot. We've seen it all. We will advise you. We'll tell you, here is what works, here what doesn't work. You might want to think about this. Did you pay attention? I didn't say, you shall do this. I said, you might want to think about this. We are your partner. We are your collaborators. And that's what my discussion is going to be today. I understand, okay, so what the discussions are going on out there, okay, so, but I'm here to tell you, we're here for you. We're a member of the team, the same team. As I said, there are a lot of processes, okay, so which are described in the code, describing our pins, as well as our cans, okay, so, and so on, okay, so. Now, the review, okay, so, as I said, okay, so it's happening real time, okay, so it's done, okay, so electronically, it's done over the counter, okay, so again, but primarily, how the work comes to us, but today, is electronically. Do we still have paper? Yeah, we do. Okay, so, but 99% of the work is coming in electronically. That allows us to have, okay, so again, all the reviewers working at the same time, versus before, which was linear, because we didn't have that many sets of documents and so on, okay, so that's another efficiency that we have realized over the years. So the projects are separated into two types, S projects, small projects, versus H projects, large projects. Now, so S projects, okay, so primarily do not include structural work. So they are usually remodels, renovations, and so on. Okay, so, and H projects, which are the larger projects. How do we process that? And most of you are probably familiar with that. Project comes in, okay, so again, the team has 5 days to triage the project. It has to be triaged within 5 days. All the evaluation, okay, so architectural, electrical, mechanical, and so on. At that point in time, the decision is made, does it qualify, okay, so for an expedited review? If it is, we'll put it there. Does it qualify, okay, so for an over-the-counter? Or, okay, so it's larger, and so on. So the minute that it's accepted for review because it's complete, because we don't want to go back and forth, okay, so which utilize a lot of time, then the review starts. Now, when the review starts, there are designated times for approval. Managed projects, the designated time for review and approval is negotiated, okay, so with the client. All the rest of them go, okay, so into a very different bucket, what we call APADs, Anticipated Plan Approval Date. And when it comes down to APADs, okay, so again, okay, so the date of review and approval you will know it in advance before you even submit the project, because we do have a calculator on our website that you can calculate based on the type of project, how long will it take to be reviewed and approved. And we're talking about the full cycle, not just only one cycle, okay, so the first, again, return, if there is one. Okay, so what's based on that is based on weighted average, based on the data that we have. And I'll explain in a second how that works. So again, yes, okay, so there are old fairy tales, okay, so the 60-30-30, the 80-40-40, that doesn't exist, okay, so in this case. So if you go on our website, which, okay, so this process came in, okay, so in 2018, what you will see under the plan review process and goal, and if you go all the way to the bottom, you will see the anticipated approval, okay, so link. If you click on it, what you will see the calculator. And then if you go in the calculator, you will see different categories of different projects. So, and then, okay, so pick, okay, so the characteristics that fit your project, and click on the, give me the results, and it will tell you the number of days they will take for the project to be reviewed. When you submit the project, you're going to get an email, and it will say, your project will be approved by this date. And it includes your time and our time. So you know, in this case, okay, so when your project is going to be approved. After the project, okay, so basically is approved, you're going to get a report card. And this report card will tell you how did everybody do. So what you see right there in the blue bar, you will see, compared to all the projects in that bucket of information, how did you do? The red line, did you utilize more time? Did you utilize lesser time? And this is the cumulative, us and you. And then, of course, okay, so the lighter blue, it will tell you, okay, so in this case, how did OSHPAD do? In, again, okay, so the following bar, okay, so it will tell you how did you do, and then it will tell you the hours spent, and then it will tell you, okay, so in this case, how many back checks, okay, so we go all the way down to the plan reviewer to see how the plan reviewer performed. Accountability is one of our core values. That simple. Okay, so that holds us accountable, and then, okay, so when you say, you know, it took too long, well, here's how you did, okay, so in this case. Now, we do about 16,000 reviews a year. Not one or two, 16,000 reviews a year. So the average days to review a project is 11.34 days. That's the average. So I'm going to go back a little bit. Okay, so if you take a look, okay, so again, okay, so about 10,000 projects are done within 10 days. It's 64% of our workload. Just to show you, okay, so what's really happening. My question has always been, do we improve, do we change, okay, so because again, the idea is to improve constantly. So I went back, okay, so in 2013, same seminar that we did here, and I pulled, okay, so this, again, old slide, okay, so, and I said, we have different buckets, okay, so projects right here, and what you can see, they're subdivided, okay, so to 0 to 10,000, 10,000 to 25, and so on, okay, so, and then I looked at it and I said, all right, okay, so here's how much time we took in months, 2.9 months, 3.2, and then, okay, so if you take a look from $10,000 to $250,000, those were projects that the design team spent more time with the project than OSHPAD, the blue versus the red vertical column. And then above $250,000, OSHPAD basically spent more time on the project than the design team. Now, the other thing that it was of interest to me was how many back checks those projects had. And then that line of delineation showed me that projects that they were more with the design team had less than 2 back checks versus projects that were more with OSHPAD that had more than 2 back checks. Well, did we change? So here is, okay, so again today, because it was done back in May, for this year only. So, and then if you take a look, what we have, okay, so in this case, is we do have, I'm comparing the number of months, and what you see in green there is that today we're spending lesser time than we did back in 2013, with the exception of the 2 reds there. Well, back in 2013, okay, so the line of delineation was at $250,000. Where is the line of delineation today? It's at $2.5 million, that they have lesser than 2 back checks. Okay, so and then everything after that have more than 2 back checks. Now, who spent how much time? Well, look by yourself. The orange is the design professional and the blue is OSHPAD. What do you want me to tell you? Send the project back as quick as possible and we'll process the project back, okay, so as quick as possible. Work with us. Again, I'm not making this up. This is data. Data is powerful. And the reason I'm using it is because we use data to improve. That's the whole idea. Do we have projects that they get out with no back checks? Absolutely. Here, okay, so it's a bucket of projects that they get out, okay, so without any back checks. How long does it take? For up to $500,000, which is the majority of our work, about 75% of our work, okay, so it's 18 days. Projects between 500,000 to 5 million, they get done, okay, so in 25 days. And then projects that they're between 5 million and 10 million, okay, so they take about 37 days. So here's the tip, it's in the book. Provide complete quality plans in order to eliminate or reduce back checks and thereby decrease the overall time to plan approval. Very simple. So you submit a project and you get, okay, so this comment back. Please clarify. Clarify what? I have a duct penetration and all the ingredients are in place. Clarify what? Okay, so in this case. So that's a no-no. Okay, so if you get a comment like that, call us. Okay, so in this case. Richard or Rush or myself, call us. Call the supervisor. That's a totally inappropriate comment. So here is my policy. And technically it's not mine, it's the statute. Regarding plan review comments. Comments that are not in writing, doesn't matter if it's out in the field, doesn't matter, okay, so if you get, okay, so again, a verbal comment, okay, so comments that are in writing don't exist. Don't have to comply with that. Simple as that. The next thing is, if there is a non-compliance issue, the comment has to be explicit telling you why it doesn't meet the building code requirement. This clarified stuff doesn't apply. In other words, okay, so the comment says it doesn't meet section so and so, okay, so because, take for example a footing, doesn't comply with section 1925. Based on what? Doesn't have enough reinforcement? Does it fail in shear? Does it fail in bending? Based on what? It has to be as explicit as it gets. And if you don't, let us know, okay, so in this case. Now, this comment says, through penetration shall have an approved fire stop system in accordance with, again, the section 713.3.1.2. Well, the design profession says, what are you talking about? Okay, so I'm saying a white sealant there, okay, so. What is the violation, okay, so approved by whom, okay, so and so on. Anyway, I don't want to trivialize that, okay, so, but what I'm saying is the comment have to be as explicit as they get, otherwise it doesn't exist. In order to expedite our work, we have pre-approvals. And then you can go on our website, we have pre-approvals, okay, so from every aspect, okay, so. We have brand new pre-approval for prefabricated components and systems. Why, okay, so because of site fabrication is starting to gain traction. And thereby, okay, so we do have, okay, so a brand new approach, methodology. All right, so anyway, our website, okay, so basically it has wealth of information and wealth of tools that you can actually follow in order to make your life easier. Follow it. The pre-approvals are an enormous tool. Utilize the pre-approvals as much as you can. So right out of the book, here are some tips. The designer, okay, so may contact the regional supervisor prior to submitting an application to OSHPA to assist them in determining a process with best fits. Remember, call us. We'll tell you, okay, so in this case, what's the best approach. Use the pre-approvals as I mentioned earlier. Seismic certification, seismic qualification, okay, so pre-approved details, which we are planning, okay, so to bring more, again, pre-approved details, okay, so why? Why should I review it again and again and again? I've seen it once, I've seen it twice, okay, so now, okay, so let's publicize so that you can use it so you know exactly what formulates a detail with code compliance. One of the things, okay, so that we have, okay, so on our website, we have reminder lists. So, and those reminders lists, okay, so are invaluable. They come in different forms. They come in as FAQs. If we get a question more than 2 times, we will issue a frequently asked questions. There is no reason, okay, so why, okay, so we should keep it to ourselves. They basically become tools, okay, so in order for us, okay, so to bring efficiencies out on the website. Now, those checklists, and other companies have their own checklists, okay, so basically they have created those checklists in order to bring efficiencies in their work. Use ours, okay, so again, develop yours, okay, so because, okay, so without checklists, again, okay, so you can create all kinds of issues. And if something is ambiguous, something, okay, you haven't seen it, you have a question, here's my advice. Pick up the phone. We will answer our phones. We are in the office. Now, I threw this slide in, okay, so because what Joe mentioned earlier, okay, so about pilots. A pilot does not start basically a plane without going through a checklist. Why? We're humans. We tend to forget things. So the idea is, okay, so just use the checklist. Okay, so the checklist that we have, essentially, they're a pre-reviewed checklist. In other words, they give you a cursory review, okay, before you submit something that you didn't forget something. That's all. Okay, so they can eliminate human errors, they can eliminate items that you forgot, and so on. Okay, so take advantage of it. Other tips. We have, yes, the building code is the building code, but sometimes it requires, okay, so a little clarification. So we issue code application notice. The code application notice basically, okay, so discusses project under OSHPA jurisdiction. A lot of times we see projects submitted to us that are not within our jurisdiction. And that kills time, okay, so in this case. We'll return it, okay, so, but it's designed to our standards, submitted to us, okay, so that kills time, okay, so and so on. And it eliminates what is under our jurisdiction and what's not. Can 2-102 remodel? Oh my goodness, I cannot talk enough about this. We have discrete seminars about that. Remodels are very difficult projects. Why? Because we gotta deal with existing conditions, which we'll discuss in the course of the discussion today. The accessibility can. I cannot overemphasize how important it is, okay, so for every project. Pick it up, study it before you even start. Use it as a checklist. Again, okay, so it will save you time. It will save you, okay, so back checks. Another area of responsibility for us is construction observation. The operative word here is not inspection. The operative word here is construction observation. We don't inspect. And if one of us inspects, you gotta let me know. The job for the inspector is the special inspector and the IOR, not OSHPA. You with me? Okay. Richard, you hear that? So, and I'll explain why, okay, so in this case. So, as I said earlier, okay, so again, hostel buildings are very complex. And if you take a look, failures happen because of lack of inspection. And remember, it's the third element that I showed you earlier. And the Seismic Safety Act, okay, so in 1972 pointed out that we have to have a comprehensive multi-level of QA/QC. And it starts with who? The design professional of record. That's where it starts from. You know, it's kind of interesting because we take a look at how our industry works, and I know Joe is cringing out there, says you're chewing up time. But our industry is very, very problematic. If I have a manufacturer element, all from the design to manufacturing to quality control, okay, so it is all under the auspice of one entity. The corporation, the company, the owner. Why? Because they are liable, because they're going to warranty that component. In our building industry, it's interesting. The owner says, I want a building. They go and get a design professional. Design professional basically puts it on paper. Then we do the plan review. Then the contractor, okay, so basically we have to build it. But who is really responsible for the quality of the work? The owner. The owner hires the design professional. The owner hires the IOR. The owner is responsible for the quality of the work. Why? Because it's their building. And if the owner does not really want quality building, that's a problem. So anyway, where do we fit in this whole equation? We fit in this whole equation, okay, so because, again, our job is to observe the work of the design professional out in the field, the special inspector, okay, so, and okay, so the IOR. That's our job, to basically observe the work. Now do inspection. So, you know the OSHPA team, okay, so it is comprised, okay, so by our field staff, the regional compliance officer with the supervisor, the compliance officer, fire life safety, district structure engineer, and then the other members of the QA/QC team, okay, so inspectors, design professionals, contractor, builders, owners representative. Now, let me tell you how important this is. And I pulled these slides from another presentation that I had, okay, so that was given at the national level. We started this because of the Seismic Safety Act back in 1972, and we have been ahead of everybody else. In 1982, Congress was involved because of several construction failures. Several high-profile structural failures that occurred, okay, so in the US between 1970 and 1982. basically forced, okay, so again, Congress to be involved. So in 1973, we had the collapse of the Skyline Plaza, 26-story reinforced concrete residential building, okay, so in Virginia. Then we had the sudden collapse, okay, so of the Rosemont Horizon Arena, okay, so in Chicago. I don't know if you remember that. Trusses just fell under their own load, okay, so because of the bottom cords. Again, okay, so then we had the Hyatt Regency collapse and so on, okay. So how can this happen? So Congress got involved, okay, so basically they came up, okay, so with a report and they said, we need to improve communications during construction processes. Communication of who? Design professional, inspector, contractor, and everybody else. And we need construction inspection. So special inspection was born. But it did not come to California, did not come into the ICBO territory, okay, so until later. The first code to implement it was, okay, so BOCA, the National Building Code. And then, okay, so it came in 1994, okay, so in Chapter 17, in terms of Chapter 17, after the Northeast earthquake. Really? We gotta understand, okay, so in this case, okay, so that we need construction observation in order to implement what's in the approved documents. So how many people do you have involved during construction? Do you think, okay, so that omissions and errors are gonna happen? Absolutely. Is that, okay, so again, intentional? No, it's not intentional. We're humans, things happen. So that's why, okay, so we need, okay, so that oversight. So anyway, in the IBC came later on, okay, so in terms of Chapter 17, so I gave you a little background, a little history to tell you how important that portion of the work is. So the hostile inspector, I cannot overemphasize their importance. As simple as that. I cannot overemphasize their importance. They're hired by the hostile owner. They have 3 masters. They work, okay, so under the direction of the design professional, if the design professional is doing their job. And then they're monitored, okay, so by us. So basically, okay, so in this case, their work has of paramount importance out in the field. Our tip, okay, so right out of the book, okay, so it says, selecting, okay, so again, an IOR with critical skills and abilities that fits the requirements of the project. Fits the requirements of the project, okay, so is of paramount importance. So, yes, they have the certification, but do they have the competence for that project, okay, so experience and so on, okay, so I'm not gonna belabor you that, okay, so it's all in the tips, okay, so it's all, okay, so in the administrative code, okay, so, but it's one of the most important decisions that needs to be made, okay, so literally, okay, so before the project proceeds. Otherwise, I know you're gonna laugh with these cartoons right here, okay, so, but otherwise, this is what you're gonna get. Now, at this point in time, I need to make a parenthesis. I'm going to say, a lot of times, okay, so our field staff will give direction out there that is not written in the field report. It doesn't exist. If basically, okay, so it's not in the field report that they will leave behind, and it's not with the appropriate code section, it doesn't exist. You do not have to do what they're telling you to do. Do you want to repeat that? Do you want me to repeat that? All right. So, this is not an easy task as far as quality control. This is a very complex task. The reason why I'm saying this is because the requirements, okay, so as far as testing and inspection, because of the importance throughout, okay, so all, okay, so parts of Title 24, including Part 1, okay, so in this case, are enormous. That's why, okay, so we decided, okay, so to step in. This is not ours, but we decided to step in and issue the TIO, one of the most important documents, okay, that has to be out in the field for basically completing all parts of the recipe. Joel and his team are going to talk about the TIO. And of course, I have some examples here. What is supposed to happen? Okay, so, well, and I have all 4 entities right there, the design team, us, contractor, and the IOR. So basically, okay, so the design team is supposed to identify existing conditions. Doesn't matter, okay, so if it's a greenfield hospital. It doesn't matter if it is, again, a remodel. A remodel is of paramount importance. Why, okay, so it's of paramount importance? Because pay me now or pay me later. In other words, okay, so if you're not going to put your boots, okay, so your jeans, and you're going to climb up, okay, so again, above the ceiling and evaluate the existing conditions, you're going to have delays. You're going to have change orders because when the contractors start building, the cartoons that you have prepared and we have approved, they're not going to fit. So thereby, okay, so it takes a lot of what I would call, okay, so again, existing conditions assessment up front. And yes, the owner has to pay for that. Pay me now or pay me later. Change orders are more expensive later. So when it comes down to the OSHPA reviewers, we have to identify every code deficiency so they can be corrected. And when it comes down to the contractor, they have to build. We have any contractors here? They have to build in accordance with the approved documents, right? So, and then of course we have the IORs, okay, so that they gotta inspect for conformance with the approved documents. IORs are not a designer. IORs are not OSHPA. All they have to do is follow the direction of the design professional and build, make sure, okay, so the project is built in accordance with the approved documents. Simple as that. We see a lot of times all kinds of issues of where the IOR becomes the designer. It's not your job. Yep. So, what really happens? What really happens is basically the design, okay, so, uses a set of documents, and as-built, okay, so they design from it. Existing conditions are different. The OSHPA reviewers, we don't do coordination. We don't do, okay, so in this case, okay, so again, all kinds of other things. Our job is, does it comply, yes or no? That's our job. Contractor, well, the contractor now, it's up to them to make it work. He builds according to the approved drawings, accounting for variations in the existing conditions, and the uncertainty in the code, as well as the approved documents, and corrects unbuildable conditions. How are those unbuildable conditions are corrected? Through RFIs and change orders, right? So what does the IOR do? It inspects for conformance with the approved drawings and the code, identify major and minor code deficiencies, and, okay, so basically attempts to be flexible, okay, so when the code is unclear or where the design is unbuildable. What problems then do we encounter when those things happen, not in the proper sequence? You're going to have unforeseen conditions. Why? Because, okay, so again, we did not spend the time up front. Work that does not match the approved documents. Code deficiencies that were not caught during plan review. And then code interpretation issues. So all those things are going to delay the work. So there is a code application notice 17-153, which is going to guide you, okay, so in this case. And that code, okay, so application basically gives you the tools. Does anybody know what code application I'm talking about? The materially alter, right? So your first line of action is talk to the field staff. Then, okay, so the field staff, they need to verify, okay, so what's happening there, what needs to be fixed, okay, so with their supervisor. Now, yes, there are going to be changes. And changes happen left and right. We're talking about construction projects. The only time that we get involved is if those changes materially alter the approved documents. That's the only time that we get involved. Changes are going to happen. But if it's a non-material change, and the code application notice, okay, so defines what's material versus non-material, okay, so in this case, so that way, okay, so everybody's in the same, again, path. So project is going to move forward. So my tip here, okay, so is study, okay, so again, okay, so the materially altered code application notice. So more tips. Timely submittals, redesigns, other methods of compliance, okay, so, and material substitutions. Just bring them in timely. Don't wait for the deferral approvals. Bring them in on time. Avoid redesign and material substitutions after construction starts. Install materials in accordance with the construction documents, manufacturing installation instructions. If you deviate, it might result in a material change. Make sure that your installation instructions and material submittals are available to who? The inspector. They got to inspect, okay, if it's installed properly. And a lot of times the inspector does not have that documentation. So how are they going to basically, okay, so inspect for conformance? Install pre-approved construction documents, review and changes. We see specified, okay, so pre-approval details, and then you go out there and it's built different. It's a material change. And so on. There are tips after tips after tips, okay, so take advantage of this document. This is a required and mandatory reading for our staff, as simple as that. Yes, they know the code, but this document brings everything together. Because what we tell you is not a secret. They gotta know it themselves. So you will get, okay, so the slides. Now, our policy, and I mentioned earlier, documents stand as approved. Sometimes things are missed. what is that miss? Does it result in, okay, so again, imminent life threat? Then, okay, so it has to be changed. If there is such a change, and the field staff discovers it, they cannot act upon it. They need to discuss it with their supervisor. We do have an internal process called the ERAD process. And the ERAD process says, okay, what is that? So we can discuss it, and we can judge if we're going to force a change or not. If it's material change, and okay, so it results, okay, so in this case, into what I said, imminent threat to life, yes, we will force the change. Otherwise, we're not. So it's up to the design professional. And so on, it gives you, okay, so again, the recipe here, okay, so which is in our policies. As I said earlier, insofar as practical, the plans will stand as approved. That's why we have this process. So only if it results in imminent life threat, okay, so then, okay, so we will force the change. Over-the-counter reviews. Over-the-counter reviews have several forms. So basically, they can be done in the office, they can be done out in the field, they can be done remotely. Okay, so again, we have all the tools. There's no secret to there. When it comes down again to prioritizing changes, okay, so again, critical changes to the construction path, okay, so that they are going to affect, okay, so adversely, okay, so the schedule, we'll prioritize them. So, and yes, the over-the-counters are alive and well, okay, so, and they have several formats. Since we're talking about changes, I want to share with you, okay, so this slide. We keep track of everything. So the middle, again, pie chart, which I'm going to enlarge, okay, shows over-the-counters by numbers. And this is just for this year, January 1st to now. Take a look at the two major pipe, again, segments. Who is the originator of over-the-counters? 26%, 27% is the contractor. And okay, so 20%, okay, so in this case is the owner. Now, a lot of times they say, OSHPD forces change orders. We don't force change orders. Change orders come to us if they materially alter, okay, so the work. Now, take a look at on the cost side, okay, so again, the cost of the over-the-counters. Same number, but okay, so here, they are graphed in terms of what the cost of each change order is. So if you take a look, okay, so again, $50 million in change orders from the beginning of the year now, generated by the owner. And then, okay, so, yeah, I can go back, okay, so the next larger, okay, so segment, okay, so in this case, discover conditions. Discover conditions. What really drives me up the wall, okay, so is, there is another category under the discover conditions. We will subdivide it in a greenfield hospital that you have control 100% of the parameters of design from up front. We have unforeseen conditions? Really? Anyway, I'm digressing. So, and we give you the recipe of all kinds of things in there of how ACDs are going to be performed. I'm not going to spend time on that, okay, so because, again, we're approaching, okay, so the top of the hour, okay, so now I want to leave time, okay, so for the questions and answers. But when it comes to the, yes, Joe?
Yeah, Chris, in the remaining 15 minutes, I want to invite everybody, if you have questions for both Iceman and Maverick, please write them down on the piece of paper in front of you and push them off to the sides, and we'll collect them and answer those questions at 10:05. Sorry, Chris.
Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, that's perfect. So what I have another 5 or 6 slides, okay, so in here that show, okay, so in this case, what's a material change, what's not material change. It won't add, okay, so in the discussion, okay, so, but you will have the slides, as I said earlier. But also, okay, so again, our amended construction, again, guidance that we have in terms, okay, so of materially altered code change, code application notice, will give you all the guidance in the Word. Plus, okay, so we do give, Richard, okay, so goes out there and gives seminars constantly on, again, okay, so this particular subject, because it's a very important subject. So as I said, okay, so the following slides, okay, so just give you examples. And we have more important slides to discuss, okay, so in this case, of what constitutes material alter versus not. So anyway, I'll jump over, okay, so in this case, and I'm going to discuss, okay, so another area of our responsibility, which is the seismic compliance program or the seismic retrofit program. And again, that topic by itself, okay, so it takes an entire seminar, but I'm just going to basically describe it for the newcomers in the industry, what it is. In the 1994, okay, so the statute was amended to bring forward, okay, so those existing buildings and their compliance that they were left behind. So the first requirement was for those buildings to be evaluated and be ranked in specific seismic categories based on their performance. And we have 5 categories, from the collapse hazards all the way, okay, so to a new building. So the SPC1s and SPC2s are for pre-1973 building based on the, again, risk to life. And then after the 1973, based on the type of construction and when they were constructed, SPC3s, 4s, and 5s. The SPC3s, 4s, and 5s don't do anything. They are compliant buildings. The SPC1 and SPC2s have to be in compliance, okay, so by 2030. Unfortunately, okay, so there are a lot of extensions that they have brought a good number of SPC1 buildings and SPC2 buildings where we are today. And you can see the plethora of extensions. And that creates, okay, so a behavior that is unfortunately very problematic. So where are we today? So here is a graph of where we are today, where we started as far as SPC1 buildings, okay, so and the rest of them, and where we are today. We have made progress as far as brand new buildings. Take a look at the green line. The green line, okay, so basically keeps increasing. Why? Because those owners understand that the average age of a hostel building today here in California is 75 years old. How are you going to perform from a building, okay, so that it was designed to deliver healthcare services of 1940s or 50s, okay, so to the demands that we have today? Anyway, I'll leave it at that. But it gives you, okay, so in this case, okay, so again, where we are today. Yes, we still have, again, 50 SPC1 buildings, unforgivable for today. And we do have, okay, so 700 SPC2 buildings. Those are not true SPC2 buildings, but that's a discussion for another seminar. So what are the options there? Okay, so the options there, okay, so is seismic retrofit, replacement, or rebuild. Those are the options, okay, so in this case. If you want more information, that information is on our website. So you can see, okay, so the status of compliance, you can see the status of the extension. So we have the links here, or just go in Google and say, okay, so in this case, OSHPD, okay, so SPC1 buildings, it will get you there. So that's the easiest finder. The next area of responsibilities are Hostel Building Safety Board that are responsible for the work that you see here today. Okay, so it's an advisory board, it's our right hand. Okay, so it, again, anything we do will filter it through the Hostel Building Safety Board. It's statutorily mandated, it's an advisory board again. Again, we use them also as, okay, so a board of appeals. So another area, okay, so is, again, our emergency response authority given to us by statute. After any peril, natural or man-made, our job is to go out there, take a look of the damage, and then either post the building green, that it can operate, or yellow, because we do have damage that basically, okay, so it's going to prohibit, okay, so work from that area, or red, okay, so that basically the building has to be evacuated based on the amount of damage. And it doesn't matter if it's fires, it doesn't matter, okay, so if it's wind, seismic, and so on, okay, so. And another area that has been bestowed upon us, okay, so by statute is research. You cannot bring forward to you the information that we generate. You cannot update codes. You cannot bring healthcare design, okay, to where it is today without looking into the future. We have to look 10 years ahead, and we have to be different. The code is not there to stop innovation. The code is not there, okay, so basically to say, it's not in the code, we cannot do it. No, we shall do it. So that's why we do extensive research, and we're involved in all kinds of areas, primarily in seismic and other areas, okay, so, but again, our job is to look ahead. Talk to us. You have the surveys. You don't really need the surveys. Simple email will work. Simple phone call will work. We want to hear from you. You are our partners. We do have an informal appeals process. Disagreements are going to happen. Again, okay, so I implemented this code provision this way, okay, so the plan reviewer, okay, so disagrees. You don't, it's not a stopping point. We need to discuss it, and we can find, okay, so a solution. The idea is there are several ways, okay, so in order to find a solution. The code is written in text for a reason. To fit in that text 1,000,001 different solutions from different avenues. As long as it complies, we're good enough. And when I say as long as it complies, as long that solution meets the intent of the code, we're good. And that's why we have the CPR process. And there are 4 levels of CPR. First, talk to the plan reviewer. Discuss it. Do they understand what's really happening? You'll be surprised, guess what communication does. If that doesn't work, discuss it with their supervisor. Or appeal it to their supervisor. And if that doesn't work, appeal it to the deputy division chiefs, Richard or Ash. If that doesn't work, I'm here. Simple as that, okay, so in this case. And I'm going to find a solution. Either be an alternate method of compliance, I'm going to find a solution. The idea is to move forward. That's what engineering is all about. Engineer a solution. So anyway, okay, so the advice is, I know what the advice says, okay, so my advice is talk to us. We'll get you there. We have a lot of processes. So we have the old traditional processes, PATS, and then we have, okay, so new awesome processes because, okay, so our job is not to be stopped by what we have done yesterday. Our job is to move forward and find new ways of doing our business. So I don't expect you to read that, but, okay, so again, process after process. Why? To provide service. Why? To provide efficiency, so then in this case. So this is not our statistics. This is the statistics that come from the Research Institute, okay, so okay, so again, awesome processes. That says, okay, so that OSHPAD has more processes than anybody else. 49 PATs, as a matter of fact. Okay, so anyway, and we don't stop there. And continuously, we find new processes to increase our efficiency. Efficiency is the key word there. I'll stop here. Should we talk about ESP? Joe? Okay. Richard?
Thank you, Chris. I think you're done. Again, if you have questions, go ahead and pass them to the end of the aisles. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the electronic service process. They put me last so they can blame me for going overtime. Basically, the e-service portal is your access to our data. So there's a lot of ways you can get in there, but we're going to kind of talk just briefly, just a few slides on what this will provide for you. Everything we do pretty much is online now. We're about 100% plan reviews is electronic now. Okay, and that is your access to your data is through the client access program. Okay, so you can, from this, you can register your accounts, you can get your PINs as for owners, you can manage your account, you can see where the projects are at any time, you can see the upload status, you can see the plan review status. There's a lot of information there, and there's a link here that'll be available to you to get access to that. There is a public access, everyone has visibility from our website, but to get the actual data on your specific projects, you do need to log in, create a login and get in. I just said that. And so you can search by facility, see what projects are for that facility. You can also search by staff. You can search by your license and see what projects are under there. So there's a lot of ways to access the data that's there. Again, most people use this to track their progress of their projects, and what comments you can see which comments come available after that discipline is done reviewing. So a lot of information on there. There's a lot of access to our pre-approval programs, small rural hospital programs. So again, take advantage of that. There's a huge. We have people that do customer service, if you have questions or want to figure out how to use it, there are numbers you can call to help with that. So with that, do we have any questions?
Oh, excellent. Yeah, we have some questions. Hey, can we give it up to both Iceman and Maverick? I got to tell you, I have never sat in a meeting where Chris Tokas was ahead of time by 5 minutes. It's a miracle. All right, thank you. Awesome. We have some questions. So you guys ready? If there's public access to the project, is there public access to the project assessment? Who is the form sent to?
The project assessment is on our website. Okay, so and I gave the address. Okay, so how you can access it? It's under plan review.
Yeah.
So now let me clarify that. Everything we do is public information. The first entity that receives the project assessment is the design team and the owner. If somebody else wants it, it can be made available. Okay?
We get a lot of questions from owners saying, can I research all the old ones, see who's doing a good job and who's not? At this time, we cannot provide that information.
Okay, why is the contractor not included in the list of individuals responsible for quality control?
I didn't say that. Remember, the contractor does, okay, so QA, quality assurance. That's their responsibility, and it's in the contract that they signed. So if you didn't hear it, that's their job. Yes, okay, so they're the primary entity on the QA side. And okay, so everybody else is on the QC side. Good?
Yeah. One of the things we do encourage is that the contractor get involved very early on in the project. So they're doing that QA through the design process. We don't like to see is, well, the owners don't like to see value engineering. That should be done early on, because then that doesn't, that involves usually redesign. So that's a big area where you're going to be saving time.
All right. Looking out 10 years, air taxis to hospital for loading and unloading on roof. Is this something that we should start thinking about and considering?
We already have it. Okay, so again, most hospitals, they do have a helipad on the top. So it's the earlier taxi, if you will.
Anyone comment?
Okay.
I don't see it being on the roof, to be honest with you. It's going to be at the front door still. And that's just going to be providing a pad.
All right. Who fills in the form if an ACD change is due to the owner or contractor?
The DPOR does all ACDs. They're responsible for ACDs with the help of their consultants.
How and when will we be able to receive the slides from the tips of the day? You'll get that by the end of the day?
By the end of the day, they'll be yours.
You can walk out the door with those.
Yeah, and you all have the only copies of the tips of the manual in front of you, and just kind of a full transparency here. We are continuing to edit some of it, so there'll be an official release will be later on, but y'all got a sneak peek of that.
Last, we are recording the session today, and it will be chopped up into increments, and it will be posted on the web.
Fire Standard 850 form, STD 850 form completion has been a recent source of conflict with our local fire jurisdiction. Can HCI help in this matter at the state levels?
What we are doing is we are working with our partners left and right. It has been brought to our attention, and we are in the process of discussions to see how we can find a common ground for that conflict not to happen.
The best solution we're seeing right now is get all people involved in a meeting, because this has more recently than become an issue. We have talked to CDPH, we've offered to do training to industry, but we're finding that most problems are resolved once we get the parties together and know what's required in defining jurisdictions.
For an OSHPD 2 SNF building, what discretion does an owner have in electing to not provide temporary heating cooling to a building during replacement of heating cooling equipment? Is it dependent upon duration or shutdown of heating cooling equipment?
Build in the winter.
Let's talk about discretion, in this case. First of all, if that's an operational requirement, remember, the minute that we build the building, from that point on, it passes into the realm of CDPH. So if you do have patients there, you got to maintain the operational requirements. So in order to maintain the operational requirements, then you got to involve CDPH, and the CDPH is going to involve us. The question is, yes, you shall have heating. Question is, what are those alternate means and methods to have that heating? And then we get involved and we'll help you to get there.
There's a target temperature that has to be met. You just have to demonstrate how you'll do that.
Inspectors versus special inspectors, what's the difference?
Say pay.
Well, let's put it this way. A person cannot be master of all techniques. So thereby, you do need special skills for certain components. And one of the items is medical gases, for example. So you need, so the person with those expertise to inspect that system. Now, of course, so we're going to qualify, so that special inspector through our OPA program. So they're going to work under the IOR in this case in order for the IOR, so to make sure that things are happening properly. and thereby okay, fulfills, okay, so again, the building code requirements. So are there exceptions to that? Yes. The exceptions come in, okay, so when we look at the qualifications of the IOR for that particular item.
About SPC and NPC, why is the number for SPC2 building increasing over the years if all the buildings should be at least SPC3 after SB73? 1950?
Very good question. In 2007, we looked at the number of SPC1 buildings, and it was still as it was, I guess, in 2001. There was no movement. And the question was, the deadline at that point in time, it was 2013, which of course later on it was expanded. So at that point in time, we had to make a decision looking at the building, at the SPC1 building inventory. And the decision was, not all SPC1s are the same. There are some that they are more critical than others as far as life safety, okay, so collapse hazards. So we basically, in OSHPAD, as part, okay, so of our research, we developed what's called, okay, so a probabilistic evaluation methodology, the hazards methodology. And that was based on the hazards at that point in time. In other words, between 2006 or later on 2010, that time window, all the way to 2030, what is the risk for an earthquake to happen? What's the risk for, okay, so again, the magnitude of ground motion that's going to generate on the site based, okay, so on those deficiencies that the building would have, and thereby the probability of collapse. And buildings with lower probability of collapse, even though they're technically SPC1 buildings, we move them into the SPC2 category, and we tag them as SPC2Hs, hazards qualified, so that we can give them more time, and thereby we can move forward, based on risk, the most collapse hazard buildings, so thereby we can prioritize, okay, so the resources, meaning the money to be, again, spent appropriately to buildings that they need to be replaced. And I'll be happy to discuss that more extensively if you want.
Yeah, that's an answer from a true expert.
How do you know if a contractor or owner is responsible for an ACD?
Because of the declaration made on the ACD, which comes from the team, not us.
If OSHPAD is encouraging contractor involvement in design, are they a proponent of design build and, more importantly, progressive design build?
We don't look at the delivery method.
Yeah.
We look at the product. So however you get there in a good manner, we're all in favor of it.
If code changes go into effect 30 days after approval, will that affect projects already under review with approval construction documents, ACDs?
Clarification, the administrative code only goes into effect 30 days after approval. The building code goes into effect on a certain cycle. Okay, so the projects are locked into a building code for the building standards. The administrative code is our processes. That's how we operate. That's the requirements of the inspectors. That's the requirements of submittals. It's all process-oriented. Those go into effect 30 days after. So if our process changed, older projects may be subject to them as well. An example, if we started changing the fees for ACD reviews, your project isn't locked into the old schedule. Everything complies with that current. It's not happening. I'm just using that as an example. But so the process goes into place now. We can't track processes based on different cycles because we can't operate that way.
Can we access submitted approved documents from previous OSHPAD projects from the website? If in case of paper, the approved documents were in paper, can you get them that way also? Yes.
If I'm understanding the question, no, each project has to be submitted new. You can use the pre-approvals, but you can't use a previously approved document. I'm assuming that's the question.
Can we access submitted or approved documents from previous?
The answer is
OSHPAD?
yes.
You can access them, yes. You can't reuse them.
If OSHPAD reviewer uses a code section as a catch-all for several various comments, is that still valid?
Only if the comment is valid to the 7 comments. No, we would expect, as Chris talked about, very distinct explanations. We do get comply with CBC. that doesn't tell you anything. And in that case, make the phone call, ask the question, because don't delay it until your next back check and make a guess, and then you're wrong, and then you get the same comment back, repeat comment, comply. You know, ask the question. Otherwise, you're killing time. And our direction to our staff is to provide clear, distinct direction. If you're not getting that, you know, feel free to ask the question. If it's not getting done, escalate it. And Chris mentioned CPRs. This is where you have a disagreement in the code interpretation. Don't be afraid of CPRs. They are not something you should be afraid of. It's a tool that we use for training. It's a tool that we use to identify where clarity needs to be made, where a new can needs to be made. So please bring those questions to us. All the time, if there's a problem, I say do a CPR so we can record it, get an accurate answer and a recorded answer. And everyone says, no, I can't do a CPR. I don't want to offend anybody or upset anybody. That's not the case. Please submit CPRs.
Can owners proactively choose to update their buildings directly to SPC 5?
That's actually a very good question on the site, the compliance side. You can. Can you take an SPC 1 or an SPC 2 building and bring it to an SPC 5? The answer is yes. But remember, an SPC 5 building is a current code compliant building. So that's why we decided, okay, so in this case, to develop a new category, SPC 4D, which goes beyond 2030. And because there are certain items where you're going to change the reinforcement, you can't. So the idea is, okay, so if you will to bring it to an SPC 5, depending on the building, it's a steel frame, concrete frame, whatever the case is, you can bring it to an SPC 5, but it's quite onerous. So that's why we said, if you bring it to SPC 4D, good enough, goes forever.
Is there one OSHPD document we can refer to for fire protection systems? I've only ran across the documents pertaining to seismic bracing.
I don't understand the question.
Is there one OSHPD document we can refer to for fire protection systems?
Pre-approved ones? Is that what they're...
It doesn't say.
Well, there are plenty of OSHPD documents, okay, so, but I think what it says, okay, so if they're talking about pre-approvals.
All right. Well, if the person who wrote that wants to come up afterwards, we can get some clarification. We'll do this last one, and then we'll go ahead and break. But if you hold in your hand a bee, what's in your eye?
That must be a Joe question.
No. No, nobody? Does anybody out there know? Thank you. Who said that? Beauty. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. We will start at 10:25. I'm going to start talking, but we don't actually start till 10:30. So take a break. Restrooms are over there. Probably coffee over there. No. Our next set of Top Gun instructors are representing the owners. They're going to tell us from the owner's perspective what's going on. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves to the extent they would like so that we have time. So with that, I will turn it over to you, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm not going to comment how Chris and Richard got lead in from Top Gun, and I got Mary Poppins. but that will be in your eval. And I didn't get a cool name either, Iceman. That's pretty cool. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for having us here. My name is Gary Dunger. Have a little slide here in a minute where I talk about my title and stuff, but our presentation is tips from the owners, and notice it doesn't say experts because I'm not an expert. Bert's an expert, Kelly's an expert, but I'm kind of not. But I have a little bit of experience from the OSHPD side and a little bit of experience from the owner side, so I can share some insight from that perspective. This first slide has a photo of a monument that's in the front of City of Hope, and it says, There's no profit in curing the body if the process we destroy is the soul. And while construction, of course, is what we're here for to talk about from an owner's perspective, that's not what they're for. That's not what's important. What's important from an owner's perspective is providing excellent quality healthcare to serve their community, right? So I searched for a picture of Chris Tokus during COVID, and this is what I found. Actually, this is an Albert Einstein quote that I really liked. It really kind of was helpful to me to start this problem. It says, if I had to have 1 hour to save the world, I'd spend 55 minutes defining the problem and 5 minutes finding the solution. And that's kind of how I think a construction project works, a successful construction project works. So much goes into the beginning to make it successful right at the end and make the implementation successful. Owners don't do construction. Owners provide healthcare functions and have a lot of other important things to consider. So what I want to talk about today are changing this philosophy. If you're here as an owner's representative, this talk is going to be for you. But if you're a designer, you'll see some crossover there. And if you're a contractor, you'll obviously see some crossover there as well, because what it boils down to is a big collaborative family. So here are some seeds for thought for the rest of our presentation for the next hour and a half or so. If you understand that as an owner, you don't do construction on a regular basis, that means you probably don't know a lot about it or as much as maybe you need to know. So here are some things to be successful in that, starting with acknowledging the fact that you don't know. Acknowledging is the starting point for changing that, right? And then learning. How do you gain understanding of this process? Being here today is a great example of how you can continue to gain understanding of the process. Probably the third point is one of the more important ones. Develop an organizational structure for your project team, because having that organization will make everything fit and make everything flow. Every time we do, we call them postmortems or lessons learned, one of the key failures is communication. Every single time, right? There's poor communication. Take that to heart. Develop proper lines of communication for your project and follow through with them. And then we'll talk about cultural change in the industry. I don't want to focus on it now, but we'll talk about it here in a bit. So my name's Gary Dunger again. I retired from Oshpod in 2000 at just the beginning of COVID. Wasn't my fault, Joe. And I went to work for Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. I'm now an executive director in design and construction. So my role is to deal with projects from the point where somebody starts talking about it, to design, to construction, and to closeout. So from beginning to end, that's my role. I'm sort of an Oshpod facilitator. My co-presenters, the good-looking man on the right over here is Bert Hurlbut. Bert's vice president at Stanford. He's solely responsible for the new Stanford Hospital. Very successful and beautiful project. And Kelly Martinez. Kelly Martinez is co-founder for Halsta, a company in Southern California that does amazing things across the board from an owner's perspective. When they step up, they can talk a little bit about themselves. So I'm going to kick it off. What we want to do today is give you some tools to adopt policies, practices in ways to help project planning. From an owner's perspective, what do you care about the most, right? Budget and schedule. Well, those are two key factors in a successful project, no doubt, but they really aren't the only ones. And while we'll talk about budget and schedule, I want to also talk about some of those other key factors that need to be considered for a successful project. Chris did a really good job going through the history of this document. It's a very good document. Our portion today that we're going to talk about is Section 7, and Section 7 is broken into these separate sections today. And so that's going to be our format. That's going to be the process that we follow. So Starting with project selection and identification phase. This is obviously the very beginning. So the beginning always starts with the big plan, right? Planning, remember that 55 minutes of planning for a 5-minute solution? Developing the master plan is all about that planning. From an owner's perspective, master planning consists of a lot more than just construction. Master planning is dealing with technology changes, with patient acuity level changes, with strategic planning and growth, which is a nice segue to construction, right? A lot of things providing, keeping up with current healthcare protocols. All these things are things that an owner has to take into account in planning and developing their business. But strategic planning and growth, that's kind of a dovetail into construction. So that needs to be, of course, a very important part of strategic planning or master planning. And when you're talking about those things that need to influence that plan are the big one, right? Seismic compliance. Seismic compliance is looming. 2030 is not very far away, and a lot of seismic compliance deadlines come into play at the end of 2029. In planning, predicting when a project may drive other things. I want to do a emergency department expansion in an SPC1 building. There's going to be other implications associated with that, right? You may not be able to do that project, and there are other implications or things that may trigger upgrades that you need to take into account when planning. Don't forget clinics. The outpatient services in the hospital are significant, and the OSHPD has a really thorough and detailed code application notice, 1-7-210, 2100, excuse me, that talks about clinics and clinics design and clinics construction. We did a really detailed webinar on those recently, and that information is actually available on the OSHPD website if you wanted to go look at it. It's 8 hours of pure joy, trust me. When taking into account that seismic compliance thing, that seismic compliance that's looming out there, there's different ways to achieve seismic compliance. And these are the three primary ways. You know, retrofit the hospital, close the hospital, demolish it, or replace it, and then removal of acute care services. Removal of acute care services is a big deal right now. It's a big thing. And the next question is, what do you do with a building after you move out? What can you do with a building after you move out? Does it remain under OSHPD jurisdiction? Does it transfer to the local agency? A lot of questions involved there. This code application notice 1-6.1.4, yeah, that thing is a really detailed code application notice that can help you make those decisions. Sometimes I've had experiences where the owners say, we want to remove this from OSHPD jurisdiction. It goes to the local jurisdiction, and the local say, okay, here are the upgrades that you need to do. You're now a high-rise building. You weren't before. Now you're high-rise. You have to comply with current high-rise code. And the owner says, hey, we want to stay under OSHPD jurisdiction after all. So this happens. So part of this planning is identifying those things. Schedule and budget. Be prepared to invest the time and the resources necessary for this project. It's going to take longer than you want, and it's going to cost more than you want. Just be prepared for that. Take that into account. Here are some things that you might want to try to prognosticate. Look in your crystal ball. What are your building and equipment needs? If you're doing a project that's going to take 2, 3, 4, 5 years to complete, what's the technology going to look like 4 years from today? Right now you're designing for a certain piece of equipment. What's that technology going to look like 4 years from now? Take that into account in your planning. How much is it going to cost to build 3 or 4 years from now? Because inflation is like real, right? It's happening. And so on. How much is it going to cost? What are the project design fees? What are the permit fees? Not just what construction is going to cost, construction equipment. What is the total project cost? These are the things that need to be taken into account. How long is it going to take? What's the construction time factor? Don't forget licensing. Don't forget activation. We're doing a project right now that is phased. It has 5 phases. which means we have 5 licensing phases. If licensing takes 100 days, that's 500 days that we have to add to the schedule. Take that into account. Bear that in mind. Once you decide you're going to do a project, once you've done this master planning and you decide, okay, we're going to do a project, let's start talking about planning. Do you need a permit? We're going to talk mostly about big projects because the premise is if you can succeed at a big project, you can succeed at a small project. Because remodel projects are always easy, right? There's never challenges with remodels. Do you need a permit? If you don't know, there are some resources. The compliance officer can be an excellent resource for these kinds of questions. There's also a freer manual that can help you identify projects that are excluded from a permit requirement. But unauthorized construction is not the solution. So remember that I think it was the 4th slide, good decision making? This was not on that good decision making slide. Unauthorized construction, not only is it illegal, has other implications like, it's not going to comply with the licensing requirements. You're going to get dinged from CMS. There was a facility that there was a swarm of earthquakes in Southern California along the Mexican border a few years ago. And one of the hospitals down there was moderately damaged. And when they put in for FEMA reimbursement, FEMA came in and said, it shows here you have unauthorized construction. We're not going to give you any money. That's a real thing. So it happens. Bear this stuff in mind. Project phasing or project planning starts with a good functional program. A functional program is that starting point in a Google map, right? This is where you start talking about what is this project about? What's the purpose of this project? What's the building about? What kind of building am I building into? What are my challenges from a building standpoint? What are the code requirements for compliance for this particular project? And then other things that are more important, like from an owner standpoint, like healthcare standards. How am I going to maintain my healthcare standards? How am I going to protect my patients during construction? How am I going to protect patients and visitors and staff? How am I going to accommodate these people? All of this document is a huge and a key factor in a successful project. It's key to, of course, the owners, but it's key to the users and to OSHPD, because OSHPD will rely very heavily on this functional program description to have a good understanding of what's going on, not to mention licensing. We talk about project management. Some projects don't require project management. Small projects, oftentimes owners are comfortable hiring an architect to just do the project. That works on certain projects. On larger projects, on more complex projects, not usually. And from an owner standpoint, Chris's slide earlier that said successful projects have owner involvement could not overstate. And if you are an owner, dealing with healthcare operations, you're probably not going to have the time to manage the project. So a project manager can be a key success factor in your project, but it has to be the correct project manager. The correct project manager that has experience, that has an understanding of the project, an understanding of the code, an understanding of the user. A project manager that can take the owner's message and transmit it to all these key people, these vendors, the design team, the contractor, that understands the OSHPD process, that can communicate with OSHPD field staff. A project manager is a key success point in your project. The design team, also the next very important key factor for your project. Here's the first bullet says, project delays invariably occur when architects and engineers do not understand California codes and the OSHPD process. That's pretty common sense, right? Pretty obvious. The emphasis there, though, is California. I can tell you a story where a design team came in and they said, with a Texas drawl, we're from Texas and we build hospitals, and we're going to show how to build hospitals in California. We'll build this hospital for $1 a square foot. No laugh. That's what they said. That's what they said. I laughed when I heard them say that, but, and the owner said, you build it for $1 square foot, you're hired. The project was the hugest failure in my experience at Oshpod. I won't tell you where it is, but to underscore, they caught the building on fire during construction. That's how big a problem it was. And the fire department couldn't get to the building, and there was no fire suppression system. So yeah, they build hospitals in Texas. How do you know if your architect team is right? Interview them, talk to them. Interview a bunch of different architects. Make sure that the expectations are well known, but make sure that they have an understanding of California requirements and Oshpod requirements. If they don't have experience in previous Oshpod projects, you may end up with your building on fire. This kind of trickles down also not just to the design team, but maybe vendors, maybe equipment suppliers, maybe other key players, contractors, making sure that they have experience and so on. This might come as a surprise, but Oshpod is not the only regulatory agency you're going to deal with as an owner. This is just a list of some we could think of off the top of our heads. And some of these aren't as evident as others. Like, for instance, we're building a new high-rise hospital in Marina del Rey right now. And dealing with the utility companies has just been horrible. I mean, we've been in design for the 4 years that I've been involved, and we're still having issues with the utility company, even today. So recognize these other agencies are out there. Plan accordingly. Have your project managers or your design teams understand these requirements and these needs, and start early, because this is gonna, it will be a problem. It always sneaks up on you. Be diligent about project feasibility. It's kind of a common sense statement, but look into things like, what is your building what kind of conditions do you have in your building? I mentioned earlier doing doing a major renovation in a collapse hazard building. You know, that's going to have its own sets of challenges. Using as-builts, those are always reliable, right? You know, having your design team say, well, this is what the as-built show, and not going out and looking at what the actual condition is. These are obvious common sense problems. How about code mandated upgrades that increase cost? Had a conversation 2 days ago, because we were talking about a structural project that we need to do, and the code mandated updates for accessibility will add 20% to that project. 20% of 20 million, almost $2 billion is a lot of money. So don't forget about those things. Those are key. Look at the total project budget. Don't just look at construction costs or equipment costs. The total project budget is really, as an owner, what makes this project a go or a no-go. Is it feasible? And then the last bullet, make sure you have adequate contingencies. Man, I can't underscore that enough. Adequate contingencies, plan for more than you think you'll need. In healthcare construction, particularly remodeled existing facilities, there's always going to be those unforeseen conditions. Plan for those accordingly with the adequate budgeting to deal with them. What kind of project delivery model do you want to use? The next kind of important key consideration in a project is, what kind of delivery model are you going to use? There's a bunch of them out there. This particular manual talks about 5 of them, and I'll sort of highlight them. I'm not going to spend too much time on them because they're pretty complex, but the 5 that it talks about are design, bid, build, CM at risk, multi-prime, and an integrated project delivery. And each of those has their place. Not one is better than any one other. And knowing your project will help you to figure out which delivery model that you can use. Now, in the slides I put together some kind of graphical representation of each of the different ones. And I'm not going to read everything on the slide. This information obviously is available to you. But, you know, design, bid, build, probably the most common delivery model. Works extremely well. but it has its limitations. For instance, as an owner, you don't really have any control over the schedule. The contractor is going to do the work when they do the work. And so if that's not important, this may be the model for you. How about a multi-prime? Instead of a design bid build, how about if the owner contracts directly with all the subs? That has more control over the whole process, but also has some risk because now you're subject to a lot more lawsuits. You're subject to a lot more failures and problems with that. But you do have better control and better control of the schedule. And then moving on, design build that puts a lot more of the emphasis on the designer and the contractor because they are a merged unit. Again, you have pretty good control over cost and schedule, but not a lot of control over the actual project or the quality of the materials or equipment that go into the project. And then CM at risk is an interesting one. This is where the owner takes a lot more of a hands-on role. This can be very beneficial, but also puts the owner at more risk. And the last one, which is kind of a merger of a progressive design build, where you truly have a collaborative involvement between the owner, the architect, the contractor, and there's profit sharing and real-time communication. All of these have their place. About 4 weeks ago, we were looking at our major projects that are coming up at Cedars-Sinai, and we have a new building, a seismic retrofit, a new non-OSHPD building, and we're looking at each one of them, and not one works for all of them. So for this project, this might be the way to go, but for that project, that's not going to work. We need to do this model. So look at their styles and select the right delivery model for your particular project. Chris sort of talked on a little bit about the delivery, the OSHPD process, so I'm not going to focus on this too much. And all of you know this already, large projects that involve the primary structure can be an H project, smaller projects can be an S. Does that drive you crazy like it did me? Why is an H project structural and an S is non-structural? Stuff like, I had to research that to find out, by the way. H dates back to Office of State Architect when the H stood for hospital, S stood for skilled nursing facility. So you learned something today. Take that home with you. Chris talked about using the anticipated plan approval date. I use that website all the time because our designers will say, it's going to take us this long for plan review. And I can go in and in 10 seconds enter the info and say, no, it's not. It's going to take you this long. And OSHPD is pretty darn accurate about meeting that goal. I mean, to the tune of like well over 90% of the time they meet that goal. So pretty accurate. And I'll talk a little bit about the preliminary review process on an upcoming slide. Make use of the preliminary review because that can be extremely helpful. Here's some other processes for smaller projects. You're probably familiar with these, annual permit, AB 2632 and 1838 projects, which are exempt from the plan review section. Incremental projects we'll talk about, and integrated review we'll talk about during the design phase. So next section of the manual is design phase. This expert tip right here says, require your design team of architects and engineers to design to the California code. That's like, somebody had to say that, right? Somebody had to write that down somewhere. But sometimes it doesn't happen. So it's there for a reason. Here's some typical problems that can be problematic during design. Designing to the incorrect code. If you're an expert in the International Building Code, that's great. But in California, there are special amendments that you have to be aware of. So yeah, you can design to the IBC, but in California, we have to be aware of the CPC requirements. Outdated codes. Interestingly enough, you see some projects where, well, the building was built a long time ago. We want to make use of the code that was in place at that time. Okay, not really permitted. Inconsistent nomenclature. Where's Nancy? I know you're in here somewhere. Hi, not you, the other Nancy. She's ducking down right now. I know you. There she is, back there. No, room nomenclature. Task space. No, flex space. What is flex space? OSHPD knows what shell space means, but flex space who knows what flex space is? So using the proper terminology. Sorry to pick on you back there, I know. But yeah, using the correct room names. Because if you're not following the room names in the code, then OSHPD may be applying some other standard that you don't even know what they're talking about. Not utilizing the resources like pins, cans, FAQs, reminder lists, all the very valuable tools. Not following the remodel can. Remodel can is a finite, flow chart on how to do remodel projects. Inaccurate as-built assessment, or using as-built as the assessment, maybe that's a better way of saying that, and not having the design team get out there and look at what's there. Get above the ceiling, look around, and do proper investigation. And then don't forget to include the manufacturer's requirements into the design, because if you don't, you're going to either be redesigning with a change and time and money associated with an ACD, or it's going to be a non-compliant installation condition. Be flexible. This is kind of another kind of a common sense statement. Take into account the amount of time it's going to take to do the project. I sort of already alluded to that. It's going to take longer than you want. Plan accordingly and be realistic about the time. Be realistic about the evolution of technology. If you're designing for equipment that you won't be buying for 5 years, it's going to be different. It's going to change. Take into account on a long project, if you're doing a project in 10 years, who's going to retire in the next 10 years? Workload changes, people change, the design team may change. Take that into account during this phase. Models of care, healthcare delivery methods change. We learn things in the healthcare world, and the ways of providing care to people change. Sometimes right in the middle of your project, and we'll learn something new and say, we've learned that this is actually bad. We have to do this thing this way now, and have to change the project to accommodate it. Using shell space can be advantageous and not. Use the shell space process with due diligence. Where it can be advantageous is you can build your building and not necessarily build out every floor. Where it can be disadvantageous is when you build out your floor, the code may change, or the program may change, and now the floor might not work for what you need for it to be. Using a universal structural grid, that's sometimes a function of how the engineers design the building. But standardizing room sizes. We're building a new hospital, and every single room will be able to accommodate every single level of acuity. So every single med-surg bed can be an ICU bed, if need be. So by standardizing the whole building, we build in a huge amount of flexibility. Don't forget the stuff that is like an everyday thing in California. Obviously we're designing for earthquakes, but what about wildfires? Is your building designed in such a way that you're not sucking smoke into the building when there's a wildfire in the area? Obviously, the things that we've learned from the pandemic, every hospital nowadays needs to be designing with that in mind. Like, for instance, building every single room to be an ICU in the event that we have a pandemic and we have to fill the building with ICU patients, and so on. Dr. Liu's going to talk about geotech reports and the complexity of that and what they consist of this afternoon. From an owner's perspective, my point is get the geotech report in early, because it will take a year for it to get approved. And you can't do your design, can't do your structural design if you don't know what your soils are. Get the geotech report in early. So here's another kind of an interesting statement. OSHPD expects the licensed professionals to know and follow the code. That's like, well, Okay, somebody had to write that down too, right? Somebody had to make that statement. But in reality, it's not always possible to follow prescriptive code. You know, code is at least 3 years behind today because the code changes every 3 years. And healthcare deliveries and construction technologies change within that period of time. So the code is built in such a way to have that flexibility. Alternate methods of compliance, alternate methods of protection, program flex, these are the tools that can allow you to take into account newer technologies or do things that are not necessarily, you know, purely prescriptive. And your architectural team needs to be versed in what that process entails. The preliminary review, I mentioned that earlier. Preliminary review is a really powerful tool, and it might not be appropriate for small projects, but for some small projects and certainly complex projects, it's something that's really underutilized. I like to tell stories, and one of the stories that I share is when I was a plan reviewer. A project, you know, had been in design. It was a new hospital building up in Eureka, and the design was what, 2+ years before it made its way to Oshpod. And I took the plan and opened it up, put it on my desk, and it took me about 5 seconds to go, you can't build this building here. And they'd missed a key aspect of location on property. It was, you know, they wasted 2 years that could have been addressed with, you know, years earlier at the preliminary stage. So, you know, the key point here is, you know, it's not going to be every discipline. It's just going to be the architectural and life safety disciplines that are reviewing the prelim, but it's a really key tool. And it locks the code. So when you submit your preliminary documents, that locks the code. Sometimes this can be advantageous if you're like in the middle of a code cycle change. Incremental projects, these are large projects. The value of incremental projects, of course, is that you can start construction sooner. You can start construction when the early phase increments are approved, while some of the later design phase aspects are still in design. So it's always advantageous to start construction earlier, because of course you finish earlier, but it does add complexity to the project, and it can add cost to the project. So bear that in mind, balance that out. Once construction documents are completed, changing the program, adding, deleting, changing the program is problematic and will require oftentimes a stop and kind of a re-review from Oshpod. So if you want to avoid delays, remember that schedule and cost paradigm. If you want to avoid delays, don't make changes after the plans are approved. And then upon completion of the documents, consider an independent plan reviewer. We're using peer review at Cedars-Sinai a lot, and it does two things for me. It identifies problems early that I can fix early, and or provides a level of assurance that, say they look at it and they find nothing wrong. Well, I feel pretty confident now because now I've had 2 designers confirm the same premise. So peer review can be particularly helpful. Deferred submittals are problematic. There are certain aspects of construction that almost always require a deferred submittal. You know, fire alarm and fire sprinkler usually come to mind on a typical design bid build project, because the design of the fire alarm and the sprinkler system is done usually by the contractor, and you don't know who the contractor is. But where you can avoid deferred submittals, please do, because remember, construction cannot start until the deferred approval is reviewed and approved by Oshpod. And oftentimes, the submittal of the deferred submittals occurs after construction begins, and if you cannot do that work until after the plan review time, that has a potential to cause a real delay. And the last point is the time for deferred submittal review is the same time factor as the project review. So it can be an extensive amount of time. The key tip there, I haven't been focusing on key tips, but this one's like important: avoid deferred submittals. And then last one I have is the application process. So Richard talked a little bit about the electronic services portal. At Cedars-Sinai, I'm the pin holder, so I get to see the applications that get submitted. If the application is wrong, if it's incorrect, if it's incomplete, OSHPD will kick it back. And if you're looking at time as a consideration, schedule, just take the time to make sure that the applications are complete and signed and everything is right before they get submitted. And that's it for me. I'm going to hand it over to Kelly to take you to the next step.
Thank you, Gary. Good morning.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere.
Let's hear
Not
it.
going far. So like Gary said, my name is Kelly Martinez. I am actually a nurse by trade, working in the emergency department. I am the co-founder of Halsta now, and we do project management, owner representation, really from the beginning of the project lifecycle all the way through the end. We do activation, licensing, and then kind of post-occupancy stabilization. So that's my background. And now that Gary got us through the design phases, we are going to move into the permitting phase. So in the permit phase, we follow a very predictable course through the OSHPD process. So now that the design professionals has put together the applications, we get those applications submitted into the OSHPD e-services portal, the owner enters that PIN number, and now they are being triaged. So like Gary had said, making sure your application is correct. If it's not correct, that application could be returned, you need to make corrections and resubmit it back. Once that triage has been accepted, we move into plan review. It goes through each of the disciplines, for example, architectural, fire life safety, structural. So we're gonna look at each and every discipline and there's gonna be comments. Hopefully not, but most of the time there's gonna be comments. We call those back check comments. They are given back to the design professional of record in a collaborative effort with the owner. We're gonna correct and resubmit and submit those back for plan review. Once the plans have been reviewed and approved, we get to move on. And, oh yeah, we're gonna continue into the plan review. So what can owners do during this process, during this plan review process to make sure things are working expeditiously? First of all, we should be closely monitoring the progress of the project. And you can do that going to the project on the e-services portal, going to the drop-down that says processing status. You can see each of the disciplines will actually put a due date in there, if there was comments made, if they were remarked, if they were approved, and we should be closely monitoring this. We should also be monitoring the review cycles. So if we're looking at it and we're at our third back check, we should be having comments, right, with that design professional of record and understanding what's going on. And make sure that we're getting secured timelines. We want to make sure we're holding design professionals and ourselves accountable for making sure those comments are getting back timely. So ask for a committed schedule. Hey, we got these review comments back on this date. When can we be submitting those back check comments back to OSHPD? I know that Chris talked about this, and so did Gary a little bit. There is a plan approval date estimator on the OSHPD website. So all you do is you go in, you type what kind of project it is, kind of estimated construction costs, and it'll spit out how long is your plan review going to be, how much time with OSHPD, how much time with the design professional, how many expected back checks. So like for this example, there's one expected back check. We're on 3 back checks. We should be scheduling a meeting with that design professional. Also during this permit phase, understanding some of the main reasons for project delays, defects in your plans, right? Making sure maybe we had collaboration between MEP and architectural isn't matching up. Delayed plan reviews, making sure we're being timely and getting back to those back check comments, and then any project changes during the design and construction phase always require rework and delays. So like it says, careful planning, minimizing changes during the reviews and construction, and active management is really a key factor. Go ahead.
There's one more. If you're unfortunate enough to have a major earthquake in the state of California during your plan check, you got a problem. So try to make sure you're outside those boundaries.
Thank you, Bert. All right, so now that we have plan approval, time to move into the permit phase and actually pull our building permit. One of the things we've kind of talked about a lot are all the resources on that OSHPD website, and one of those resources is the Forms, Training, and Resources tab within the OSHPD website e-portal. Forms change from time to time, and so make sure you're using the most current up-to-date form because we don't want it to be kicked back during triage during either our application phase or during the building permit phase. All right, so once we have these plans approved, we're gonna submit our building permit, application for building permit, and if you're like me, I like to kind of check the box. And so the items that you're gonna need is your application for your IOR. Like I said, make sure you go on the OSHPD website, make sure you're getting the most up-to-date form. It's gonna need to be signed by your IOR, your design professional of record, also your owner's representative, and then if there's any primary gravity or lateral load systems, it's gonna also need to be signed by your SEOR. You're gonna wanna get the current workload for the IOR. You're gonna wanna get the licensed contractor or owner builder's workers' compensation form or self-insured declaration, and then you're also wanna get the stamped and approved TIO. And these all get updated and put into the e-services portal. All right, just talking a little bit about the inspector of record. We're gonna go pretty quick here. You're gonna hear more about this later in Joe and Mia's presentation. But all hospital construction must be observed by an OSHPD certified inspector and hired by the hospital owner. And the IOR is required to be competent and adequate for continuous inspection. So making sure you are looking at those workloads, making sure that they are gonna be able to provide that continuous inspection. And the DPOR and structural engineer of record also need to sign off on this inspector of record. And that can be done two ways. One, you can either do it through past projects, or you can do it through an interview of that IOR. There's 3 different classes of IOR. So Class A can inspect all phases of construction. Class B can look at architectural, electrical, fire life safety, and non-structural elements. And then our Class 3 inspectors can do specific disciplines such as med gas, fire stopping. And we want to make sure that when we're selecting an IOR, we're looking at references of past projects. Personally, what I do is I go on the OSHPD website, I pull down, I look up the IOR, you can verify what class they are, you can verify that they're active. You can also see their past projects and you can match, hey, has this IOR done a project similar to what I'm trying to assign this IOR for, and have they been successful in that project? So looking at those resources and making sure you're picking the correct IOR for your project. Once our building permit has been approved, and before any construction can commence, we are going to do and file a notice to start a construction. So again, make sure you go and get the correct form off the OSHPD website. You're going to need the name, address, and license of the contractor. If you pulled your permit as an owner builder, under that contractor license number, you're going to put OB and then whatever your facility number is. You're going to want to know the construction cost, fixed equipment cost, any radiology costs are going to be on there. The date in which the contract was awarded, and then the actual date of the start of construction. And start of construction is really defined as really any work starting. So even if you're doing demolition, any actual physical work starting, you need to have a notice of start of construction uploaded to your project in the e-services portal. Last but not least, the last thing we want is our permit to lapse. And so if our permit lapses, the approval of our plans also lapse. And so because we talk about permit lapse, a lot of time we're thinking it's 1 year from actual building permit, but it's not. Your permit will lapse 1 year after plan approval. So if you waited 6 months to get a building permit, your building permit is only good for 6 more months. You can request an extension in writing by emailing or discussing it with your regional compliance officer. But make sure you give yourself a lot of time to have those conversations and to get that approval. I am going to turn it over to Bert to get into our CPR process.
Good morning.
I'll be back too, don't worry. I'm coming back.
Second to get set up here. Somebody's watching here. Is that yours?
Probably Joe's.
Oh, okay. Let's get started. Well, I'm going to hold off on this for a minute. Well, my name is Bert Hurlbut, and I've been doing construction for 45 years. I spent about 10 years on the East Coast working in an architect's office, doing some design work, some cost estimate, and another 4 or 5 years doing a very large hospital, about 800 beds. Came to the West Coast in the mid-'80s, working with OSHPD now for maybe 35 years. I've been working with OSHPD for the last 15 to 20 years on the hospital building safety board. So I've been around the block. I've done this quite a few times, and I've been told that if I get good feedback today and good ratings, Joe is going to promote me to an expert today.
And give you a cool name.
Okay, so let's get started. How many owners are out there? Let me see a hand. Oh, come on, there's got to be. Oh, there's got to be. Okay, so you folks have got the most input into the success of your project. You make the rules. You've heard of that old expression, you know, the golden rule. He who's got the gold makes the rules. Well, you've got the gold, and everybody wants that gold. So you make the rules, and you're going to determine how the game is going to be played. You heard Gary earlier talk about, you know, what form of contractor you're going to use. Is it going to be integrated? Is it going to be an info? Is it going to be whatever it's going to be? You know, you determine that up front. Only you folks do that. Determine your IORs. You got to have good IORs. And I'm going to get into in a minute to a new culture that I've been working on, and hopefully it's going to get some traction, called Inspect to Pass, and it's working with the IORs. Let me see. So, Northridge. How many here felt the Northridge earthquake? 2. Gary, did you feel it?
Oh, yeah.
I felt it. Joe? Yes. It was a big earthquake, 4:30 in the morning, really rocked. I was in Pasadena, really rocked the place. I was working at County General at the time, and I personally went to work the next day and red tagged maybe a dozen buildings on that particular campus. It was a big job. So now, about 2 years after that, probably 1995, 1996, SB 1953 was passed. You heard Chris talk about it a little bit. And I take my hat off to everyone in this room, OSHPD, for making hospitals safer. When that bill came out in 1953, it was probably mid-90s or so, and it had a sunset date of 2030. And I just went, 2030? My gosh, that's next century. That's well into the next century. We'll never get there. Well, we're just about there. You saw from Chris's slides earlier, there were over 5,000 buildings back in the mid-90s after that earthquake that had to be evaluated. A lot of them were deficient. They've been either replaced, they've been augmented. We're down to a handful of buildings that are still not making the 2030. That is absolutely remarkable. I heard an architect back in around the year 2000 or so, and he was talking about SB 1953, and he says, oh yes, SB 1953, that's the California Full Employment Act for architects and engineers until 2030. So you got a few more years to keep it up. Let's get started here. So, once you do start construction, time is not your friend. Not at all. You can't make the hands on the clock go backwards. So once you do get started, things have to move quickly. Earlier, Chris talked about the comment and process review. So this is a process that you might get a wrong decision, or you might perceive that you got a wrong decision from OSHPD. How many out there felt like they've been wronged during plan check or during construction with a comment?
Nobody. Awesome.
One person?
All right. Is that
Let's
nasty?
skip this whole thing if no one's had a bad, come on. Okay, so what the CPR does is you get a call from a plan checker, from a CO out in the field or whatever, and you don't like it. It's going to cost you a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of aggravation, and you don't think it's right. So the first thing you do is you go back to the initiator. It's either a field staff member because something got installed upside down, backwards, whatever, or it's during plan check. And personally, during plan check, had a comment that said, "Oh yeah, you need 3 screws to hold a handrail in place." I didn't think so, and I found out why they said that, challenged it, moved it forward, and probably within about 10 days, I got it to, you can have 3 screws, it works just fine. So in that case, we move very quickly. Sounds like a small item, handrails, but it isn't. It happens over and over and over, millions of times in a big building. If you don't like the answer you got, you tell them, you're going to go to the CPR. You kick it up to the next person, the regional supervisor or the compliance officer. He's got 24 hours to respond, so he's got to get back to you quickly. You get the response back, you don't like it, you go to the next level, which is Richard over in the corner. If you get the same answer, you don't like that, you take it to Chris. So you move this process along very quickly, okay? Next. Oops. So, before we go into the construction phase, I want to drop back a little bit and talk about IORs. I know Joe's giving me the signal, I'll move quickly, but I started a process years ago called Inspect to Pass. And when you do that, it's not a get out of jail card for the contractor that everything's going to get passed, but the IORs have got to work really, really hard. They work for the owner, they take direction from the architect, and they report to OSHPD. So to make this process work, read the specs inside and out. I've heard architects say, oh yeah, I buried a cake recipe in the specifications. Well, go find it. You might have a specification, you're working on a job in Fresno, and the concrete talks about permafrost. Came from the wrong job, cut and paste. Get your specs right. Look at submittals, understand submittals. That's how the job is built. It's how all the components are made. You don't approve the submittals or approve to the submittals. It's always the contract documents, but know how the building is going to be built. Approved drawings without question. Deferred approvals, we talked about that earlier, and they come a little bit later. You got to get caught up on that. Continually watch everything, pre-construction conferences. I also ask for a pre-install conference so you tell the installers exactly what you're looking for. Mock-ups, you have to do a lot of mock-ups. And do inspection requests on the mock-up so you get punch list. You know what an approved installation is. And you saw the duct detail earlier. Well, yeah, maybe you got to go out and get a duct and put him in. But you know, sometimes you got conduits that are going to be going in at different angles and whatever. Figure these things out up front. Articulate what you want. Have huddles with the tradesmen. Good documentation. What you want to achieve is an over 90% inspection closure rate on first-time inspections. That's a pretty high number. If you got good documentation and you got good metrics, and you got most of your contractors showing up around 80, 90%, and you got one at 40%, peer pressure is going to take over pretty quickly. He's going to work his way back up. Be fair when you're doing this. So, let's get into construction. What's the biggest thing that's going to mess you up in construction? Changes. And then you get changes on top of changes. And then you get some more changes. And then these more changes are impacting the first changes. You can't get it solved. So what you got to do is try to avoid changes. You're not going to be able to. Let me tell you, I was on a job once, really a long time ago. We started this job. We worked hard for 18 months. We turned it over. There were 0 change orders on that job. And then I woke up from my dream. So, you're going to have changes. So now you just got to manage these changes. OSHPD, all they want to look at are material changes. If you got non-material changes, let's say you got to put in an extra soffit somewhere. You've got details on how you do it. You've done it in other rooms. OSHPD says that's non-material. However, the contractor wants to get paid. You still have to show that on the drawing. So you got to do a lot of good documentation. You got to have a good system. Your RFIs, ASIs, whatever, might be determined by your project management software. Your contractor might have good systems, whatever. Determine this up front. And what I like to do is issue 1 or 2 change orders real early in the process and just see how your team handles them, how the contractor's team handles them, how the design team handles them. So make it move quickly. Let's see. So chapter 7 determines what is material alter. What I like to do is, you heard earlier that the architect is the one that he performs he fills out the form for the ACD. Put a box on the top for either material change or non-material change, and tell your architect, always check the non-material change. You'll go a lot farther that way. So these are, the administrative code tells you what is not a material change. There's not very many, but there are some. So, but the problem is that you got to keep all these things documented, so you got a cohesive set of documents at the end of the day. Contractor. We saw earlier that the contractor has the most changes during construction. Lack of coordination, as-built or whatever. Work with the contractor and try to avoid convenience changes. He might have ways he did it on his last job, which was a commercial job, or the job before that, whatever. Avoid that. Say, we've got a detail in the drawings, that's what we want. One thing that's helpful is you might work with the designer and the contractor early and say, let's work up some details that we know we're going to cut some studs, we know we're going to penetrate some steel, we're going to do something. Try to get these details on your drawings early, so when it does get there, it's not going to be a real big effort to get these things approved. So, you want to work with the contractor, avoid casual changes. The design team, they have to complete the application. What I like to do is the application's completed. You might have dozens of them that you know about. You've got them detailed. You know, you got a bunch of them. I have the PIN number. I kept my own credit card number. I paid for every permit, every ACD that went in, so I knew everything that was going. Never handed these numbers out, the permit, or excuse me, the PIN number, and I certainly didn't give out my credit card number. Design team, sometimes these things are fast, sometimes they take a long time, but you got to get all the information to your design team to get this to work. As a tip, just don't do things for convenience. You know, you got a set of drawings that were well thought out, stick to the plan. Now, as the owner, you're putting the building up. Maybe you're down to, you've got all your decks poured, which means you've got all your plumbing inserts, you got all your rough-in done, and the user says, my gosh, I think we need more public toilets. Do you know what that does to a job? It puts you in the toilet. You just don't want to do that. So you want to avoid casual changes by the user. They think that just because there's concrete there and no studs, it's easy to make these changes. It is not. So you got to push back on, let's say, the casual change, but then you got to pay attention to the real changes which occur with all the equipment. So now, sometimes changes have to be made later. At Stanford, I see Ryan back there, we had probably, 30 radiology rooms, and they all started off as one type during design. Years later, we knew that we're all going to change, and they did, and 2 of the rooms went from a GE to a Siemens, and before we even finished construction, although those rooms were done, they went to a 3rd manufacturer, and we just couldn't do that with our general contractor. We peeled that project out, got it occupied immediately, and started demolition in there with a new team so that we could finish our work and have a new team do that. Sometimes that's going to be cheaper than just having your GC because it's on site, but you got to pay those general conditions as you go. It gets real expensive. Now, sometimes you got to have changes that you've got to get done quickly. If you got a schedule analysis, you can go in and ask the owner or ask Oshpod to do this on an expedited review, and they got the Keeper program. I don't know that it's used that much. We use it a few times, but not very much. Plan your work and avoid keepers. Now the field staff, the Oshpod field staff. These folks work hard. They visit your job on typically a scheduled visit. Oh, I got to move it along. So treat these folks with respect. Here's one tip that's not in the book, but these folks leave their homes in the morning. They're on the clock. They drive to your job site. Maybe you're hours away. You work for a few hours, and then they got to leave early because they got to get home within the 8 hours. That's just part of the rules for the state of California. So one thing we did was we put a parking spot right at the front door dedicated for Oshpod so that Oshpod was not driving around looking for a parking space. We want them in the conference room working. I want to move through this pretty quickly. Changes, they're terrible. They hurt you. Now with the field staff, you would like to have them there every day. Wouldn't that be nice if your DSE came every day and was able to approve changes? It doesn't happen. You're lucky if you get them once a week, once every 2 weeks, whatever the cadence is. But you've got to make sure that you set the priorities so that when they do get there, if there's changes that have to be done and approved to make sure progress goes out in the field, or if there's just issues that have to be tackled, make sure they get on the agenda first. And these folks, these folks are very experienced. We had a problem at Stanford years ago where we had a med gas in the existing house that came into the construction area. It was a strange deal. And there was one gas in this med gas valve box that did not have an isolation valve. It was the oxygen. It was going to be just terrible just trying to take this oxygen out. We found a way we could do a hot tap, not approved by code. We proved that it does make all the conditions of code, and with an ACD, with an approved method of compliance, we were able to get that approved. We saved the owner a ton of money for the aggravation of backfeeding oxygen, trying to get this one valve out. So the other thing, the other thing you guys are going to do is you're probably going to try to use your DSEs and your COs as much as possible. Try to avoid meeting them at other job sites, meeting them at the Denny's to get things approved. You know, make sure you've got all your work done and you're under control. And now I'm going to ask Gary to close us out, take us to lunch.
Close out, yeah. Thanks, Bert. So we're running a little bit late, and I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. Closeout is pretty typical. The goal, of course, the key point I wanted to make here is closeout doesn't start at the end of the project, right? Closeout needs to start at the beginning of the project. There are forms, there are verified compliance reports, there's a myriad of things that are necessary for closeout and compliance that you need to be getting during the life cycle of the project. These are the different project or the closure styles that OSHPD uses. Of course, our goal is closed in compliance. That's what OSHPD's goal is, and that's what the owner's goal is. There is a project closure checklist on the website. Really helpful document. You should take advantage of it. Download it and use it on your project, small or big. Projects that are closed in non-compliance, there is a reopen close project process that OSHPD has. These are the reasons why you'd want to reopen a closed project, but PIN 56 talks about the process and talks about what projects are available to be reopened. It's called a RCP, or Reopen Closed Project, and when you go through the process, using e-services portal, this is sort of the process that flows. It starts with a construction final from the compliance officer. When the compliance officer issues a construction final, e-services portal sends an email saying, we need your verified compliance reports and final costs. If the final costs are received, it notifies the program technician. If they're not, the system will send you a reminder in 30 days. And if they're not received in 60 days, the system will send an email to the RCO telling them to close the project in non-compliance. That's a bad thing, right? You get the little funky blue face. Closing non-compliance is a not good thing. Closing the project in compliance when all the final costs and verified compliance reports and all the closure documentation is uploaded occurs, and you get a letter that says it's closed in compliance. Non-compliance, if anything is any of the documents is missing, you get it closed in non-compliance. I'm going to pass to Kelly for a few more really important things to consider in your construction project that aren't necessarily in the book. So.
Yes, thank you, Gary. So going into owner consideration, I want to talk a little bit about healthcare acquired infections. And so there is evidence that the built environment plays a significant role in the transmission of pathogens in the healthcare setting. So as a project team and as an owner, what we do or what we don't do really makes a difference. Statistically looking, 1 in every 25 patients sitting in a hospital is going to have some sort of healthcare acquired infection. It's the #1 complication in healthcare. There are 722,000 healthcare acquired infections per year and account for 75,000 deaths a year. Healthcare acquired infections also have 30 billion in excess healthcare costs per year, and that's a lot of money that could be going towards capital. And so although the construction team, the project team, is not the sole source of these healthcare infections, it is really important to know that we do play a role in that. And so what can we do as the owner to help mitigate some of these risks in healthcare, in preventing some of these infections? I want to talk about the infection control risk assessment. And so this is to help reduce the risk, infection risk during construction. It identifies potential risk to the healthcare environment. Usually we put together a collaborative team with epidemiology, infection control, your facilities departments, whoever the end users are, wherever you're going to be doing the construction. And really the outcome of that risk assessment is then passed down to the contractor to mitigate and implement those efforts. A lot of times we think of infection control risk assessments as happening during that permit phase. So during that phase of, all right, we're getting ready to start construction, let's do an infection control risk assessment. But really we should be looking at that assessment during the design phase. So the design professional of record should be looking at things like protective equipment rooms, airborne isolation rooms. What kind of mechanical needs are going to be required for this project? How are we going to phase the project to make sure that we're not spreading contaminants or pathogens around the hospital through the mechanical system? Looking at water and plumbing systems, all the way down to choosing materials. What kind of furnishings are we going to be using? What kind of surfaces are we going to be putting on some of these remodels that we're doing? And then during construction is really where we're going to implement the ICRA permit, which I'll go through in just a second. And that's really looking at those and implementing those needs that the DPOR put in process. During the life cycle of this project, after construction, all the way through the completion of the project, that interdisciplinary team that I talked about before should be going through and monitoring and making sure that contractors' adherence to that process. So there are 4 stages in doing an ICRA permit. I'm going to kind of fly through these a little bit quickly. The first, thing you should do is determine the type of work performed. And really what we're looking at is dust generation, spore aerosolization, as long as how long are we going to be doing it? Is it for an hour or is this for a month long? And so there's type A, B, C, and D. Type A is really like inspection and non-invasive activities, kind of like electrical work, very small, minor work that we're going to be doing. Type B is going to be the small-scale, short-duration activities that really create minimal dust, really kind of getting into those spaces, maybe cutting of walls, the ceilings in a very small area. Type C is going to be generating moderate to high level of dust. So really removing any of those fixed building components, major cabling activities, taking wall covering off. This is really going to fall under type C. And type D is that major demolition of the construction project. So this is really that big work that we're going to be doing, and especially over a long period of time. The second step of the process is determining which area of the hospital the work is going to be performed. Are we doing this in the administrative office, which might be a really low risk? Or are we doing this in an oncology unit where I have neutropenic patients who are going to be extremely high risk, right? So your facility will determine your risk levels for your types of patients, but it is important to understand, are you a low, a medium, high, or the highest risk type of patient? What we do then is we take that construction type. Are we doing low-level dust or are we doing high-level? Looking at it from A, B, C, D like we went over before. We're looking at the patient risk group and you're determining the classification. So for example, if you're doing just a very small project, you have a type B construction project, and maybe we're doing it in the physical therapy, which is a medium risk group. That would give you a type 2 classification. And the 4th stage of this is actually implementing those mitigation activities. And so as you can see, you can go under class 2 like the example I gave before, and those are the actual minimum requirements we're going to have to, the contractor's going to need to implement to mitigate any of those pathogens traveling, etc. This documentation, as well as the building permit, we're going to talk about ILSMs in a second, this should be posted at your job site, and it will be continually monitored. And make sure you follow your specific hospital policies. A community hospital is going to be different than an oncology hospital. just because of the patient types, risk groups, and the different types of facilities that you have. Moving into the pre-construction risk assessment. So as an owner, I think this is the most important thing and the biggest impact we can play. So what we're really doing in a pre-construction risk assessment is looking at your hospital operations, whether they're clinical, workflows, looking at the construction activities and say, how are these construction activities going to impact my hospital operations? So we're going to sit tight on this slide for just a second because, like I said, I think it's really, really important to understand as an owner and maybe as a design professional of record or a contractor to understand the intricacies of the hospital and what the owner needs to kind of think about and go through as we're actually starting construction activities. So these are some of the things that we look at: noise generated from the project. I put this picture up here. This was a project that I completed. We did a demolition of a 4-story, pretty large acute care service building as part of the AB 2190 project. And the PICRA was it was long, very long in this project. And so, as you can imagine, demolishing a building is not a quiet activity, right? And so, as an owner, we have to look at these PICRAs and say, what mitigation efforts can we put in? And sometimes we can't. We can put sound attenuation blankets as much as we want, but sometimes it's actually going to the patients and setting expectations, right? I mean, this construction can have a direct correlation with reimbursement. Look at HCAHPS scores. One of the key elements in the HCAHPS survey, right, is noisiness of a hospital. And so we don't want to drop that score during this time. It could, like I said, have a negative impact on hospital reimbursement. And so what we did for this project is we actually made little care packages that the admitting department gave out to every patient that came in. It kind of explained what we were doing, our areas that we were going to have loud noise, and our quiet times, and then we also gave them earplugs. And so we set that expectation. It's gonna be noisy. However, we're trying to help you with these situations. Vibration. So vibration's a really big one also. This hospital specifically had a shared wall with a surgery building. So one of the first things we wanted to do was isolate that building, right? Get vibration mitigation out or migration out of the building. And so we had to coordinate very, very specific times in which we can demolish. And so I don't know about you, but I don't want someone saw cutting while I'm getting eye surgery, like not something I want to be involved in. And so you had to have communication with that clinical team. We had to put emergency procedures in place. Do we have an emergency surgery happening right now? And we had to communicate that and verify that we knew, yes, we know that you're having surgery, we're stopping until we hear something else. We had to put very strict rules in order for this. Going into fire alarm, fire security systems, utility disruptions and shutdown notifications. This one's huge as well. You can have a very small utility disruption or a very small shutdown notification that maybe you just communicate out. But you can also have very large utility disruptions, especially when you're going to point of connection, right? And you got to shut down water. You need to shut down normal power. This involves a lot of different departments of your hospital, right? How are nurses going to wash their hands? Are we going to not flush toilets? What is this going to look like? So there's just a lot of different things we need to look at. And personally, what I like to do is every time I get those 2-3 week look aheads, I like to try to say, okay, what kind of disruptions? How are we going to impact adjacent areas? And communicate to those teams and those other departments in which we're working with. Hazardous material remediation. If you're in an old building, get it tested. Let's get remediation started early so it does not impact our schedule as much. Fire alarm, fire suppression systems, firewall door assemblies. We're going to talk about interim life safety measures in just a second. Impacts to adjacent areas. How is your construction impacting the operations? Specifically for this was actually the staff entrance into the hospital, went through this building. So we had to reroute, we had to communicate to all the staff, we had to redo wayfinding. It was a big, big effort to do. And then hot work impacts, know your hospital's policies. So you might have a hot work permit, above ceiling permits. Those are really important to know. And as the owner, you need to communicate with your design team, with your construction team, so they know that these permits need to be happening. Interim life safety measures. So these compensate for hazards caused by life safety code deficiencies. They are things like egress points, exit signage, smoke barriers. You should be posting this ICRA along with your building permit at the job site as well as your ILSM. So this all gets posted at that job site, and we should be doing continuous monitoring of this as well. Really quickly, I know I'm having to go really fast. I'm going to just talk a little bit about activation. And so activation is really that process of preparing people, furniture, equipment. It's really getting ready for day one activities, right? And so in an OAC meeting, we have our owner, we have an architect, we have our contractor. Once we hit activation stage, we're pulling in all ancillary departments, all support departments, and we are coming together as a big group to see what do we need to do to actually activate this unit. Do we need more, how are we gonna do terminal clean? When are we gonna do red line activation if you're in an OR project? There's just a lot of different aspects of every part of the hospital. Radiology, transport might have a different workflow. So this is where we're pulling all those departments in together and making sure we have a cross-functional team working together to get that done. Also, if you're moving from one place to another, we have to have move plans, right? So what are we taking? How are the patients gonna move? Are we gonna have 2 different types of staffing? Are we gonna have extra staff to take from this ICU patient from this old ICU to this ICU? We're gonna have extra transporters, respiratory therapists. There's just a lot of things to plan for and think about during this activation phase. We think about the activation phase because all the activities usually happen, the staff, the stock, the training, all those things happen when substantial compliance hits, but really it should be happening in the activation period. In the design period. When we're designing, we want to be designing with the end in mind. What is the actual intent of the way the hospital wants to operate this facility, this unit, right? And that's how we should be implementing those services into that design. Looking at current workflows, what's our desired state workflow, and let's get there. Just duplicating our current workflow is not always the best process. How can we become leaner? How can we become more efficient? And we want to implement those things into the design process, and then maybe we don't talk a while until after substantial completion, we're coming together and activating those spaces. Also in post-occupancy stabilization, I just want to mention, it's not just clinical post-occupancy stabilization, but it's also from a facility standpoint. So when construction's going on, we need to be able to make sure we're sending all those documents that were done from construction over to facilities so they can occupy or they can maintain this building after occupancy. There's so many times where we come in and we have a accreditation survey and we don't realize that a damper was put in with construction, and dampers need to be reviewed, need to be tested every 5 years, right? Except when you do a new install, it has to be 1 year and then it can get added to your 5-year schedule. So it's a process that we need to know what was put in. We need to be able to add it to our preventative maintenance schedule. So it's a lot more of post-stabilization of clinical, operations, and facilities, making sure we can maintain that building. I'm gonna just skip through that real quick. Talking about licensing really quickly, pretty much make sure that you're providing sufficient time for licensing in your schedule. Licensing is needed for any time you're doing a change of use, anytime you're adding beds, really when you're remodeling or changing from one location to another. We need to involve licensing and CDPH for this process. It is also, just like a plan review process, we submit up to the Central Applications Branch through an online portal, and it is very predictable, just like the plan review process. So what we do is we get our substantial compliance, we get a floor plan, and we get a STD 850 form. I knew someone asked a question earlier about that form. The STD 850 is a fire inspection form. It's different than your normal FLSO visit, right? This is after substantial completion, and this is your local fire authority coming in, and they're looking at different things. They're looking at, if we have to respond to this fire, what would our path of travel be? They're gonna be testing your Knox box keys and badge readers. They're gonna be looking at exit signs. Are you maintaining your monthly checks on your fire extinguishers? They're looking at things different than that FLSO. And so they sign that form, and once you have all these documents, we can get what we call CAB approval, Central Applications Approval. From there, they send it to you, whatever your district office is. Your district office will schedule a field survey, come out. They're gonna be looking at your policies and procedures, what kind of staff, what kind of training have you done, what kind of services are you providing. Once you get approval from district office sends it back to the Central Applications Branch, and that's when you'll get your final licensing approval. Make sure you give sufficient time in your schedule for this. This could take up to 100 days. All right, so we talked about keeping the DPOR, holding them accountable. We talked about holding the IOR accountable. But now it's time to look in the mirror for all the owners and look at our owner-caused problems. And so I'm gonna go through these. I know, Joe, are kind of out of time. I'm gonna I'm gonna fly through these. So failing to choose the proper project delivery method. I know Gary talked about it in the beginning, making sure that you're really picking the right project method delivery and how you're gonna execute that project. Neglecting considerations to use a project manager and owner's representative. Make sure you're picking somebody who knows the process, knows the OSHPD process, can go from A to Z in a project, right? And can really guide you through that way. Inadequate project funding resulting in slow pay. If you don't have the cash flow to do the project, maybe now is not the time to do the project. Undefined project budget. So like we said, sometimes we get a design cost, a construction cost, but what about all the things in between? Plan check fees, IOR costs. Make sure you have a full integrated project budget. Missing steps before the project starts, that shouldn't be a problem. You're all here A to Z, I'm sure you'll do them. Inadequate planning for equipment and technology needs, this one's really big. Inadequate design and construction fees, so not understanding it. Sometimes I'll see, oh, this is how much it's gonna cost, $750 a square foot, and I'm thinking, that's your construction budget? That's not gonna work. So using an architectural, different architectural construction and project management firms, sometimes it helps with lessons learned, right? So once you have an architect who's worked on a project, they know your facility, sometimes it's easier to use that architect again, use that owner's representative again. Being unfamiliar with the capital development process. I think 10, 11, and 12 all come together, so allowing design changes, scope creep, poor internal and external communication, and limiting end users in the OAC meetings. So this, I think, all comes together because usually it's the end user that causes the scope creep, if we want to have reality. And I don't know about you, but the communication to me, sometimes I sit in meetings and they just absolutely laugh. I got one side of the table who we have the project team and we're talking about NMAs, ACDs, RFIs, and then we have the other side, which is the clinical team, talking about CODIs and VAPs, and we can have a conversation and we don't even know what we're talking about between the two because we use so many acronyms and so many words that the construction team doesn't understand what the clinical team wants and the clinical team doesn't understand what the construction team's saying, why they can't have what they can have, and the communication is just poor. So sometimes you need a translator between the two and making sure that those expectations are set and we're having really good internal and external communication. Excessive planning of construction, he gave a great example, adding in, you have tons of phasing that requires licensing, you might add a year to your project. Inadequate timing of the GMP, refusal to use lean principles, BIM process, and IPD delivery, and then unrealistic contract terms and adverse relationships within the owner, architect, and contractors. So in closing, I think the most absolutely important thing about a project, a successful project, is an aware, involved, engaged owner. It's really how you're gonna be the most successful in your projects. This is a very interconnected effort, right? And so there's a lot of things that need to happen. There's a lot of collaboration that needs to happen. And making sure we're selecting the proper team and making sure we're doing the right thing. So this is kind of like that, you know, making sure we get all the right people on the bus going in the right direction, right? Next, the next one is talking about culture. So we do have a very complex healthcare environment, right? Very highly regulated environment. And so I want to just say, build a culture and a team that empowers your team members to do what they need to do. As the owner, hold them accountable, give them grace because we are going to make mistakes, right? And make sure that you guys are having fun. Create a culture that is fun to be around and that it's not punitive. We're all learning from what we're doing, right? But we're also holding each other accountable. And then, like it says, clearly not through the sole source of problems, but an engaged owner, definitely who knows how to get through the process, can go through the nuances of OSHPD, is the most important partner in that OAC and can lead the cultural change in the industry. And I think we're gonna end there. You're gonna do your case study?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, turning it over to Gary for his
So does
case
any
study.
of this stuff work? Is any of this stuff real? I want to close and kind of bring it around just to show that it actually really does. This is a project, this is a Guerin Children's project that we finished recently. Here's some statistics on costs and who the architect was and all that. We followed each of these processes. We took advantage of each of these processes. We did a preliminary review. We did a demo-only permit to get started with construction early. We told the architect they could not submit plans until the plans were done. We delayed 2 months of in the plan submittal and saved 168 days in the plan review process. This was a very successful project for us. This was from the day that the C-suite met to the day that we were seeing patients was less than 2 years. And this was a pretty significant project. The picture that I want to close with is what this is really all about. This is the set of twins that we delivered here. Since then, there have been 10 sets of twins delivered to this project. So this is really ultimately what brings it all about and what we're here for. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. You really are all Top Gun instructors, all three of you.
Too late.
No,
not too late.
I was thinking back there because I was sitting there, and you guys ate up the Q&A time, so we're going to go. But I did have one question, but I also wanted to just say, I was feeling bad, and so I was thinking, okay, I got to come up with Top Gun
My work
names.
is done then.
Okay, so it's Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, and that's the best I could come up with on such short notice. Okay. I know it's not Mary Poppins, but okay,
Yeah.
so it's the best I could do.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you. Any questions that, I have one question. All right, as a person, I'm dying to know if you can answer this.
Probably not.
I don't care who answers it. As a measure of success, how do we all need to understand how you decide a successful project? We just listened for a long time about all the different metrics and all the things. All of that? Or is it simpler?
I will give a very generic answer to a very complex question. All of these things we talked about are not all the things that an owner cares about. An owner cares ultimately about those babies that were delivered, that health care that we're providing to our community, the quality of the care that's being provided, the level of doctors that we can attract to our facility to provide that care, and we can't do any of that without the successful project process at the beginning. Without those facilities, without that equipment, we can't attract those doctors and provide that health care. So.
That's profound, Gary. I appreciate you saying that. The reason that's so significant goes back to what Chris was saying, right? The Steve Jobs thing, that quote, I can't remember it, but it's really profound. What's that? It's a vision. Well, we have a meaningful purpose, and to hear it coming from the owners and seeing those babies, it's not just about getting paid or doing buildings. There's such a higher purpose for what we do. And I, for one, appreciate it. And I hope all of us can grab hold of that higher purpose, that bigger reason, and make it the why that motivates us to be the best Top Gun pilot. Anyways, thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to take a lunch break, and we're going to come back at 1:15. I'll start talking at 1:10 with a video. There's going to be lunch served. You go out that door or that door, and either one of those, somehow you can get lunch, okay? So let's go ahead and take a break. Thank you. Our next group of Top Gun pilot instructors, we've got a lot of them, and I'm going to really, again, defer to them to introduce themselves in the sequence when they come up in the way that they want to. So with that, we're going to hear about design and submittal and plan review. It should be very good, so I hope you tune in and listen up. So that.
I'm back. You know me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, this is Mia Marvelli. She's our new supervisor for the Building Standards Unit. Before she starts, I just want to say that we did get the questions from the last session, and so go ahead and continue to write your questions. We're going to roll those questions into the end of this one, time permitting. So go ahead and write any new questions. So ignore the last batch of questions. We're just going to defer them to this next session. Okay? And with that, I'll turn it over to Mia.
Okay, great. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Joe. Always nice to follow a 911, Reno 911. Other ones I've laughed at. Can't repeat them here today, but it had to do with the lottery. I appreciate being here today. I'm Mia Marvelli. I'm the Building Standards Unit Supervisor with HCI and OSHPD. I'm new to the organization. So I'm kind of giving you a real high-level overview of a few things. I'll touch on some stuff that I'm familiar with. As I listened to this morning to our speakers, I realized there's a great overlap for a good reason, but I'm not going to dwell on a couple of the slides too much because there were some good questions asked that clarified some of that information earlier. As Richard mentioned, we're going to do this in a tag team. I'm only up here for 10 minutes, so I will get moving. Let me go over briefly what's the role of HCI and OSHPD with other jurisdictions and our jurisdictions. So the key here is, and you've heard this before from the owners, communicate us with frequently and often. And what I mean by that is come to us with your problems. We want to hear about your problems first. And because I think what you might gain from that is that there may be a solution we've already come up with another organization, and we can help you with that. I know there's a lot of discussion about nobody likes change, but in my field and as a problem solver, I feel that change and challenges create creativity, and it's that next step after you get past the fear of this is going to fail. You have to realize that there's a solution for that after all. And part of our role in the Building Standards Unit and in the field office folks is to find those solutions as well. There was a little bit of discussion earlier about our culture. I'd like to emphasize that. I know that I've worked with state service for 31 years, so I'm not immune to the thoughts about state employees from time to time. When I started with the state, I came from the private sector in architecture, and I said, oh, it's a recession. I'll take this state job. I'll see if I like it. I can always go back to private sector. Well, here I am 31 years later. I think the uniqueness about the folks that have been hired by HCI and OSHPD is that many of us came from the private sector, or many of us were in a position where time matters, and that's what's important for us. We want to answer your questions. We want to help you with your problems because we know that time matters and time is money. Kind of going off script here. Sorry, Richard. So anyway, bring your issues to us because we want to create solutions for you. We want to also hear fully what is the scope of your project, and what do you come to us with solutions, because you may have a solution we haven't encountered before either. And if it's a creative solution and it works within the rules, we want to okay that. We also want to make code changes based on the hurdles that are happening out there in the real world, right? We write, I'll go to the next slide. One of our roles also is to write the regulations for Chapter 12, Part 3, the electrical code, mechanical code, the fire life safety regulations. All of that is we promulgate those regulations in conjunction with CDPH, because let's face it, the buildings that you build have to comply with licensing, and therefore the regulations in Title 24 need to help you do that. So we need to hear code change ideas as well, so that we can change those regs. Oh, 1 second, let me flip over. I think I was going to go through, there's OSHPD 1 through 6. I don't know if you're familiar with 6 yet. It's just introduced in the intervening code cycle, and that will lay out the regulations for, sorry, lost myself, chemical dependency recovery hospitals. So watch for that in 1229. I want to emphasize too is the Building Standards Unit, we have some technical leads, so oftentimes an issue will come up during construction or during plan review, and our senior mechanical, senior electrical folks, and there's senior structural engineers as well, that review these hurdles, and we kind of come up with a solution to come to a conclusion. HCI also works with the the Office of the State Fire Marshal, who has authority to promulgate all of those fire life safety regulations that are in 10, 9, 7, 4, you name it. Additionally, we work with the Division of the State Architect to promulgate the regulations in 11B that impact healthcare facilities. So there's a lot of collaboration with those other state agencies. Another thing that you may not be aware of is that we work at the national level with code development changes as well. We have our electrical engineer is working on the NFPA standards, very focused on microgrids, but also essential electrical backup for healthcare facilities. We also have our mechanical engineer working at the ASHRAE level on 170, excuse me. So there's a lot of behind the scenes work that we're doing as well to get the regulations that are sometimes first in the nation in California into the national codes as well. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that on the previous slide, the tip was don't, you know, flag your problems, don't hide them. Just want to emphasize when you're defining the scope, actually when we were preparing for this presentation, the question came up is what defines a problem? You know, when should we come to you with our questions? And it's really up to you. If you as a designer are unsure if something is going to be problematic or not, please give us a call. You know, we're there to help. So as you're looking at these things, if you see a problem, that's what you want to highlight. That's what you want to flag. That's what you want to bring to our attention. Let's get that resolved first. Then the rest can be easy after that. But as Amia was saying, we actually write all the code for healthcare. We do it for correctional facilities as well as clinics, but we do not have jurisdiction over the clinics or the correctional health facilities. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, that actually segues to the next slide. It's interesting in the few months that I've been with OSHPD, and the majority of the calls that we receive are clinics. Is this an OSHPD 3 or not an OSHPD 3? And it all comes back to kind of that preliminary question, well, what is it that you're doing in the clinic? What is it that you want out of the clinic? How do you want your funding? And so knowing that ahead of time, you may not need to comply with OSHPD 3 regulations. And as Richard just stated, you know, while OSHPD or HCI and OSHPD write the regulations for OSHPD 3, that's delegated to the local jurisdiction. There are some outliers on that, but basically the local jurisdiction's reviewing those. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, we just actually had a question earlier today about local jurisdictions. We interpret the code for healthcare facilities as we see it and apply it uniformly. The local jurisdictions do that for their own jurisdictions. So we have no control over how the local jurisdictions apply the code. So if you are going to a local jurisdiction for a clinic or something similar that they have jurisdiction over, that's healthcare, it's their interpretation that applies. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of weight we can put on them. A lot of times if there is a conflict, have them call us to discuss it, the plan reviewers, if there's an issue that can be discussed or a misunderstanding, that happens quite often. But just so you know that the locals can have their own interpretations and also add their own requirements to a project.
Great. Moving on, this gets in, these next few slides kind of get into a little bit of the gray areas, or more importantly, the overlap between OSHPD review and the local jurisdiction review. And we spoke earlier about the CAN, the Code Application Notice that we're updating for jurisdictions. I think it's 2.0. We want to really blow that out a little bit more, because a lot of the questions that we're receiving right now have more to do with what about this on this site, or what about that on that site. And what I'm talking about is, you know, the connection to certain things, the fire suppression system, the utilities, the meters, the vaults, those types of things. So we'll need to expand that CAN to encompass a little bit more about that. I was at a lunch today, and I can't see her face right now because I don't have my glasses on, but we were talking about the complexity of multiple different types of buildings that may not be hospital buildings on a site, and how that interrelates with each other. So those are all things you can bring to us ahead of time and help us work through what's the best pathway to maybe submit your project, or look at hurdles we can look at in the future. I think I'm probably close to time, Joe, so I'm going to I think I want to emphasize that, and I appreciate that the owners were really clear on the activation part of it and the importance of the other approvals that are needed to get your facility active. And one of those is the local health department is actually looking at the dietary kitchen areas in these buildings as well, along with, obviously, your functional program is going to include your dietary area for a large hospital. They look at it at that point, but the local health department's also looking at it. And then, of course, we have our OSHPD plan reviewers looking to see, is it there? Do you have it? Is it the correct size for the amount of beds? That type of thing. There's also the local public works department, fire and police, because they're concerned about access and safety. And there's also the local air quality districts, specifically looking at generators. So. And then I think you all have been through some sort of local entitlement process. This slide just talks about, I'll hit a couple highlights, is OSHPD isn't really interested in height restriction signage, exterior signage, I should say, landscaping, those types of things, use permits, conditions. So those are things you want to work with your local jurisdiction.
No, on this, Mia was saying there's a lot of confusion around when you get to the site. What's in our jurisdiction? Where does ours end? What does it turn over to the local utilities or local jurisdiction? And as she mentioned, we'll be rewriting CAN 2-0 for jurisdictional boundaries and making some clarifications and additions to that. So, yeah, most people also don't know that OSHPD actually has enforcement for site accessibility. As this slide shows, there's 3 ways to gain that: either local approvals, CASP expert, or we do the review. But we don't do anything else on the site. It's not our jurisdiction, but accessibility is.
Okay, we got just a couple more slides. Of course, the very importance of fire life safety. The overlap here might be fire water pumping, backflow preventers, proximity to adjacent structures. I'll keep going here. We talked about the complexity of large sites. And then other utilities as well.
You can see these utilities pretty much go to a meter or a connection point, whereas on the previous slide, the fire one, when you get into fire, a lot of it is dual jurisdiction. You know, we take it to the public access for the water, but every site is different, so definitely talk to us about that.
And then this is just additional utilities for emergency drainage, those types of things. So last slide here, and this has been covered a couple times, and we're happy to answer more questions about it, is this difference between the administrative code effective date and the actual building code effective date. I think we've answered quite a few questions. I was going to mention one thing, because my background is actually the code development process. And so oftentimes people say, well, why and how can an administrative regulation have a different effective date than the actual building code? And it's actually in what's called California law. The Administrative Procedure Act lays out the rulemaking process and administrative regulations. If the state agency wants it, can be effective 30 days after. It doesn't have to be, but could be 30 days after. And most of the state agencies, so if you all are familiar with DSA projects, schools, community colleges, they have administrative regulations as well that are in some ways it's very similar to OSHPD's admin regs, and those also become effective 30 days after filing. There's a number of other state agencies as well, but I just thought I'd touch on those. So that's kind of the background part of why that 30-day exists. And then the importance of that is you're right, sometimes processes need to be updated at a different timeline than the actual regulations. The reason the regs, the building code regs are 30 or 180 days after publication is that allows the design community to be able to be familiar with the drawings, prepare your plans for future permitting. Okay, that's all we have, and We look forward to your questions later. We're going to transition to the next person. I'm going to make sure this is off before I walk in front of that speaker, because this is not my expertise here.
Thank you. We'll be around for questions.
This next section is on geologic hazards. This is a very important topic. My name is Marshall Liu. I'm with WSP USA, and I have 45 years of experience working with geotechnical projects along with my geological colleagues working on hospitals throughout the state. I've worked on major hospital systems, including Kaiser, Cedars-Sinai, and other major hospitals, as well as very small hospitals. So I've kind of seen it all from the consultant side, and I've also a member of the Hospital Building Safety Board, so I've seen the other side of the process. And I've worked very closely with the CGS, which is very involved, along with OSHPD, in reviewing hospital projects. Geologic hazards are very important. Geologic hazards are the things that sometimes can make your project go or no go very early in your planning process. The things that we have to consider are problems that might be geologically oriented on-site as well as off-site. This small distinction here is sometimes if you're just dealing with a small, say, a commercial project, you might be concerned only with looking at the local conditions right at the site itself and not be looking at what might be next to you. So we have all these hazards which we'll go through, most of them anyway. Where do we start? You have to have prepared for you a geologic report or geotechnical report which covers the geologic hazards. And the guideline for this is CGS note number 48. Now, please note that this has been updated to November 22nd, November 2022, last year. So make sure if you're hiring a consultant that is going to perform this work for you, that they are following the latest guidelines, because these guidelines change from time to time, and usually they're not taking out things that you need to look at. They're adding things. That's the way things work in this world. And CGS is the review agency under contract to OSHPD. And it's going to be reviewed by a very qualified certified engineering geologist, so you're not going to be able to pull any fast ones on them. Okay, I'm going to go through quickly what's in this CGS Note 48 so that you should be aware of what should be in these reports. When you request a proposal or talk to your consultant, that you make sure that they are the right ones. Tip here is make sure that your geotechnical engineer of record and your geologist of record have the knowledge and experience with hospitals and schools, in parentheses, in California, because essentially this guideline is the same for schools and hospitals. So they should be very familiar with that. So what's in this checklist? Basic information like site location map, where is it located, and preferably plotted on a USGS base map, which kind of shows some things regarding location of site and relative to other landmarks. You should have a plot plan with your exploration plan and footprint, and showing all locations of any explorations that you have, borings, cone penetration tests, trenches, or other type of explorations, including geophysical explorations. And site coordinates and latitude and longitude ought to be given. Now, in terms of the characterizations that you need in this report, we have to have, first of all, a description of the geology and the site characterization. So they need to look at and present in the report regional geology and regional fault maps, so you know where your faults are relative to your hospitals. You don't want to have a surprise, find out that you're in a fault zone, and you can't build there, or there might be restrictions on what you can do. They should have geologic maps which show in detail the proper symbols of what the soil types and the geologic types of materials are there. Should be a good description of the subsurface geology to an adequate depth which adequately describes the characteristics of your site. And the report should have cross-sections showing in detail what is under the site relative to your building. And from the geotechnical side, you have to get samples and testing of those samples in order to support the recommendations for building support, settlement, and other type of things that you need in terms of design loads. And has to be consideration, the geology has to be considered in the conditions there, because if you have slopes and other things, you need to consider what the effects it might have and some adverse effects. And there are some conditional things that, if you have subterranean construction, you have deep foundations, these need to be addressed according to what's required in the building code. Also on the checklist is we need to have a description of the seismology and calculation of ground motions in some particular projects. We need an evaluation of the historical seismicity. These are easily obtainable. All your good consultants should have it in their databases. And they need to classify the subgrade in terms of site class per the building code, which is actually governed by ASC 7. And the site classes kind of determine what type of building loads you're going to have to design for in terms of what type of ground motions that subjects your building to. And for some special projects, you may have to do site-specific ground motion studies. Not in all cases, but maybe for certain soil types or site classes, and maybe for some special building types, maybe a very tall, say, unusual building, or if they're using, say, different technologies, such as damping or base isolation. And I've worked on many of those projects also. Just as a side note, I did work on the first base isolated building in California, actually the first base isolated building in the world, down at USC. And I've worked on quite a few since then also. So, those are more complicated. Those are going to take more work. It's going to take more time to get through the design process, because not only do you need to do what's normal, you have to go beyond normal. And last here is, if you're in a site that has special conditions such as liquefaction hazard, which I'll get to, you have to be able to understand what the seismic sources are contributing to that particular hazard. Okay. Now, fault rupture evaluation can be very important. There used to be a joke many, many years ago that if you wanted to locate where a hospital was or where a UC campus was, just draw a line between the campuses and there's a fault. That was the old joke. I mean, I don't want to offend any of my friends at Cedars, but, they're right astride the Hollywood fault. And, there's many other hospitals in the Bay Area that have similar conditions. They're very close to faults. I mean, Stanford's stone's throw away from the Great San Andreas Fault, right? So you can't avoid it. Hayward Fault, they're all over the place. So you need to find out if you're in a fault zone. And if you are in a fault zone, then you need to do an evaluation to find out where that fault is relative to your hospital. You need to have the right type of investigation, which might mean doing fault trenches or closely spaced borings or geophysical studies in order to locate where that fault is. And if you locate an active strand of that fault, you have to have a minimum setback of 50 feet. And maybe depending on the type of source, maybe even greater if that's deemed necessary, if it's a very major fault. And and these faults don't necessarily break along one line. They might have multiple splays. So you need to investigate it to be sure that you don't fall in that situation. So if you find that you are within that, it might kill your project. Or you find that you have to move it. Or you might want to say, hey, maybe I should be looking at a different site, unless you're really locked into that site. Sorry, Cedars. Okay, liquefaction and seismic settlement. This deals with the soil. If you have shallow groundwater and if the soils are relatively young, liquefaction can occur. This is when liquefaction is when the ground shaking becomes severe, that it causes the soil to lose its strength. So losing its strength means maybe you have settlement of the building, might have tilting of the building, or it causes a differential settlement of the building, which can lead to either collapse or to particularly loss of function in certain cases. And it could be disruption on utilities and other things that service your particular facility. Or if you have underground utilities and buried tanks, these things might end up bubbling up to the surface, which is not a very good thing, if that's, say, where your fuel sources are. So liquefaction analysis is very important. You also have to consider that seismic settlement can also occur in dry soils. Not as common, but it has to be evaluated. And then if you do have that particular situation where you can't locate it elsewhere, then you have to look at mitigation options. I worked on a hospital in Ventura. We had deep liquefaction down to a depth of 60 feet. Hospital couldn't be moved. It was an existing facility. They ended up having to do very, very extensive soil improvement program using soil cement columns, which took us maybe a year and a half to get through the OSHPD review. But we got it done. Hospital's there. Hospital's happy. They're operating, working, and making money. Slope stability analysis. You may have a hospital that may be built on a hillside. You may be at the bottom of the slope. You might be at the top of the slope. This needs to be evaluated for stability to make sure that if you get a seismic event, you don't have a failure of that slope, which might cause damage to your building. And this needs to go just beyond the borders of your property. You need to look beyond your borders. Are you downslope from a big area that might have a big landslide potential? This needs to be investigated and need to be considered in your planning. And it needs to be included in your report. So this is just all the things that your consultants need to do in the evaluation of slope stability. What about other type of geologic hazards? Actually, some are not. Also, we call them geotechnical hazards if we're a geotechnical engineer. You might have expansive soils. That needs to be evaluated. And also you might have corrosive soils. And that might affect your utilities or affect the concrete that you have to put in the ground. It needs to be evaluated also. And then also one relatively new addition to this checklist is looking at other things, including hazardous materials, including methane gas, hydrogen sulfide, tar seeps, volcanic eruption, flooding. We've had major flooding in California just recently. You need to find out if you're in a fault zone, in a flood zone. There are published maps, and these things, I would warn you, might be revised based upon some of the more recent events. And we're seeing some new types of flooding that we haven't seen before. So this needs to be considered. And there's a whole list of things, including naturally occurring asbestos, serpentine, things that can also be very hazardous to people's health. Now, documentation. The report needs to be complete with all the things that are described, and the reports should also include all the references that are used in order to support your findings. And CGS very good at checking these references. They know what they are. And you need to be sure that the report has to be signed by both a certified engineering geologist and a registered geotechnical engineer. Okay, underline geotechnical. Not just a civil engineer, but a geotechnical engineer, which is a higher license than just a civil engineer. Just like for structural engineers, you have a license that's for structural engineers, which is above civil engineer. So make sure that you have these type of firms that have this type of experience in California. I know maybe, you might, especially if somebody's from coming out of state, coming to California, they're used to hiring their consultant in New York or New Jersey or Missouri or that seismic stronghold of Florida. They won't know what they're doing. So make sure you hire the right people for the right job. They may cost more, but let me tell you, it's going to be worth it. Okay, ensure that both the geotechnical and the geological principals involved in the project have their proper certifications and registrations. Make sure that they're up to date, paying their dues, their fees. And these reports need to be submitted very early in the design process. Don't wait. These reports take time to be reviewed by CGS. They take great care in what they do. They're professionals, and you have to allow that this is going to be done early. And particularly as these things may affect some of your design, that you need to have that approval before you can really make sure you can go ahead with some of the structural design, particularly dealing with foundations or any below-grade work. And another important tip, if the project has changes during the design or even into construction that may affect, you have to move something or you're going to change something that deals with the ground, make sure that you have reports or addenda to the reports that cover those items and get them submitted to OSHPD as soon as possible, because you don't want to face delays, especially if it's going to be an emergency. So these are my tips, and I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Are we all on solid ground now? Right? No more earthquakes, no more alluvial movement. Anyways, we're good, right? I'm Scott Mackey. I'm a healthcare architect. I've been doing this for far too long, over 35 years. It became a passion of mine when I saw the outcome of what we do in healthcare, as was presented earlier with the babies that were born at Cedars. This is why we do what we do. But as an architect, trained, educated, and experienced in doing healthcare projects, it makes a difference to who you are and how you look at things. Can I have a raise of hands for architects in the audience? Wow, nice. We rock. Okay, everybody keep those hands up, please. Other design professionals. Getting better, getting better. This is the real intelligence, okay? This isn't artificial, this is real, okay? This is what we got to look forward to in terms of the understanding and the knowledge and the experience of how to do what needs to be done, okay? With all of these tips that are being brought forward, these are your key players, okay? I'm gonna talk about that a little bit. Move on through that. My buddy Gary's going to come up here and cover one of the subject matters for my short session here, so I'm looking forward to getting Gary back up here. All right, so Iceman talked about a secret recipe, right? What is the secret recipe? The secret recipe is healthcare delivery. If we don't understand the process of healthcare delivery, we're not going to be successful at what we do. There's a lot of bits and pieces and different aspects of understanding healthcare delivery that goes into our knowledge and our understanding of what needs to be presented and developed in terms of a project, okay? One of the things that Iceman said early on was the DPOR has the ultimate liability, is trained, responsible, and experienced in that delivery of this building type. It's critical to understand, okay? The next two things that were important as well are two key words for a successful project, okay? The roles and responsibility of the architect is to coordinate and engage with one complete team, okay? Got the owner, the architect, Oshpod, consultant team, the contractor, their subs, okay? It's all a cohesive team. I've been part of a team for a long time, probably most of my life, okay? In fact, since I was probably 6 years old. I played last week, I'm a hockey player, ice hockey player, played last week, and most team rosters are 15 people. We had 6 people that were showing up to our game that night against a team that had 15. The people in the locker room looked at me and they said, this isn't sustainable, we're not gonna be able to do this. I said, no, we all have our duties, we all have our responsibilities, and we're gonna go out and do it. So in the matter of an hour and a half, 6 guys took on 15 guys, and we ended up winning 4-3. And the only reason it was 4-3 is because they scored with 1 second left in the game, okay? That's a team. Everybody working together for a common goal, okay? That's a critical component of what we're doing as a group, okay? These are the components that are laid out within the guide, working with the staff, the geologic hazards that Dr. Liu just went over, plan, design, and guidelines, working with local fire authorities and the other utilities, as Mia pointed out, or the other agencies, as well as public utilities is kind of what I meant, but ADA compliance, federal requirement. We've got to go through all those components. So this is the listing of elements that we need to address at this point in time. Just want to get my timer up here, guys. So we're already running behind, so I just want to pick it up. Who is responsible for the quality of the project? Right? Chris Tokus said it this morning, Iceman said it this morning. The owner is. He sets the standards. He creates the team. The team is responsible for delivering that project. The team has to coordinate it and build it as an effort through their cohesive process, okay? One team, same goal. That is the true outcome. Working with the Oshpod staff, how many times did Iceman say, talk to us? Talk to us, talk to us, talk to us, talk to us. Call us, okay? Doesn't mean send an email. Doesn't mean sit on your butt. Call them. Visit with them. Talk with them. These are your best friends in this process, trust me. If you're not well connected with this group of people, your process is going to be extremely difficult. It's going to be time consuming, it's going to be fraught with challenges, and it's your opportunity to engage directly with these folks and make your project the best that it can be. As Chris had said, they've got billions in review. That's B, okay? That's a big, big number. These guys are busy, okay? So be patient, but be consistent. Continue to reach out to them. If they don't get back to you right away, try them again, okay? There's a lot of work that's being done, but these are your key players that you want to work with closely. Dr. Liu talked about the geologic hazards. He also talked about getting it in early for review. This is absolutely critical. This can hang up your project even though you don't even realize it, because it's sort of going on in the background, okay? But get it done early, get on top of it. As Dr. Liu said, if there's a change that's gonna impact a result of site conditions, it's gonna have to go back and be reviewed. So this can be extremely troubling to the course of a project in your schedule. So be aware of that and stay on top of it. One of the biggest things that we see when we're developing a set of documents is an understanding of what's in the field. If it's a green field, wow, you guys are blessed. What an opportunity. Green field, nothing else is there. You got some utilities that are coming to the site. It's like everybody's dream, okay? Majority of projects are going into an existing building. What's there? How do you know? You're gonna trust the as-builts? Think again. We'd love to rely on the as-builts. We'd love to be able to sit there, download a set of documents, and sit there at a workstation and get the project modeled, drawn. I think Chris mentioned something about getting his lead out. It's like, lead? What was lead? What was that? But this is the reality. Go to the site. Go often. If you've come across something as you're working out a detail, as you're working out a condition, and you can't recall, go back there, check it again, lift the ceiling tiles, borrow ladders, come prepared, flashlights. We've got laser measure devices. You can bring a regular old tape. But get there, go to the site, really look at it, really explore it, get in depth with it, okay? Gary mentioned 55 minutes of evaluating and 5 minutes of solution, right? That is that part of the process. That 55 minutes, that's where your strength of solution is gonna come from, okay? If you're trying to put in a new department and you need to know what the clearances are for the patient room, how much distance it's going to be from a nurse station to a patient room, without being there, without being able to say, I've walked that space, I've walked that hallway, I know exactly where that is, you're gonna be sorely pressed to find a good solution that's actually gonna meet the needs of what the owner wants, okay? So keep those in mind, okay? The other part of this is you're the leader of the team, okay? As the architect on the design phase, you're the leader. Take charge. Be part of that. In my example with the hockey team, it's interesting because I've played this game my whole life, and at my age, I look around the locker room and I see a kid across the room from me, and I look at him and I go, dude, do you realize that I'm 3 times as old as you? And he goes, no way. Well, I am, okay. I said, look, I may not have the leg strength, you know, the speed that you guys have. I may not have the speed of flexibility and reflexes that you guys have. I played goalie for a long time. I can't do that anymore. I'm too slow. So, but the point of the matter is that they needed that leadership on that ice to make that happen. Now, I assisted in 3 of the 4 goals for that game, and they all came to me afterwards and said, dude, I don't know how you do this. I don't either, but my heart is into it, and I never quit. I just keep going, okay? So as a leader of a team, don't quit, keep going. It's gonna be challenging. Not everybody's gonna work well together, but you gotta bring them together. You gotta psych them up, you gotta get them prepared. You gotta make this process work for the group that's involved, okay? Because we're all seeking the same outcome, a positive project, okay? We mentioned local fire authorities. We're talking about all the local jurisdictions, okay? I gotta tell you, there's a lot of them. Don't be overwhelmed. Start a spreadsheet. If you work, I'm from Southern California. We work with LA County or City of LA. We have an entire spreadsheet of all the different departments and divisions that you got to get signed off on. And trust me, it's a pain in the butt. But do it. I mean, that's the only way you're going to get, because at some point you're going to get hung up. You know, we talked about the local health department's going to review your, your kitchen facility. So these are the critical things that are going to happen, okay? ADA compliance. Can't get away from it, and it makes a lot of sense. Think about it. How many people in this hospital are confined to a bed, a wheelchair, or on crutches, right? That are dealing with other illnesses or injuries? This is the ideal place to implement all of your knowledge of ADA. It's needed. It's got to be part of that whole process. Cans and pins. We've heard a lot about cans and pins. My point here is make sure you're using the most current version. I mean, these two examples are 2016 and 2017. Make sure you're using the most current one. They're on the website. Go on it, download it. Use the most current version. Simple, easy. Okay? We're all building that bridge to success. My whole point with this is, as you're leading this team, hopefully you're in the opportunity to present or to develop this project in an integrated format, so where you have all the players together. In the past, we used to work in separate silos. Today, we've learned it works far better if we're all in there together, working together as a cohesive team, and this includes your OSHPD staff members. It includes your IOR. It includes these people that are all going to be part of this team, and without that coordination and integration, your project's going to slip somewhere or another, okay? It's just going to make it more challenging. Everybody brings great ideas to the table, and we go through a process of really developing a cohesive and fully integrated project that will have a lot of benefits in the review process, okay? Because many of us have been there before, and we've all got different lessons and things that we've learned through that process, okay? Connecting your TIO and your IOR, okay? Our responsibility is the design side. We create this TIO form. The IOR needs to know what it is. Sit down, meet with them, go over it point by point. Make it crystal clear, make it evident to them so that they understand exactly what's going on, okay? We talked about forms. Pick a form, any form, okay? NMAs, DAs, AMCs, pick one. I mean, there's so many different variations. Again, use the most current one, but these actually can be your friend. They're very helpful, and they can really be a lifesaver when it comes time to be dealing with those things that come up during construction and that result in the challenges that we all face during that. Construction administration, the most important thing is be there, okay? It's our responsibility as design professionals. We have to be there. Owners don't always understand. We don't always have a fee, but it is absolutely critical that we are there. Doesn't have to be every day, every minute, but you have to be there regularly and frequently to make sure that that project is going exactly as you've defined it in the documents, and that's drawings and specifications as a set. Gary, you want to help us with EJs?
Is that something that can be helped with? Scott's sort of alluding the roles and responsibilities of the architect and the rest of the engineers are widespread. But I was asked to talk a little bit about engineering judgments because that's something that the office is experiencing and having problems with right now. So I just kind of want to spend a couple minutes talking about them. Do you need to do engineering judgments on your projects? Definitely, right? Definitely sometimes. More often than not, though, there are other alternatives that you may not be aware of. So as a designer, the goal for this little 5-minute blurb is to talk about those alternatives. The problem with engineering judgments, in my estimation, those of you who don't know me, I've been in the fire service for over 40 years. I was the chief fire and life safety officer at OSHPD for a long time before Nancy threw me out. And so I've seen my share of engineering judgments. The problems with engineering judgments is they're very subjective. They're based on somebody's idea that, yeah, this should work. And not everybody agrees with everybody else's assumptions. And so anything that's subjective ends up being questioned. And when it's questioned during construction, when it's questioned during design, this leads to delays and costs. So there are lots, I'm going to not read these sections of the code, but this is really about talking about what the code says. You know, we're kind of circling around section 703 of the code for fire resistance, and it refers to ways that you can achieve fire resistive design. 70321 and 70322, 70323, nice little numerical sections, right? And 70322 is the one I kind of wanted to focus on. If we can do fire resistive design, we can do prescriptive design from table 721. You can do calculated fire resistance. That's an interesting thing. Nobody does that. You can do calculated fire resistance for some of these things. Of course, you can do engineering analysis, that's number 4, or you can do fire resistance design by an approved agency. So there are more than one way to achieve this, whatever fire resistance issue is that you have to, as a designer, as a construction person, you have to mitigate. Now, the problem with engineering judgments is that's not just it, right? You have a person that, a fire life safety officer or somebody that will review your engineering judgment, and they might make comments. They might say, well, this is pretty good, but you need to change this. So that now is I call it back check cycle, or it gets approved with comments. That creates an OIL, which means another set of documents that needs to be generated. On a recent project that we had, we were up to something along the lines of a few thousand EJs. It was a killer for the project, and it's a killer for OSHPD. So my slide earlier that said avoid deferred submittals, try to avoid engineering judgments as well. Usually engineering judgments follow up with some sort of a vehicle to approve it, an alternate method of compliance. And a lot of times the AMC can also slow down the process. Understanding when an AMC is required is really what these next slides are about. You know, if the engineering judgment that is required is based on a building element found in table 601, an AMC is not required. You can just do the engineering judgment. But if it's a non-building element, like a joint, which is not tested to the ASTM A119 section, an AMC is required. So joints and curtain walls, head of walls, etc., through penetrations, membrane penetrations, also tested to a different standard, not ASTM E119, AMC is required. Other alternates that are based on other test standards, there's a lot of different options out there. Calculated fire resistance, other ways to do things will also require an AMC. So here's kind of a summary that puts all those things together for you to read. But the point that I want to leave you with is you probably don't need to do engineering judgments when you're being told that you do, because there's usually another mechanism or another vehicle to achieve this fire resistance that you're trying to achieve. When they are required, be diligent about it, talk to the office, work with the office, and they can help you. If you're having one of those fire life safety officers out there who is being overly, what's the word I want to say, overly regulatory, there's a process for appeal. I don't want to use the word appeal, but talk to Nancy, talk to the RCO, talk to OSHPD, and they can help you with identifying these other options and alternatives. And that's back to you, sir.
Awesome, thank you. Appreciate it, Hondo. All right, wrapping it up. I mentioned earlier that there were 2 words that Iceman used. I didn't say what they were. Figured you all forget. I just forgot them, didn't bother to point them out. The 2 key words, communication and trust. We can't do any of that, any of what we do without those 2 words. It's absolutely critical. Communicate, communicate, communicate. And if you're not trusting your partners, you're not trusting the process, you're not looking at the outcome in a positive light, you're going to be challenged, okay? The last one, Share it. It's done. Celebrate. Post it to social media. Put it up on your website. Okay? This has been a long, hard, drawn-out process. Could take years. Okay? These big projects, almost up to 10 years. Okay? Take the time to celebrate it and enjoy the outcome. Thank you very much. So what do we call you? Do we have a nickname for you yet? No? Jim doesn't want one.
Good with nicknames. Okay. So. Ooh. That isn't much. Oh, that is- Yeah, okay.
Real quickly, just a reminder, we have in the remaining 20 minutes before we have our Q&A time, remember to write down your questions and send them out to the outside if you have any.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Next up is structural engineer and our roles and responsibility. Looking at all the architect hands that were raised, I don't think there's a whole lot of structural engineers out here, which is fine, because this presentation is really about trying to talk to you about the process that the structural engineer goes through in helping to bring an HCI OSHPD project to fruition. So I'm Jim Malley, I'm a structural engineer with Degenkolb Engineers. We do a lot of hospitals all over the state and have a lot of OSHPD experience, and I also have the honor to be a member of the Hospital Building Safety Board. So just kind of thinking about the project, and there's going to be a lot of similar points that you've heard earlier in the day. We all know that hospital projects are complicated. They have a huge team, design team, construction team, inspection team, review team. But really to keep a focus on that the project is really the main thing, that end goal, right? And we all have to kind of leave our egos at the door to make that occur. And so as I said, for the next 15 minutes, if you'll grant me, I'm going to put the structural engineer at the middle of the world and everything else around them. And really try and focus about the real important parts of the process that we're involved with and how we integrate with the rest of the team and hopefully to have a good outcome. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about all of the green boxes as we go through the next few minutes here. So first up is the analysis, and we call that doing the math. Obviously we have to get the site conditions that Marshall talked about, learn all about what's on the site, because as Scott said, we don't have very many projects where we've got a greenfield site and you can do whatever you want. You've got all kinds of existing conditions to deal with. A lot of projects have existing building conditions that we have to deal with as well. So in this analysis phase, we really are starting to develop our alternatives for the structural design, trying to come up with that optimum solution. And it's not the optimum solution just for the structural engineer, right? It's the optimum solution for the project. So we have to really be integrated with all the rest of the team to make that happen. But we also have to be able to understand the building's performance, not just with a monstrous computer program that takes 3 days to run to get results out of, but something that we can look at and really feel like we're going to get good results and do some back of the envelope type calculations. We still do that to check our designs. Looking at alternate design procedures and testing, making sure we identify those conditions as early as possible. And then one of the things on hospital projects that structural engineers get involved in, maybe probably 10 times as much as any other project, are the non-structural components, right? We have to make sure that those are going to remain functional, because most of the time that hospitals are going to go out of operation is not because of structural damage, it's because of damage to systems. Broken sprinkler pipes is a classic one after the Northridge earthquake. And it's really one broken sprinkler pipe can flood the building and you're not operational anymore. So really have to focus on those non-structural elements. So then once we've got sort of an idea on the analysis, we head into design. And really this is where we're being sort of our creative best to come up with those design criteria, put together project objectives, and select that structural system, finish the analysis, and then make sure that we have a complete, what we call load path, from all the structure from the ground all the way through to the top of the building. And as obviously we're thinking ground up, not up down, because seismic is really what controls our designs on California hospitals. So continuing on design, we head into then construction documents, obviously, where we're finishing the design and detailing. We get into the non-structural bracing at the end of the process. Once all those elements and systems have been identified, the TIO program's always been put together, and then pulling together any certifications and pre-approvals that we've used to complete the documents, design specs, drawings, calcs, etc. And then continuing again back to the whole project. Really, we're talking about our internal structural engineering team, the entire design team with all the consultants, and then the rest of the project team on the construction side of things. So the coordination first internally, we have to go from that analysis to design, to detailing, to drawings, calculations, the BIM model, obviously, then the testing program, as well as the specifications, and make sure that there's a complete linkage between those and that we've fully checked all those and done our quality control. So then we get into the external side, where we are working with the other disciplines and using like BIM clash detection tools. From the structural side, people worry about member depths and structure depths, secondary support systems, floor depressions, etc., and then bracing and anchorage components, because those can interfere with other systems as well. We had a project where the floor beam deflections in some cases were 1 inch or 1.5 inch, which is well within the structural guidelines, but it was going to start to interfere with the mechanical systems because they were that tight for what they needed. So really have to be thinking about the implications, not just of your design, but recognize that your design is going to deflect and move as the loads were put on it. Again, mentioned throughout the day, treating OSHPD as a partner. These folks live with seismic design of hospitals every day of their lives. So we have to recognize their expertise and work with them. And as Scott said, really develop a rapport, because they are part of your team, or they can be, and really be a benefit to your team and making sure you can get through the process. It's just as important to them that this project is a success as it is to us. And then we ask them to give us thorough comments, so we have to give them thorough responses back, right? Just to make sure we can get through the process. And if you are going to do something innovative, figure that out early in the process. Get in front of OSHPD and make sure that you can get that through so it doesn't delay the project. So now we're in construction, and again, being responsive throughout your entire team, making sure that that's part of the mantra for the entire team, making sure that we're on site as well. Scott mentioned the same. You've got to deal with all those things in a timely manner so that the construction can continue. And then, so there are going to be deferred approvals. That's becoming more common in the construction industry. But you can make it work, but you have to really be on top of it and integrate all the things that have to go through. And this has to go through the whole plan review process as well as any other part of the design. And we really have to take responsibility for signing and stamping those deferred approvals as well. And then, again, show up on site, making sure the TIO program's in place, work with the IOR, prepare those reports, and meet with the OSHPD staff regularly. And then watch out for what the enemies, right? In construction, our designs are perfect, right? Everything is perfectly laid out on the drawings. Not so the case every time in this field. So we have to work through these processes and make sure that everybody's on the same page about priorities and that someone's taking the lead to resolve these problems in a timely manner. So then the enemies, again, don't cut and paste, or we don't cut and paste, because obviously you're going to run into problems with doing that. Making sure, again, that the software, that you understand what's happening. Save enough fee for the construction administration, because it is a much higher percentage on a hospital than it is on any other type of project for structural engineers. And then as far as tips go, making sure we embrace ongoing involvement beyond the primary structure, obviously all the systems. Make sure about the coordination, both internal and external. Make sure the constructability is in place. Meet with the folks when you need to. And if you don't know something, make sure you ask people to do, whether they're at Oshplot or other people within your firm. And then own your own mistakes. We're all going to make mistakes, but you need to move through it and get it resolved as quickly as possible. Take a holistic approach. Again, not just about the structural engineering, but it's the design as a whole. And then, as we said at the start, the main thing is to keep the main thing, and that's the project. So with that, I'll turn it over to the next step speaker. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
All right, good afternoon.
And Scott asked how many architects were in the audience. Well, John and I would like to know how many mechanical and electrical and plumbing engineers are here. Great.
Yeah.
Nice to see that.
Great.
we still have kept the best for last, I guess.
Yeah. You sure?
So John and I will be talking about MEP roles and responsibility. I'm Louise Belair. I'm Senior Vice President and Mechanical Engineer at TK1SC.
All right, I'm John Griffiths. I'm an electrical engineer and the founder of Context CA. Okay, well, thanks for coming and taking the time out. So we kept getting hurry up, so we're going to try and get through this. And I'm watching everybody's phones that come up because we're talking about engineering. So, you know, why does seminar? Why document importance of, you know, why is MEP engineering so important? You know, for me, really, it's, you know, more than 50% of construction in healthcare now, increasing. So don't take this the wrong way, Scott. Or, you know, it's I know architecture is nice, but, you know, what we want to talk about here is, you know, fundamental part of the construction, but also finishing it as we get towards the end of the project.
So the MEP roles and responsibilities are really important because the MEP systems are the heart of the hospital, right? As you know. So without our systems, nothing would be able to be functioning in a hospital. The role of the mechanical engineer of record covers anything that's heating, ventilation, air conditioning, central plants. Also plumbing is covered by the MEOR, the domestic water, the waste, and then also the medical gas and fire protection systems are covered as well.
Great.
And on the
electrical side, electrical, you know, again, you know, it's really the heart. You know, you can deliver in modern healthcare. You can't do that without power and also data, and that also comes under, you know, an electrical engineer. And as we move towards decarbonizing hospitals and most built environment, you know, electrical power, resilient, and hopefully sustainable electrical power is even more important.
So the guide has a lot of tips. So I encourage you to really look into more details. And since we're running out of time and we didn't have a lot of time to start with, we're really going to scratch the surface on this. So we're going to talk about some tips during the design phase, some tips during the Oshplot review process, and also during construction. I'm going to start with some mechanical tips. The mechanical systems are really key in a hospital. And as Chris mentioned earlier, we defend in place. So for a mechanical engineer, it's really key that you talk through with the architect and the fire life safety team to really define what the smoke compartments will be and really be engaged from the very beginning, because this has ramification on how the hospital will operate in case of an emergency. So it's really key that you do that. And once that's done, you want to make sure that you show all of the rated walls on your drawings to help make it easier for the reviewer to be able to evaluate if you're meeting the design intent and all that. Another important part of the mechanical engineering role here is to make sure that you provide ventilation tables. The ventilation tables are really key into establishing the requirements from and anything that will keep the patient safe Use the table 4A. Everyone is familiar with the table 4A, the nomenclature. That's really key. You might need to work with the architect to make sure that they use the right room names. Sometimes room names are not quite followed, and it makes things a little harder during the review process and also during construction when you are doing you know, the balance report review. So we talked about mechanical systems and the ventilation table. We know that hospitals use a lot of energy. For those of you who have worked on a hospital for a long time, it used to be that it was exempt from having to follow the energy code. Well, no more. So now there are still some exceptions to the energy code, but we have to provide compliance for our systems, and that includes mechanical and electrical systems as well.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you for bringing this up. You know, I know a lot, we work with non-healthcare projects and got more familiar with, as I'm sure a number of you are, with energy codes and Title 24, but you know, I think we said, you know, you have the link there to Energy Code ACE. They're a great resource. If you're healthcare not familiar with the energy codes, use them, contact them, get good responses. But also see it as an opportunity to deliver better healthcare, you know, with LED lighting, controls. You know, now you can not just meet the energy codes, but you can deliver a better healing and healthcare environment in doing it. So please encourage you to do that as well. So, so looking back to the design guides, myself and Louise, how do we cover all the things we want to in this? But for me, the guide that's going to be issued today is an electrical engineer. One of the big takeaways is use the document. Don't design what you don't have to design. And look in the documents here, there's some voltages and systems that don't have to be put on paper. And so firstly, understand what you're being asked to do, and then figure out what you don't have to do and what can be done by other members of the design and project team. So you can focus your time on value added, not just putting documents on paper that really don't have any value. All right, so who's familiar with Pin 70? Oh, I'll show you it. Yeah, so for those that aren't, this is essentially, you know, increasing the requirement for electrical coordination. It's always been in the code, and you know, it's been very challenging, particularly on existing hospitals. But you know, without understanding exactly what it is, but use the resources. There was a lot of effort. You're recognizing the challenges, but use the document, ask questions, and I think you've heard that many times. Ask questions. If you're not sure, you have a problem, you know, call the HKI staff or the electrical plan checker. Work it out together.
And then we talked about cans, pins. There's also advisory guides that are available. And one that relates to plumbing has to do, and it's very current right now with the deadline coming up on January 1st, 2024. The one that has to do with NPC 5, the emergency water and waste storage. So this is now required for all new buildings over 4,000 square feet, as you know. And you have to come up with a water rationing plan to be submitted to with construction documents. So consult that guide. It's really well written and really a good tool to come up with required documentation. And
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh my gosh, we're excited to talk about remodel projects. We were talking about this before. Actually, let me just pause there. How many people are involved in new construction projects? And how many people are involved in remodel projects?
Yes, pretty much everybody.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Sorry, I jumped over you, but one of the things is, you know, coming back again, focus on where you can do value added and jump in and use this document. You know, there's a diagram and you know, trace it through, figure out what you have to do, what you don't have to do.
Yeah, and it's important there as well as MEP engineers to work with the architect, because sometimes that matrix reference some, you know, some occupancy change and all that, and you may not know, you may not be in the known on that. So it's really key to get with the rest of the team to understand that, so you really can focus on what needs to happen for your project. And as far as remodel, I know Chris mentioned it, it's key that you do your field work, and Scott did as well, and we will say it again, do your field work, and then plan to have feet to be able to do that as well. And don't focus just on the area of the remodel, because, you know, systems it starts from beyond that. So go check around the corner, go understand where the systems are, are fed from, and use the drawings the existing drawings as a guideline, but also keep in mind the phasing, because remodel projects happen in a facility that is, being in operation. So you have to remember that, you're phasing your design. You don't only design for the end result, but you have to make sure that if there's phasing involved, that you will be able to execute this properly. And then as far as working with OSHPA during the review process, I know we've talked about this earlier in other sessions, but I have an example of when I was working a project. It was fortunately a collaborative review, and there was a comment made, a plumbing comment made, and we were not in agreement with the comment that was made. So we talked with the reviewer, and when we presented our argument, he looked at me and he said, well, let me go check again. So, and then he came back and said, well, you were right. You were right. So my point here is that we're all teams. We all have expertise, but don't be passive. If there's something that doesn't feel like was deserved, bring it up, but do it collaboratively. Talk with the reviewers, and then come up with, with a game plan if there's a need for a resolution. And then we want to talk about the TIO.
Yeah,
have you heard about
everybody's
the TIO
favorite document. The TIO, really not, for me at a high level, is don't just, sometimes it can be, oh my gosh, just fill the TIO out. Don't, put some time into it, because it's a way of ensuring quality as a design professional, even, can be the engineer or the architect, but actively participate in the development of it and think about how the project's going to be constructed. So, because changing it, updating it through the project, you don't necessarily want to do that, but don't put too much information in.
And make sure it's accurate, because oftentimes it's done at the last minute. We'll get a phone call from the architect and say, hey, we need to turn in the TIO. But make sure you go through, because if you check a box that's not really needed for your project, it can really cause issues and cause delay in your project. So pay attention to it. And also, like I mentioned before, consider phasing, because again, that may require multiple TIOs if you're trying to occupy your project in different phases. And then the last slide.
Yeah, visit the job site. I was looking at Bert, one thing we hear a lot about go to site is, the cost of change as you go through construction. We don't have that diagram, but it's a lot easier to fix and figure things out early in design. The later you leave it, the more cost, the more time it takes. The reason I was looking at Bert is any owners and project managers here is make sure the design professionals and have time in their fee to do site visits. So often it's, oh, we can't do that, you have to take it out. That's where the engineers and our engineers can really deliver value. Go into site, figuring it out, using the knowledge that's on site. The facility directors, the engineers, the people that know how the hospital works, particularly on the existing one, really leverage that during your field visits.
And and then lastly, we'll be talking about the field work in the next session, but make the IOR your ally, really. This is, as MEP engineers, they are our eyes in the field, and they really, where we can't be there all the time, work together and be really a team player. So with that, we'll turn it over to questions. We may have some time.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you, everyone.
Great work. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, John. If I can get Mr. Tannehill and Mr. Tokus, Iceman and Maverick, come on up. We're going to do some Q&A time. We're actually back on schedule. You were able to kind of accelerate things, so thank you. We have a lot of questions. Look at that. Can you believe it? It's like, wow, a lot of questions. So what we're going to do, we're going to go through and do some Q&A time right now. And this can go to anybody who you've heard from today. Feel free to do that. But the other thing I wanted to tell you is Monica and I are going to speak next And my commitment to you is we're going to get done early, okay? That's my commitment to you, because the Kaiser guys, of course, right? All right, fair enough. So we're gonna do that. But and the first question was, you know, where are the warm cookies? All right, so yeah, that's fair, and they're out there. But we got to go at least 10 minutes on this question stuff. Okay, and then, there's more than cookies, Mr. Tokus. Okay, thank you. Okay, so be advised, we got cookies and other stuff over there. Okay, I'm going to also address some of the questions that were asked earlier that we didn't get to. Do we apply for a different approval similar to an ACD? Do we apply for a different approval similar to an ACD? I'm not sure what that is. You know what? I'm going to come back to this one. What happens if your project is closed in non-compliance, and what are the consequences?
What happens? Okay, so it's very simple. How long? Have we passed to the new code? Is it 10 years later? So what were the issues of non-compliance? The answer is it depends. Why it depends, okay, so in this case, because of all the reasons that I mentioned. It might require even a brand new project if it is, okay, so again, several years afterwards and the code have changed. The idea is not allow a project to reach that state. And if you have issues, you have problems, let's work on it. And I understand there are all kinds of obstacles out there, money, what have you, I guess, and so on, okay, so, but the minute that the project crosses, in order for it to be non-compliant, let me tell you something. We don't close a project non-compliance 2 months, 3 months later. We close a project non-compliance a long time after that, which means it's really non-compliance. So the tip is, don't allow the project to reach non-compliance, and if it does, talk to us and we'll figure out a mechanism in order to bring the project, okay, so back into a state that does meet, okay, so the applicability core requirements.
I also want to add that the facility can be flagged with the project non-compliance and can affect future work at that facility. So they could delay future projects. So there is a consequence to it.
Gary's saying on slide 89, it'll have a thorough response to what was just asked. Yes. You're not mic'd, so I want to make sure it got on there.
I believe you'll get a copy of the slides on the way out.
Yep. I'll answer this one. Who do we contact at the TIO? The Excel spreadsheet's not working. Call ISU, specifically Chris Davis. He guy's a master. He'll handle it. He's really good. Yeah, it was said that you can see IOR's past projects on HCI. Is that true? I know you can see current active. How do we see past projects? Is that true? It's seeing past projects that IORs have been working on. Can we do that? Do we have access to past projects? Is that public? Okay. Not easy, but it is possible.
Yes. All projects are viewable from a public.
Okay. So what tips suggest for owners curation of as-built documents and models? What kind of tips can you offer owners about getting as-built drawings and models of their buildings?
Pick up the phone, send us an email, and we'll send you the electronic documents.
We don't actually keep the record drawings after a project's complete. We only keep the approved drawings. So when the project's complete, they need to be turned over to the owner, and they will have the copy of the record drawings. They're actually the owners of the drawings. They're actually the owners of the models if they're paying you for it in most cases. So.
That is the correct statement. Okay, so I think, okay, so the word that actually is problematic there, that they were called as-builts. You would get the approved documents, but it doesn't mean that they are as-builts. If you want as-builts, that's a responsibility of the owner.
Make sure it's in your contract with the design team. That needs to be a contract item in your design team, and then you should be receiving them, and if not, ask them where they are.
Does NPC 5 require that existing emergency power systems be upgraded to meet electrical codes? Is that true?
No.
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 Remember the requirements of the MPC-5.
In addition to having fuel supply, is that right?
Water, okay, so wastewater and fuel for 72 hours. Simple as that. You're not going to need to upgrade your electrical system.
Your electrical system's going to be based on the code in which it was under which it was approved.
After a project starts and then is suspended for some reason, is it a requirement that the project is required to make 10% progress or more progress for an extension to be granted?
Great question. That goes back to the administrative code. So yes, as of now, all projects must get 10% progress a year. That means if you have a project 50% complete, they still have 10 years to complete that project. The idea is all projects should be complete within 10 years. Okay,
Now,
Nick?
that's a gift. Really, that's a gift. Because the local building department, depends on the jurisdiction, will give you 3 years maximum. So when I hear, okay, so that's too much, 10%, then you're going to see the hardliner. So as Richard said, 10% a year is 10 years. There is no excuse to reach that point.
This is an interesting question. What are the consequences of non-compliant work? Recourse options? Question.
Depends. What's the issue? Is it the operational requirement, okay, so which brings CDPH on the table? Is it a CMS requirement? Depends. What's the issue?
So talk to us.
It could be just paperwork, it could be just closeout process, or it can be construction half complete. It really matters.
And that brings in the consequences.
NPC evaluations require review past permits, documents approved by OSA, OSHPD. Are these documents available online, or how do we access them?
They're not available online because, again, we don't know what you want, but we will scan them and we will send them to you. So again, if you need them, let us know, and we will scan them and send them.
There is a process.
Will the administrative code trigger any physical modifications if the building was approved in an older building code?
No. No, as we've been saying, this question keeps coming up. The administrative code is process. It won't change your building. It may change the process that we're running the projects, how we're doing ACDs, how we're doing NMAs, how we're doing IORs. It just are how we operate. It won't change the requirements for your building. Your building is locked into the code, the building code under which it was first submitted.
Okay. Regarding CGS Note 48, if your hospital is on land with naturally occurring asbestos, are you limited to what site work or building work you can perform?
Depends on how the mitigation process is actually going to isolate the hazard. So, and again, if you do have that situation, CGS and us actually are going to advise you properly so that we can get there. Are there ways to mitigate the hazard? The answer is yes.
It's not just asbestos, there's methane, there's all kinds of site issues that can be addressed.
Let's break right there, everybody. We're going to take a break. I'm going to start talking again in 10 minutes, 2:55, and then at 3 o'clock we'll start the final session. Again, I promise you we'll be done. There's some treats out that way. So we'll see you back.
Yeah, there's desserts out there, so they're very good. I already had some.
Our final session is going to be with my coworker, Monica Colosi. We're going to talk about working with HCI in the field. She and I are going to do this together, mostly her, but I'm going to throw my 2 cents in from time to time. Monica's got 30 years of experience in architecture, working in the field on a variety of projects that are hospital projects in Northern California. She's a member of the ISU today. She's a compliance officer with ISU, who does a lot of work in the field. A lot of the development work that we do in ISU is thanks to Monica. So welcome, Monica, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
We will try to be fast.
We will.
Yeah, because are you tired? No. Okay, so let's try to. Already, the other presenter made the question: how many architects that are here? How many? IORs, because Inspection Service Unit, we want to know. How many inspector of record? For sure there is one. How many? 1, 2,
See some
3?
IORs here?
Okay, this is good enough. But basically, how many contractors? Love it. Thank you. Because actually, what we are going to present is how a teamwork has to be. And we are HCI, part of the team. We have the IORs, we have you contractors, we have the design professional, we have the facility. What I keep thinking, we are like a picture made of a puzzle. Without each element of the puzzle, the picture is not complete. We need to work together. We said before, other presenters said before, we need to work together. When I was design professional, years ago, I was working as team player. And that is the message. Now that I am at HCI, I even see stronger to give this message to all of you because it works. If you work as a team, it's a slam dunk. I mean, construction is difficult, so we know. So we are Monica and Joe, you know already. Okay, so we are all professionals, so we know, we go with the assumption that your profession is made with code of ethics, which means you have professionalism, you work with objectivity, integrity, but most important, so I don't know the reason why you work on this profession, but I can tell you that one of the targets is to work for the people, for the public. Yes, we need to have a good face toward the client. You guys need to have good face toward us. We need to have good face toward all of you. But the key is the people. Because how many of you had, or yourself, or family relative that went to the hospital on projects that you did? So there is a meaning, right? A feeling that is like you want that facility to work, right? And so the inspector of record, there are not many here, but what we are going to say about the inspector of record is something that also you as a contractor, you as a design professional, you need to hear because, again, it's working together. So the inspector of record needs to be professional, exactly like all of you. No more, no less, right? And so how an inspector of record can really perform? Already we had Mia explaining about the code, the PIN, the CANs. John Griffith was mentioning the TIO. The inspector of record needs to know everything, needs to know the approved set of drawings, needs to know if there is any change order, needs to know if there is an NMA, needs to know the TIO, needs to know the contractor schedule, needs to understand what is important to be on a specific time frame, right? The inspector of record needs to understand the HCI process. The inspector of record needs to understand the facility process, all the requirements. So everything that is involving the project, that is what the inspector of record needs to know in order to perform. Without one of these, there is something that will not work, right? And so Mia also was mentioning the administrative code. Administrative code, unfortunately, is a part of the code that could be forgotten. I remember when I was design professional, I was looking, and I'm talking about the older days, so it was only paper. And I was looking for the part 1. And somebody didn't even know about that part 1. The part 1 is basically a Bible. It tells you what really the inspector of record needs to do, what you need to do for the BCRs, for the milestone, for the TIO. Everything is there. It's no wondering. There is step by step basically what to do.
And so the inspector of record needs to have that personal knowledge by knowing per code 7-145, but also because without knowing cannot perform. So needs to know the project, right? Needs to know the drawings, and needs to check what you contractor provide on site, right? And verify if everything is matching. If it doesn't match, there is the deviation that needs to be notified. That is part of the inspector record job, right? And so the inspector record needs to know every minutiae thing. The inspector record needs to have the continuous inspection, needs to understand every part of the project, because if there is something that doesn't know, cannot perform, cannot have the actual inspection, right?
Hold on a second. I want to
Go
say
ahead.
one comment on that last one.
Yeah.
You know, I've said a lot of things today, a lot of stuff that was just silly and fun, but you know, the most important thing I hope you take away from what I'm about to say is what I'm about to say. All right? If you hear nothing else of anything I've said today, hear this. Every person associated with the project has a responsibility to apply reasonable diligence in obtaining their personal knowledge. I've memorized that. That's locked in. If you don't lock in anything else from anything I've said today or others, lock that in, because that's what we do. What's our personal knowledge? Is it a drive-by? Send a drone? Is it tell a friend? No, that's not even reasonable. That doesn't even pass the most fundamental test, right? Reasonable diligence to obtain your personal knowledge. Go ahead. Well, continuous inspection, if you go back, okay, since we had Iceman correcting the old man over here, you're right. Continuous inspection means complete inspection of every part of the work. Every part. Not some of it, all of it. And work under the direction of the architect or the design professional record. Okay.
Yeah, it's not the opposite.
Right.
It's not. So the inspector record works under the direction of the design professional. The inspector record has a weird position, to be honest. It's like, good luck, guys, because...
Well, yeah, and we've seen that too, huh, Monica? We've seen it where we've had architects, engineers say, oh, the IOR said I have to X, Y, Z. It's like, what? Where, do you understand that you are the authority leader, the only person on the project that can give direction? Nobody else can give direction. It has to be the design. And yet, we're getting told that the designer thinks the IOR told him to do something. Like, what? Anyways, crazy out there, right? A little bit crazy, a little dysfunction. Nobody in here, I know that. Somewhere else, right?
It is good, however, to ask
Yeah.
to the IOR what you think about this, what you think about that. But as for the direction, oh gosh, it has to be from the design professional record. And the inspector record is hired by the facility. And then what happens? We observe their performance. So it's like, poor guys, I feel so sorry for you, but yeah, keep going. And when we, HCAI field staff, we come to the job site, we want to have all the documentation as much as possible, as clear as possible. And we have always basically the same questions. Do you have the daily report? Do you have the oil list? What about the logs? What about the NMA? What about the ACD? And so all these questions, what's going on with the project, we ask to the IOR all these questions. And for this reason, the files needs to be on site all the time. Now, if something, here is the slide. I mean, I'm trying to even go through the, follow the slide as well. So in case there is some notification that the inspector record needs to provide per code, the IOR needs to send a letter, an email to us, to HCAI. And again, back on the files can be on paper, the files can be electronically, but the files needs to be available. Sometimes the project is small, right? So there is not even a trailer for the IOR. How am I expecting, I arrive to the job site, hey, Joe, you are the IOR. Here is the tiny project. Where is the building code? Where is all the folder? Yeah. Of course, Joe will not have that because it's tiny, the project. So here comes the IOR with the iPad and with all the information or the computer, and it's good. I remember one time I went to a facility. I was so impressed. So I went there, it was for a big project, and I saw the building code, all the folder per each project, everything perfect, the folder, HCI field report, and the log, and here and there. And all I said was, thank you, I feel like Christmas right now, because it was good. There are other times then when we ask, well, do you have the daily report? I don't, but I can email to you tonight for something that I did a couple days ago. That doesn't work, of course, right? So try Inspector Record to have all the documentation available to us anytime.
Can you go back one slide too, Monica?
Yes, sir.
I want to tell you, you all find this really interesting. You know, we live in a day and age where it's all computers, zippity-doo-dah, hit the button, make it go. It looks so nice, it's formatted. I went to a job site on the north end of the state to talk to an IOR. It was awesome. This guy, he was an older gentleman, and he was he was a little embarrassed. I said, can I see your daily records? And he had like a stack of paper, and he was kind of embarrassed. But you know what? The dude had it. He had it. It was all there, handwritten. And it showed me this guy is applying he has personal knowledge. He's writing it down. Every day something's going on. He's got it documented. And he was embarrassed because he didn't have it like, you know, fancy computerized. So we don't care about we don't care about the fluff. I don't care what the weather is. I don't care if it's partly cloudy, 73 degrees. But tell me what's going on the project. That's what we need to know. And actually, that's what you, as architects, engineers, contractors, and IORs and owners, need to know as well. Okay. It has to be dynamic as we move through the day. Right, yeah, so what you're describing, Chris, is an IOR might just like be making notes throughout this day. He walks the job, he sees a couple things, makes some notes, right? All right, so that's the importance of those daily records.
The Inspector Record, like all of you professionals, when there is a milestone in the TIO, guess what? You need to issue the VCR, which means in order to issue the VCR, you need to physically go to the job site and earn his personal knowledge. Without that real personal knowledge, you should not issue a VCR. Just saying. What we do, so I was saying very quick, what we do as HCI field staff, we go to the job site, we observe the work, and you will hear me saying multiple times that we observe the work. We don't inspect. Again, I will say many times that. But one of the things that we do at the job site is to observe the Inspector Record performance. But keep in mind, so here there is the evaluation that let me see if I can do that. I like it. I want to try the pointer, sorry. So the evaluation is something that we provide to the Inspector Record. Why? Because the Inspector Record might do a very good job and deserves to hear from us, you're doing a very good job. There are times that Inspector Record has some deficiency and needs to be improved. And there we are, especially as inspection service unit, we go to the job site to train, to guide the IOR. But keep in mind, all this evaluation is not punitive, it's nothing bad. What we really want for the Inspector Records is to perform good. So there is nothing negative at all when you see the evaluation. Doesn't matter how it is, it's always positive, because what we want is for you, Inspector Record, to perform extremely good. So we are here to help, basically.
Right, I mean, I think there's been, unfortunately, we've been painted with a different brush when it comes to those IOR evaluations. It's too bad. The industry sees them as punitive, and they're really intended to be something that's constructive, instructive, part of a training program, make them better. So it's intended for that. So anyways,
And happens that the inspector record is improving, and then when we go back, because the IOR evaluation goes to the inspector, goes to the RCO, and goes also to us, inspection service unit. And it happens that when we guide the inspector and the inspector is improving, it feels good. I feel good when I see an inspector that is performing good, that is doing this additional step. It's good. I feel selfish. It's good. It feels good.
Well, you know, and the important point there is really what you want to do is win the confidence of the field staff, right? If Monica goes out to the job site and she goes, "Can I see ABC?" and you show her ABC, it's all there. It's like, okay, see you later. We're gone. We're going to the next job. We don't need to sit there and waste any of your time. It's only when Monica goes to the job site and can I see A, B, and C. Well, I don't have B and C, but here's A. Oh, okay, now I'm going to park for a little bit. We got to figure out what's going on. We got to understand why. Right? We got to be accountable to each other, right? I haven't had a job yet where I wasn't accountable to someone. Even when I had my own business, I was answering to the facilities I was working for. Anyways, accountability's got to be built into this.
Amen. You're so right. Okay, we have been spoken about NMAs and ACD. I don't know how tired you are to hear about NMA and ACD, and guess what? We talk more. So, it was just because we like it. NMA is no more, no less than what we used to call ASI. When I was design professional, it was ASI, but there is no more, no less. Nothing has been really, truly changed from that. We issued a revised CAN to provide information about what really falls into the no material alteration. Keep in mind, the word material is not 2 screws versus 4 screws. It's not that. Material is impacting the code, is affecting the design, is what's going on here. If it's that is a change order. If it's a simple clarification, just a simple, easy clarification, that is an NMA. NMA can be in the drawings, in the specifications, anywhere. And so this is the form from the latest CAN that has been distributed. So please use this form. Keep in mind when, it's the pointer, here you require to have the stamp only when there are no drawings. If there are drawings, please don't put the stamp there. You're wasting your time, but not that it's bad, but it's not required, and it says there clearly. What also you design professional need to do is to provide the log. Has been in the code, it's not changed, so you need to provide the code. You need to provide the log for the change orders and the log for the NMAs. What you need to do with this, you give to the IOR. Why? Because when we come to the job site and we start with all our questions to the IOR needs to give to us the logs. If the IOR doesn't have the log, A, maybe the IOR didn't ask, B, maybe the IOR asked and you design professional didn't give. So please work as a team and provide to the IOR the log, okay? Because it's necessary to have. The IOR needs to have everything, like mentioned before, documented. Everything needs to be available for us to review. And it happens, for example, I go to the job site, I didn't have time to go to Acela to check if my fire safety officer or the DAC issue already a report. And they said, yeah, already issued yesterday. Do you have the report? So that process helps to have all the documentation together to expedite our site visit. Because like Joe said, we're busy. We go from job site to job site. We cannot spend, we would like to spend so much time at the job site, but unfortunately, we can't. We try. But. So the inspector record needs to have all these files: daily report, inspection report, the TIO, the HCI field staff report. One thing that is listed here that hurts is the design professional field observation report. John Griffiths was mentioning, go to the job site, get familiar. I don't see that often these design professional record reports. Please do it. It's your project, it's your baby, right? So don't you want to see what's going on? please. The inspector record, how does it know what to inspect? Through the TIO. We will talk a little bit more about the TIO. Do we have time? How is the situation?
Yeah, we want to keep it going.
Okay, so we will talk about the TIO, but in order to do the test, what does the inspector record need? The inspection request from the contractor. And bless you, you're welcome. And so what is important? How the inspector record is going to engage with the contractor. You guys have the schedule. You guys tell basically how the rhythm, the sequence of the work needs to be done. And if the inspector record is involved with your contractor and understands what's going on, understand also with inspection request time when get prepared for that inspection. I was not here when Bert presented, so I'm not sure if you said inspection to pass.
Yeah, he did.
Bingo. That is the key. So when the inspector does the continuous inspection, the inspector keeps going to the job site, right? Is there and talks to the contractor. When is the time of the inspection? Shouldn't be a surprise. Bert said the inspection should pass because by that time it's supposed to be a slam dunk because the contractor already knows what's going on, what to fix prior to the actual official inspection. Okay? So the inspector, the inspector needs to be sure all does. I don't want to minimize what you guys do, but in the simple ways, you go to the job site, you see the construction, and you see it follows the approved construction document set. The inspector of record doesn't provide any direction. If there is anything that deviates the contractor built from the approved construction document set, needs to provide a notification. Deficiency, a deviation needs to be provided, okay? But it's not the IOR responsibility to make code interpretation. The IOR is not a designer. You are the designers. Say it again. And what is important, I already explained this one, but let me repeat. Having the inspection request helps the inspector record to understand the actual schedule, to be prepared, to have all the paperwork ready in order to go and provide the inspection, okay? So the inspection request is an important tool with the TIO.
You know, one thing that's Monica and I went to a job site in Northern California, or in the Sacramento area, and we walked around, and this IOR was a big job. This IOR had it dialed in, and it didn't take long to pick up the fact that he had it under control. We also can go onto a job site and just as quickly go, oh man, it isn't happening here. What next? And then we go down the ugly road, right?
Yeah, happens when we work with the IOR, then we walk to the facility. Okay, let's follow you for the project, ABCs. So where do we go? Oh, let me figure it out. Okay, where are we? It's not a good sign. Okay, so this is what, please inspector, you need to be continuously at the job site. What also the inspector record needs to do? Be part of the meetings, like everybody. Meetings are favorite, right? Can be painful. They are painful, but they are necessary. One of the most important meetings is the kickoff meeting, and we will talk shortly after a couple slides. As for the checklist, the TIO is the main checklist that inspector record could have, because there are all the tests per code that are required, right? But there are also in HCAI website other checklists, so feel free to go to the HCAI website. And communication is the key. We said many times, different presenters, they spoke about the communication. Communication is the key. When I was design professional, gosh, I could not shut up. You can tell that how I am, right? So I was even less shy when I was a design professional, so I kept bugging everybody. Communication is the key. But the IOR is not going to coordinate the construction. That is on the contractor role, okay?
You know the point I would make on this coordination communication thing, and Chris Tokas said it during his time, don't underestimate the value of just human contact about your situation. It would go it goes a long way. I think we've been kind of conditioned into like this email reply, push a button and I don't have to think about it, when actually a phone call, hey Monica, this is the situation, not ideal, I kind of got away from me. It's all right. We all make mistakes, right? It's like no big deal. Why do we have to get hung up when we let something go, overlook something? Nobody expects perfection. And you will be amazed at just a conversation can help close the gap so your project can go forward in a good way.
And you know what? With the pandemic, we got all forced to communicate through Zoom, through Teams, right? And we have so many jokes about it. But it pushed us to break the barrier. Coincidence of so many things. The other day I was to a facility and they were saying, oh my goodness, this is OSHPD 2.0. This is the best version, because they feel, for whatever reason, it's the good vibe, I don't know, they feel comfortable finally to reach out to us, to OSHPD. Because we are not, don't talk to OSHPD. If I call, I don't know. Call us. What I do many times is to have Teams meeting with the designers all the time. I even say, okay, you need to do this one on the TIO. Where do I need to put the cross? Okay, share the screen. Okay, to the left. No, a little bit more to the left. Okay, now it's fine. So that is the way I think that what we do is breaking the barrier, communicate with everybody. If you do a project and you guess like, I think that this is the way to go, so I push this, but do I really, design professional, do I really know that this is the right process? I got lucky once. Can be that I'm lucky the second time. Rather than guessing, call us. Get clarified. You know exactly what to do and how to do, and then it will be no more guessing. You just go faster and better, and you are happier, I hope, right?
So,
but, go ahead.
I'm sorry, no, I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
No,
I thought you were done with that.
Just one little tiny thing. Emails, sometimes document is important because I don't remember everything. Right. Oh gosh. So keep documented, written, what is important. No, thank you, bye, see ya, that is
all right.
relevant.
I don't want to get beat up after this, and I promise you we're going to get done early. So I want you to buckle up. We're going hypersonic at this point. We're going to speed things up here so they can get. So we're going to hit the high points. This is all familiar to, who wants to stay here for another hour? You want to? You're on your own, Pete.
No, bye.
Okay, we're going supersonic on it. Go ahead.
So from now, let's go as fast as possible. And please, if you have any question, contact me, contact Joe, specific for ISU. We'll be available for you. So don't be shy. Please, 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 please. So message here is IOR needs to communicate no more, no less than any other professional. We work together. Again, the piece of the puzzle. The pre-construction meeting, the kickoff meeting is the key to provide the expectation. It hurts like when in the middle of the construction, all of a sudden the design professional says, oh, I didn't know about. It hurts. It hurts because there is a delay. There is a process that you need to re-explain and everything. In the pre-construction meeting, all the expectations, all the basic process are explained, and feel free to ask whatever, and it happens that at the kickoff meeting, there are all kinds of questions, and all the questions are good. There are no silly questions. Never, ever, ever. So feel free to ask during pre-construction meeting or any other time. These are the The entire team needs to be. That is the key. These are the people. Sometimes the project is tiny, 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 but these are the people that should be at the kickoff meeting. Everybody that are, oh my gosh, I remember when I was design professional, I was so excited to finally see all the people like, yay, it is good. It feels good. You have this good connection with everybody, and you break the barrier. No matter what, you break that barrier. And whatever you want to ask, you ask, and will be the answer from any other person.
The pre-construction meeting is probably the most overlooked, most important meeting of all. It's where all the ground rules are set. It's the expectations are placed on performance. And the owner tells everybody, he's talking about how we're going to exchange information. Don't underestimate the value of sitting people in a room, making sure you all playing by the same rules, and you'll be glad with the outcome that you see from that. Only $20 million? No.
No.
As far as we're concerned.
Even the tiny, tiny, tiny project. And actually,
Yep.
guess what? The tiny, tiny projects sometimes are the real painful because there is not the real focus on this project, on the tiny project. And gosh, they are painful. But if you work as a team, it will be easier. Trust me on that. Okay, so we spoke about, I'll try to go fast. So what HCAI does, HCAI observes the work. We don't inspect, the IOR inspects. When we go to the job site, the IOR provides to us the information. The IOR is confident, the IOR is knowledgeable, everything is good. That is what we want to have as a good day on the job site visit, okay? Now, the TIO.
And to that point is, you know, we at Oshpot, we don't inspect. I'm going to repeat what she said because it's worth repeating. We don't build, we don't inspect, we don't design, we don't project manage. If we're doing any of this stuff, we're out of line. And we don't plan review. Oh, wait a minute. I guess we do for ACDs occasionally. But in general, we should not be out there on the hunt for something that's wrong or non-compliant. If we run across it, we'll point it out and ask, hey, DPOR, can you please address this? Since I asked that we're going to go into hyperdrive, we actually slowed down. So this is not good. Have you noticed that, Bert? Yeah, you should talk. So we're going to speed it up.
TIO, bye.
Wait, we got a good question here. We do what?
We do the
Yes, we do observations. Yes, that's our job is observe. Because I even asked Tokus one time, I said, we're not designing, we're not building, we're not giving direction, we're not, what are we doing? Yeah, anyways, he told me we're observing. We're observing, we're making sure the process is in place, and if it isn't, red flags start popping off. You'd be amazed. We do this all day, every day, all over the state. And when something's not fitting the way that we normally see it or should, it is so obvious. Go ahead.
There are times, I mean, it's been what, 3-4 years that I'm with HCAI and love it above and beyond. Gosh, yeah, I've been suffering for that. When I was the design professional, the thing that I really loved during construction was to figure it out in resolution. Oh my gosh, and all the strategy, everything. Now I go to the job site, dang it, I need to bite my tongue because I don't design. I'm not a design professional. I observe, but sometimes what I say is, and who works with me at the job site knows, some of you, and when I say, when I used to be design professional, I used to do ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-ta-da. That is the hint. You take it, good. You don't take it, good too. I'm just sharing what I used to do, done, because we are not designers at all. We don't manage, we are no contractor, nothing. TIO. Do you like the TIO?
Good question. Look, can I click this thing? I want to click. I want to click.
What do you want to do?
I want to click through this really fast because you guys have all. Who has not seen a TIO before in their lifetime? Thank you, Scott. Okay, here we go. The TIO. It's a dynamic document, right? It's a roadmap to the success of your project. Engage in the TIO. Engage in it.
And let me say this one, and actually it's this one. Who manages the TIO? Gosh, please, is the design professional. The code says is the design professional. It's a tricky situation because construction, the TIO is on site. The IOR needs to sign off certain tests, right? And then we go to the job site and we need to sign off. What is necessary is this teamwork. The IOR scans the TIO, gives to the design professional, and the design professional, if he needs to update anything, uses the latest. It's no code requirement to put the TIO into Acela, but we recommend every latest TIO to be uploaded into Acela ESP. Reason is because it's so easy to get confused. So please don't get confused. Work together, side to side, the design professional with the IOR. TIO is yours, design professional. You can make your own TIO. We have here the forms, but you used to have your TIO. So own it, like you own it, the drawings and the specifications. No more, no less. It's exactly that.
Put your sample test together, have it organized at the pre-construction meeting. It goes great. Have them ready when you can. We're going to do this very quickly. Sample reports, get them from your contractors, whoever has one, your approved agency. And remember that the IOR is supposed to have those documents on site, but they're not the one managing the TIO. I know there's a difference between what actually happens in real life and what happens as far as the regulations say, but that whatever's happening in real life doesn't make it okay. We have to go by the regulations as our guide, okay? All right. The TIO is a very easy 8.5 by 11 format. It's intended to be just easily used to flip in, flip out, make changes very quickly. We don't need clouds. We need deltas when things change. You know the different sections, right? You've all seen this before. Section B is for tests. Section C is for the special inspections on site. Section D is for off-site special inspections, right? No surprise.
Let me add one thing, if it's okay, if you
Sure.
change the slide. Just change.
Where do you want me to go?
The next one. No. The next one?
There?
Okay. So you see the boxes, sir. And this is important because
Okay,
it's
go.
so painful every time. Okay, so here is the box for sample report. This is the box for OPAA. This is for the special inspector or agency to be provided here. Please provide or the OPAA or the sample report. It's impossible not to have one of the two, okay? So you need to check one of the two boxes, and that is most of the time when we provide the TIO approval with comment. That is one. Then other things, please don't do, again, please, is you provide here the OPAA or the special inspector, then you put slash and the name of the IOR. No, the IOR is so special that has a specific box here, okay? Like we are special too, we have the specific box here. So these are assigned to the IOR, assigned to us. So don't please provide here the slash and the name of the IOR. It doesn't make sense. The reason is because on the section G, if there are more than one IOR, that is where you define, you explain which IOR performs which test. So that is where you provide, not here, not on the section B, C, D with a slash, okay? Please. That, because it's kind of, section E, John Griffith already spoke about it. Section F, as fast as possible, milestones. In the easy and simple way, you design professional, you need to talk to the facility and you need to understand what the facility needs. When the facility says, if it is an existing facility, and let's say, I don't know, 5 CT rooms and the waiting area is going to be renovated and the bathroom and something more. And all of a sudden the facility, not all of a sudden, it's part of the design process, the facility says, I want absolutely the waiting room available before all the projects gets done, because I have 3 more CT in the other location, whatever, okay? What the facility says I need, that is a milestone, for sure, okay? Now, another thing is important to understand is difference between substantial compliance and certification of occupancy. Substantial compliance, easy peasy, could be defined as it belongs to an existing building. So if you have a brand new building, there is no substantial compliance. The certification of occupancy is dedicated to the new building or when an existing building is changing occupancy, right? All this process, why it's so important, the TIO, is because when in the end everything gets signed off, finally the facility can communicate to the CDPH. Without this, there is no communication with CDPH, and it's going to be a flop. So this is why the TIO is so important. When I am at the job site and issue the substantial compliance, then the architect takes the TIO and scans and uploads into Acela, then finally the facility has the TIO and can communicate to CDPH. That is how it works all together, okay? Section G, I said already, when there are multiple IORs. Difference between TIO reviewed and TIO approved. Section H is when the project gets reviewed for the first time. And so the TIO gets reviewed from the plan reviewer. So Joe, as a plan reviewer, is stamping TIO reviewed. The section I is what is important prior you start the construction. Without this one, you cannot, in theory, you cannot start the construction. So here is where there is the approval. Chances are that the approval gets approved with comment because missing the sample report, missing the OPAA, or is TBD because the project is so big that you don't know yet who is the special inspector to be used in 2 years, 3 years from now. So that is why is the TIO approved with comment. Section J is basically almost like the title block that you have in the drawings. So please, Joe said, no clouds. We are in California, it's sunny. We don't want clouds. The TIO gets way too messy. When I was design professional and I had the TIO with so many clouds, I hated it. Go ahead. Building permit, no. The project gets approved, so the TIO is reviewed. Then there is the building permit.
No, you get the field approval. First, the TIO gets approved in the field. Technically, it's supposed to be approved in the field before you get a building permit. It doesn't always happen that way. We understand. We're working on a lot of the nuances associated with that. We get that.
We got it.
And it should not hang you up. Just carry on the best you can.
And the key is communicate with us. Don't try to guess, just communicate with us and everything will be way easier.
Right.
Yes.
It's a very dynamic document.
It's a
and
dynamic
it can change, well, as you know, it changes all the time throughout the course. All right, we got to pick it up.
So section J, we are almost done basically. So section J, you keep track on everything. Don't put the delta here. Here you put the numbers. That is related to the delta. And, okay, so here we go, fast sprint. What do? We observe. Joe already said, we don't inspect, we don't design, we don't manage the project. Sad. We don't, but we observe. Tempted, but we observe only. Right, because we know in our guts and with our knowledge that something is not right. So use us for information, okay? We are not contractors, so we don't provide quality control. We are not the owner, so we don't provide quality assurance program. We just observe and observe also the IOR for the performance. We come to the job site if it's scheduled. If it's not scheduled, don't freak out. We just come to the job site because it happens that we want to go to the job site. But that's it. And we sign off the TIO, so we follow the progress of the TIO. Changes. Don't be tempted like, oh my gosh, I'm going to do another change order. Don't get so excited. Think critically. Think with the facility. Is that change order necessary? A change order might cause delay on the project. If a change order gets reviewed to the field, might take 1 day to top, but if it goes to the office, good luck. So when you have construction critical schedule, think strategically, think more than ever if the change order is necessary. That's as fast as I can for the facility. Keep everything documented. When we come to the job site, we not only want to talk to the inspector, we want to talk to the architect, and it happens. And it's so good when the architect knows what's going on, when the mechanical engineer knows what's going on. It feels good. I don't know how to explain, but it feels so good when there is this knowledge shared. Is absolutely outstanding. And the IORs, yes, I consider administrative support for the IOR. Yep, because the IOR is struggling above and beyond. And when we come to the job site, we need to receive an agenda. We need to know we are coming to the job site looking for what, which type of project, what's going on, what is urgent. If everything is urgent, nothing is urgent. So think critically what you need for us to review and prioritize properly. There are different challenges because the drawings are not perfect. So that is already a challenge by itself. Don't think, oh my gosh, I can have the project done in 2 days and I just started the foundation. That is kind of an unrealistic, right, expectation. So be realistic with the intent of the project. Be knowledgeable, and we work as a team. We are all together, and don't hesitate to contact us.
Right on. So what does that mean? It means we finished 20 minutes early. Thank you very much. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to change things here. I know this is not part of the plan, but I just want to do it this way. I don't want to read questions. We're going to do it this way in the interest of time. If you have a question or your question was asked but it wasn't answered and you want to still get an answer, raise your hand and let's just, okay, go ahead. Pete. Oh, hold on. I think we're going to need a mic, right? So I know, Yvette, I'm messing you up completely. It won't work because what we have is a recording, or I'm sorry, we're having it recorded, so it has to be picked up. I'm going to give you a mic. Hang on there, Pete. Sorry about that. I'm messing up. HBSB staff is going to chew me out for doing it this way, but I just want to kind of get to it, right?
I need to be careful when we speak.
I don't know.
Check, check. Okay.
Are you an IOR?
I am an IOR, yeah. So I heard you mention inspection requests in your presentation. We used to use inspection requests for documenting TIO items, but I was told by OSHPD staff a year or two ago that you no longer look at those, that it has to be, an inspection needs to be noted in a daily report. It can't be like a separate inspection request process. For instance, what I used to do is if I had IR 25 and it was related to TIO item BE1, I would take that inspection request and I would file it along with my inspection request. I would also file it in a BE1 folder. But then I was told that's not really acceptable anymore. It's got to be in the daily report that inspection requests aren't recognized.
Honestly, everything works. Can you hear me? I don't know.
Yeah.
Everything works. What you did, it works perfectly. If you keep everything organized and is on the spot for what we are asking for, done. You have everything that we need to have, and that's it. Yeah.
Pete, let's talk more about that.
I think.
You know, inspection requests is not the only time the IOR should be walking around, by the way, right? They should be doing it every day. George.
Is it acceptable to use the current TIO, which may be a different code cycle than which your project was approved under? So use your 2022. The design professionals seem to gravitate towards it now.
Yeah.
But I might need it for a 2019 or 2016 project.
So you're saying use a newer version of the TIO for an older?
For an older project?
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Of course.
Who else?
But be sure on the reference of the code on the test, because sometimes changes a little bit.
That's.
on the TIO, because every test has the code reference, so be sure that when you have your project that is for the specific year, but if you have an old project, you should keep the old TIO, I think. That's what I would do.
Hello, everyone. Jorge Navarro from Hitler Architects. Is there a way that you can get the TIO for OSHPAT 2 buildings to get the macros working?
Yes, call my office. Chris Davis in particular is a TIO guy. We're working on the ETIO. That's under development. We have a lot of programming to do that'll take it up a notch on the sophistication of what it is. But yes, call ISU. We'll connect you with the right people and we'll get it all going for you. Someone else.
When is an NMA actionable by the builder?
Say it again?
When is the NMA actionable by the builder? No, that's fine.
So clarify.
Do you guys want more context?
Yes.
Yeah, because
They want context. I didn't want any.
Like, sorry.
As the DPOR, if my RFI response says no ACD required, NMA type 1 required, can the builder go build off of that? Or do they need to wait for my NMA to be in the hands, not concurred, in the hands of
The
OSHPAT?
NMA does have to be submitted.
Submitted, okay.
Well, let's take it a little farther.
And I can go further.
Yeah. This is a good question. You started with the word RFI. There are thousands of RFIs. And then a fraction of it is going to become NMAs, and a fraction is going to become change orders. So where is your NMA in this whole deal? So in this case, should it be an NMA or is it an RFI? And that's your responsibility as a design professional, because they're asking a clarification question, which technically is not even an RFI because it doesn't affect the approved documents. That's what sends me off the deep end, because, and the whole reason why we reissued the CAN for the non-material alter, because there was so much confusion out there, and every RFI became an NMA. I don't know what to say, okay, so in this case, okay, so it has to be truly a change that it affects the approved documents. If it doesn't, and it's a communication document between the builder, as you call them, and you, the design professional, I am out of it, right?
There is a thing that I notice when I go to the job site, that some, of course, not everybody. The design professional is in panic mode. Oh my gosh, is the RFI just sufficient, like Chris says? But then comes the panic. I need to change the drawings, I have to. No, so try to really own it. Is your project, when I made kind of the joke, is your baby, it is your baby. Your project, you designed that, you know exactly how it is, own it.
Okay, I want to come to Bianca's defense a little bit. An RFI can trigger an NMA. An
Sure.
RFI can trigger an ACD.
Sure.
So can an ASI. And in that case, yes, you would convert it into an NMA and submit it. Once it is submitted, it becomes actionable, as you said. It has to be submitted. It can't be, well, we were planning on doing this.
Okay, so Richard, you're saying you can't say, oh, I meant to submit, or I'm going to submit it next week. If it's not submitted, they can't start.
As she stated, it's within our hands.
Okay.
They can start.
She wants to know if she can hold it for every other week.
If you want to wait a week to start construction, yes. Yeah, actually, I got a call during the break here just on something very similar. The other thing is if you submit an NMA to our staff and they have it, and they don't respond in a reasonable time, there is going to be a time limit. In this case, I was like, what is it, 3 or 4 weeks out? That's kind of might be expected. And they go, oh, it's been a year. So no, we're not going to go back and say, because they're like, I'm getting nervous about this. No, we're not going to hold you accountable for something that was submitted a year just because we failed to respond. Okay. But don't, yeah, but if you're gonna wait till they come out in a week from now, construction will not happen until that week.
And again, the key is also the communication. Let us, I'm short, I know, so you can see me. You need to communicate with us so we are already prepared of the NMA that you're going to issue. So we will know. And that is the communication that we really want to happen.
Go ahead, Norm.
Yeah, so currently one of the most frustrating things we've been seeing is dealing with the TIO is multiple inspectors being approved on the TIO. And I know the DPORs in here have gone through it, IORs go through it, but is there any talk, or there has to be a better way? We look at it as you have A-level certified inspectors who are doing the work, you know, as a team, just like, you know, you've been preaching to us all day, rightfully so, that as a team, why is it so difficult to get that TIO approved with all the night work that's going on, with all the shift work, with all the weekend holidays that inspectors are now working and teams are now working? It's almost impossible on larger jobs or even smaller jobs to have one person that can be there to see every part of that. And just the outlining them on those line items like that, there would seem to be an easier way. Have we even thought about that?
Can I address
Yes,
this
go
one?
ahead again, because the ETIO will take care of that, but Joe is going to discuss that.
Here's the deal. You tell us what the plan is. Give us a plan, Norm. How do you want to do it? Not you, your DPOR. How do you want to do it? Propose something. And I don't mean a phone call. I don't mean passing on the job site. Write it down. Say, hey, here's my plan for quality assurance. I'm going to have this IOR do these things. Here's how it looks. Here's how it marries up with the TIO. And I guess, I promise you, any reasonable person is going to look to see that it makes sense and it's compliant with the regulations, and it'll be fine.
Right along those lines, I guess, or just to further it a little bit. So Kaiser, right? We're all here, all of us here in this row are specific to Kaiser. We're doing a huge amount of small projects on our campuses, right? Like I looked at San Francisco the other day, and it was in the tens of millions of dollars, and there's nothing huge happening there, right? So we have multiple IORs, and so, you know, IOR Christina is sick one day, IOR Joe's on campus, he can't just go over and look at her work, and I guess we've had pushback on, you know, just having somebody listed as vacation coverage or something like that, or you know, just in case coverage. I guess that's what we're saying is you can't expect anybody to be at work all day, every day. But as IORs, I know I've felt the pressure, like, man, if I don't go in, the job stops, right? So we're trying to look for a solution to that.
Okay. I understand it. I would say it's real-time communication, what's going on. A phone call saying, hey, here's the situation. Chris is sick, he can't come to the job. I want to have Maverick do all the special inspection, or the inspection on that day. It's communication. It goes back to that. It's fundamental, right?
It happens every day.
Yep.
It happens every day. Someone's sick, someone fills in. It's not a big deal. It shouldn't be a big deal. If it is a big deal, again, call us.
Yep. Okay. We got time for 2 more questions, because I promised we're going to get out of here early, and Chris still has one more session to wrap up.
One time I applied for expedited review. The structural engineer that was reviewing the plans got back to me and said that was going to take him like 6 weeks for him to get to that. So I resubmitted it as a normal, and it got reviewed within a week. So when is it that you apply for expedited review?
You apply for if it's under construction and there is a change order that you issue to me, you ask me, Monica, can you please review this change order? And I said, I am so buried, I can't. So what you can do is, and this is what usually I do, I suggest do the expedite, let me know when you are going to issue, let me coordinate with the RCO. Because we communicate as a team, we communicate. So if you tell me, Monica, I have this change order needs to be reviewed as soon as possible. You select the expedite, I communicate with the RCO, and the process gets
It is unfortunate that it happened to you. Again, remember, we implemented matrix management quite a while ago. Meaning, okay, so in this case, the resources are going to be allocated where the resources are available, regardless where the project is located. So, first of all, okay, so the project comes in, regardless of what project it is, and while it's triaged, if it is deemed, again, regardless if you ask or not, if it is deemed, okay, within the parameters of the expedite review, it will become, okay, so an expedite review project. So that's why I say communication is extremely important. When you are facing something like that, talk to us and we'll deal with it.
Yeah, you followed the correct process, and they actually gave you a response, I'm not available. So the reality is actually they should have forwarded that to the office for you and said, let's expedite this. The fact that they should have notified you, that you actually took the right action after that and submitted it to the office. And just, again, a tip. You want a pro tip here, an expert tip. Keep the ACD simple. Don't give us an ACD with 10, 15 changes. One of those fails, the whole thing fails. We rather see, I hate this now, the greatest thing, we rather see 10 ACDs with simple changes. You're going to get them turned around like that. You're going to get them in a week. You do 15 of them, it's going to be 30 days plus you can probably have back checks and your whole thing's locked up. Keep them really simple.
And the other reason is because if there are 15 changes, maybe one is holding the entire change order and you're waiting. Right. When you could have breaking up, have those approved, and the only one that requires the back check.
This may sound self-serving, but make it easy for us. It'll make it easy for you.
We are going to let Chris Tokas, Iceman, close us out. He's going to dismiss us after he makes a few more points and closing remarks. Thank you. We'll hand it over to Chris. Chris.
Thank you, sir. I don't know how to thank you for being here today. So this is the first effort after the pandemic that we basically had an opportunity to be in person. You can see the dynamics of the room. You can see the benefit while being in person. And we're looking forward to having more and more and more, I don't want to call them seminars, transmit more information. And transmittal means both ways. We want to hear from you. We want to basically see and discuss with you what's the latest and the greatest, which direction we're going, because we're in this together. Remember, we're public servants on my side. My goal is to open physical environments for our people, for Californians, to see the best possible health care. So when a project is delayed, who gets impacted? Our people. So thereby, okay, so that's a problem. So that's why I keep emphasizing again and again, we're in this together, let's communicate. Involve OSHPAD at any level. It doesn't matter if it is pre-design, it doesn't matter if we are within the various design phases, review, construction, and so on. Confirm design issues, we've seen it all, and we continue to see more and more and more. We'll suggest, we're not gonna direct, we'll suggest. Then it's up to you, because in the end, okay, so it's the design professional and the owner, based on the direction they're gonna go, as long as all of us satisfy the requirements of the building code, the requirements of the statute, the requirements of the law. So we published this manual, finally, after the pandemic, and it was time because several codes have gone by. We have more experiences. We have seen all kinds of things that they need to be incorporated in the manual. And the message today has been that we as OSHPAD, we are not here to mandate the organization and the style of the construction documents. That's not what we did today. The guidelines that are incorporated in the manual, they are here and they have been made available to you so that we utilize a consistent approach for the industry in order to prepare construction documents that will facilitate what? The quickest possible avenue, time schedule to approval. That's the whole purpose, I guess, in this case. Right now, we're at $20 billion of work. Do you think that I want to sit on projects, or do you think I want to move projects out? Do you think, okay, so that I want to sit and show you, okay, so that my performance sucks, and that's a technical term, or do you think that I want to show you, okay, so here is, again, how quickly we push the product out? So again, the whole idea is to guide, the whole idea is to help, the whole idea is to show you what constitutes a successful avenue, so for us to have a winning project. And that's why I opened up this morning, okay, so with the San Marcos projects, and I know, okay, so the Kaiser team, okay, so sitting there, okay, so jumping up and dying, okay, so because I'm showcasing one of their projects, but I want to showcase everybody's project. Why? Okay, so because, again, California will lead the way, okay, so we'll turn around projects, okay, so in this case, that provide value. So these guidelines, remember that they represent minimum standards for recommended practices. Now, there are offices and offices. There are design professionals and design professionals. And of course, okay, so again, coupling up forces with hospital representatives, nothing stops them to go above and beyond. Remember, the code is the minimum standard. The code is really the base. Unfortunately, in some cases, the code is utilized as the ceiling. No, it's not. It's the minimum set of requirements in this case. Now, keep in mind, okay, so that these tips, that the content of the guidelines, basically, it's nothing more than a set of guidelines. It's nothing more than a reference tool. And I sound like a broken gramophone, but I keep repeating that. Now, they gotta be used in conjunction with the contract documents, and do not, and I will emphasize that, in any way supersede or alter specific requirements of the contract itself, the drawings, specifications, and more importantly, the enforceable building codes. Now, many building design firms have documentation standards that they are put forward because of best practices, because they really work. They have been developed over many years of successful implementation because they have delivered winning projects. And they have been improved constantly based on lessons learned, okay, so in this case. They have been improved constantly because of developments in new technologies and so on. Now, the manual that you have, and I keep calling it a manual, okay, so in this case, guidelines, call it whatever you want to call it, tips from the experts. They are there to suggest, okay, so a better way to basically put together the design documents from our perspective, meaning the perspective of the Hospital Building Safety Board, the perspective, okay, so the public that was involved, the perspective of the design professors that were involved in the development of those guidelines. And this product, okay, so basically keeps improving ever since 2003, and the first publication in 2006. Now, remember that the guidelines, they are here to offer suggestions to individuals and firms, okay, so that do not have the benefit of developing standards, which again, okay, so sophisticated, very larger firms, okay, so have, okay, so that capability. So thereby they can put out quality documents. Now in closing, okay, so I want to first of all thank you for being here. I want to thank the Hospital Building Safety Board because they have done a lot of work. The OSHPA staff that worked, okay, so on the guide, and let me tell you, okay, so last week they haven't slept, okay, so in order basically to make sure, okay, so that everything, it was produced on time, okay, so we have, as you're leaving, we have a copy of the slides. So we want you to pick up a copy of the slides. So I understand you kept notes, and that was a good thing, but now you can have all the slides, and we'll post the slides also, I guess, on our webpage. Plus, as you can see, we're recording the whole session. So we'll edit it, okay, so, and then we'll post it, okay, per section. So if somebody wants to watch, okay, so a specific section, they can, rather than having to sort through the whole thing. The amount of effort that has been spent in order to put, okay, so this guy together over the years is enormous, but it's paying dividends, and that's what the important thing is. Now, we keep talking about the guide, but remember, it's just a guide, okay, so its use is discretionary. But on the other hand, I think, okay, so you will find, okay, that is a very good investment when you study it. And as I said earlier, okay, for our staff, it's a mandatory reading. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, because they see in a comprehensive way how documents should be prepared and be put together, especially, okay, so for specific disciplines. Why? Okay, so because, okay, so the end product, it is going to be, and I don't want to call it a perfect, because not such a thing, but a well-coordinated set of construction documents that will provide dividends, that will pay dividends for us to deliver a successful project. So, but most importantly, the message today has been, work as a team. We are part of the team. That's the most important message. And what makes a team, okay, so working? It's the number one item. Yes, we talk, but do we communicate? Communication is the most important part of the recipe here. The minute there is communication, then misunderstandings start falling apart. So with that, I know, I guess we're in Fremont, traffic is pretty bad, okay, so, and even though we tried to finish a little earlier, okay, so it's not a good time to get out from Fremont, okay, so, but it's a pleasure. A big thanks from, again, okay, so the office, a big thank you, okay, so from myself. We're going to have plenty of opportunities in the future because we're going to escalate again, I guess, the seminars. Why? Because, as I said earlier, we carry with pride, okay, so that we're the biggest educational institution in the world. Why? For the benefit of all of us, including us. So again, thank you very much. Safe travels, and we'll see you soon.